The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will get you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call.
We've all dealt with the hassles of traveling. Traffic, long lines, security, layovers. What if there was a smarter way? When you fly out of Corpus Christi International Airport, you get all the modern amenities you love with the stress-free convenience of flying local. So you can skip the hassle and get right to the good parts, taking off and returning home. Fly smarter, not harder, at flyccia.com.
When emergencies strike, stay informed with Reverse Alert. Everything from incoming severe weather, traffic alerts, police and fire activity, industry alerts, and citywide information. Reverse Alert will provide you time-sensitive information to keep you safe. Signing up is a fast and easy process. Text BeReadyCCNC to 888-777 or visit cctexas.com/alert signup. Choose to receive notifications by phone call, text, or email. And with fully customizable options, you pick what notifications you want to receive. And you can designate what hours of the day that you don't want to be disturbed. Stay informed, stay aware, stay alert. Sign up for Reverse Alert today.
Beach to Bay is back. Join us Saturday, May 20th for the 46th annual Beach to Bay Relay Marathon. Participate with over 8,000 runners in a 26.2-mile six-leg event. Runners start in the sands of North Padre Island, cross the JFK Causeway, travel through Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, and finish along our scenic Shoreline Boulevard. For the first time, you can choose from 3 separate events to participate. Run as a team in the 6-person relay, split up the run with your partner in the 2-person relay, or challenge yourself and run the entire 26.2-mile marathon solo. Register online at beachtobayrelay.com. Beach to Bay starts at 7 a.m. on Saturday, May 20th. Come be a part of Corpus Christi's biggest relay marathon tradition. Join family, friends, and the community at Beach to Bay 2023.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to City Hall and Council Chambers. Let's see, we're going to start this morning our invocation by our friend and pastor, David Bendette from Rock City Church.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, Council. Let's pray. Lord, I thank you so much for your goodness and your kindness towards our city and our county. I thank you so much for these leaders. Thank you for these chambers. Thank you for your presence here. Lord, you're so good and you're so faithful. And we thank you so much, Lord, for how much you love us, how you continue to show yourself strong to this community. I pray for great unity. I pray for unity amongst these council members. I pray for unity amongst the churches. And I pray, Lord, that our city would become a better, safe, healthier, strong community where children and families will grow strong to know you, to love you, and to love each other well. Thank you for what you're doing here. Thank you, God, for blessing us. Thank you for watching over us. Thank you, Lord, that we don't watch in vain because you watch over the body of Christ, Texas. Lord, I thank you for all the first responders. Thank you for everyone that serves and lays their life down. Thank you, God, that they care deeply for this community. Thank you, God, for the children, for rescuing them, protecting them. And thank you so much, Lord, for just raising up another generation that'll take this city even further than where we can take it. We love you so much, Lord. We're so grateful for you. And we welcome you here into this council meeting and into all the ones that lie ahead. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by Nathaniel Trey Johnson, who is a junior at Moody High School.
Go Trojans.
Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Thank you so much. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Councilmembers Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Present.
Mike Pusley. Here. Everett Roy.
Here.
Dan Suckley.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni will be here shortly. City Attorney Miles Risley. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting. And there's City Manager Zanoni.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so City Manager. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry, I was out there doing an interview on the Harbor Bridge.
Oh.
Yes.
You were on the Harbor Bridge doing an interview?
Yeah.
You got here pretty quick.
Don't tell Chief Markle that.
Which Harbor Bridge?
Yeah.
Right. The old one, yes, sir. So we do have three things on our city manager's report today, and good morning, Mayor and members of the council. We're going to start off with a serious item, though, and that is our water situation. We know that we have been in stage 1 water restrictions since mid last year. Rain amounts haven't brought us to 50% combined levels at our two western reservoirs. So we continue to be in stage 1. Today, our report on those combined levels is 40.1%. Our drought contingency plan places us in stage 2 when those combined levels reach 30%. And we do have some modeling that kind of predicts when that would happen. Part of our business model that we started last summer was a weekly conversation with the National Weather Service. They have a local office here at the airport. And we're real appreciative of them because their 3-month forecasting and weekly forecasting and water levels and drought conditions really helps us in modeling our situation. So today we put this on the agenda, and Michael Murphy, our Chief Operating Officer, is going to give us an update on the drought. We're in a drought. We're still in a drought. The drought that we're in, some of the modeling that we're seeing from the National Weather Service, and a reminder to the community of water conservation. So, Mike Murphy.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Mike Murphy, COO, Corpus Christi Water. Like the city manager was saying, we're going to do a very brief update, and unfortunately it's turned into a quarterly update on our drought situation. We're hoping to be out of it by now, but things are what they are, so we'll get into it. But it has been 288 days since we first entered drought restrictions. The city's been under stage 1 drought, as the city manager was just saying. We look for a brighter and spring and summer coming out of the La Nina weather pattern and into what is called the El Nino weather pattern, and hopefully getting back to what we would consider near normal conditions taking place between those two occurrences. So we'll start with the, all right. So this, the first slide here is just our water dashboard that you can find on our website. And like Peter was saying, our current lake levels today are at 40.1%, and we've been hovering in the 40% range now for several weeks, but it seems to be dropping over the course of a week or so, or 2 weeks. It'll drop by 1 to 0.2% as we continue into this. And so what this would do, you know, you can look at the dashboard here, and you can see the historical data. I'm sure by now everybody is familiar with it and how you can navigate through the existing dashboard on our website. So just a reminder of our water sources. Everything that we get are all surface water sources. We've got Lake Texana, which sends water through the Mary Roads pipeline. The Colorado River source, which is also Mary Roads pipeline, phase 2. And then, of course, the Nueces River, which we have Choke Canyon Reservoir and Lake Corpus Christi. We've broken these out. You've seen this slide before, where we use sort of a descriptor using an apple. I know it's kind of gimmicky, but it works for us. So you can see the Nueces River is at full capacity, is about 660 plus or minus 1,000 acre feet. Nueces River, 256,000 acre feet. Mary Road, or Colorado, around 35,000 acre feet that's available to us. And Lake Texana, which we have about 159,000 acre feet available to us. So like Peter was saying, we meet regularly now with the National Weather Service, and they provide us these maps that we go by. And you can see our 3 replenishment zones on this map, where we've got the Nueces River Basin, the Trio River Basin, and then the Lake Texana. And from this, you can see that the area of replenishment that we're talking about in rainfall events, whether it's El Nino, La Nina, El Nino, or whatever, these are the zones that replenish the water to our basin. And the pattern, let's see, I'm getting ahead of myself. So let's just talk about the drought map and where we are right now in drought condition. It hasn't really changed much since our last presentation, but the city of Corpus Christi, the Corpus Christi area, Nueces County, our replenishment zones that are on this slide are in moderate to severe drought. And right now, the forecast from National Weather Service is not as good as we had hoped it would be, but it's not terrible either. As we enter the months of April and May, those are typically our 2 months that we really cash in on rainfall. The average rainfall in April is somewhere between 2 and 3 inches, and average rainfall in May is somewhere in the upward 3 inches and above. And so we're hoping to get back to what we consider near normal, and that's what we're looking for, and that's what we're hoping for. And so here's kind of the idea that we're looking at. And so the El Nino, we look to get into coming out of the La Nina event that has been really instrumental in the reason we're in the drought that we're in today. So as we get into the end of summer, the El Nino event looks like it's going to be heading our way, and the hope from us is that it will, as weather events cross the Baja Peninsula over on the west coast, it will bring water towards us. Now, if you look at the way that the low pressure and the currents form across the United States, it's going to possibly keep weather from coming up through the Gulf. That's sort of the La Nina in a nutshell. So we're hoping that it drags the wet weather with it as it crosses over the Baja Peninsula and into our region. So it's critical. This is a key part of what we're looking at and what gives us hope that we're going to enter the new near normal condition as we progress. And so where are we today? So this slide, this graph that we put here, like Peter was saying, it shows where we entered the 35% mark, which is somewhere in the June, end of May, 1st of June timeframe. It's possible without any rainfall events of significance, we could enter that event. So let's just walk through this graph right quick. So the blue line represents what is actually happening. This is the track that we've gone back to July of 2022, and we've tracked the lake levels all the way up until as today at 40.1%. Now the gray line indicates the worst drought of record, and you've heard us talk about this in the past, and that's what this is. But it's the worst drought of record, and that was basically 2011 through 2013. So we're kind of tracking that too, and you can see that we've kind of fallen below what was the worst drought of record. So what we're predicting is that we're going to stay on the trajectory on the yellow dotted line, which is the moderate case. The blue dotted line that you see moving from our actual is over the course of the last 80 years of gathering data. That would be what would be considered a normal chain of events or rainfall of occurrences through that period. We don't anticipate that happening. Nothing is indicating that we're going to get a substantial rainfall amount like that. It's possible. You know, nobody can really predict the weather 100%. It's possible. We can always hope for it. But the track that we're following right now that is most likely is the yellow dotted line, which is the moderate case simulation that we are currently tracking on right now. That is our current track. And you can see how that continues to fall down. And if we stay on that, then hopefully we can hold off on falling below the 35% mark or even to the 30% mark, and we get through the spring, summer, and early fall events if we can stay on that track, and that's our hope. The worst case scenario is the red dotted line, and you can see how that just really goes into the negative, and would show us hitting the 30% mark sometime towards the end of July, most likely. So we're hoping that doesn't happen, but it's always a possibility. So this information is based on current data, 80 years of raw data that we're using, and then also consumptive use based on the past month. So that's where we're at on that. I wish it was better, but you know, our meeting with the Weather Service indicates that there is wet weather coming our way, and we just don't know how much, where it's going to be located, the intensity, how long it's going to be here. Those are all the factors that we have to look at.
And that will be later this fall, though, right? Early fall, early winter.
Yeah. So our hope is April, May are our two big months. There are two big months for replenishment to get us through the summer, and then hopefully as El Nino pushes out or comes through end of summer, first of fall, that's when we stand the chance for the heaviest rainfall. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so the goal is to hopefully, if we have we're in what they call an equal chance pattern, meaning we could have our chances are equal of getting less rain or more rain than normal. Mm-hmm. Less or more, it's 50-50. So the drought could continue, or we could see some rain in the next 2 months. That's the weather pattern because the El Nino or the La Nina has broken, so that gives us better chances for rain. The next 2 months are good rain producers based on the 80-year average. So the goal is the hope is to get enough rain over the next couple of months to make it through the summer. You see the graph here, as long as we can stay in that 30-35%. because the fall, September, with tropical storms, that's another big rain event based on the 80-year mark. So if we can make it through the summer, then our chances are better in the fall, especially with the El Nino coming into play, where it's a better chance of rain. So that's kind of the report that we're working on.
The one thing that we did learn yesterday from the National Weather Service is they've added an additional site to the NWS website, and it's a drought page, which shows the drought. It's very detail oriented. If you're really interested in getting into the details of it, and not just the Corpus Christi area, but it's several of the surrounding cities and counties where they stand, who all is in water restrictions, not just us. How is the drought affecting other areas of Texas? You can go to this their new website, and it's basically the www.weather.gov. I'm not asking you to memorize this or write it down. We've got this all available, and it's CRP/drought. And then you can get into their website and see all of this information and how they come up with this very, very, very detailed information if that's something that you're interested in looking at. And we'll put that on our website. And you can tag on our website at ccw.com, and you can pull all this stuff up.
Okay. Peter, if you don't mind, would you have someone send that link to all of us?
Yeah, we can send that to you.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
We'll send it.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. We'll do that. All right, so an update on Barney Davis evaluation. We had a couple of questions from council about Barney Davis, what the status of that project is. And so as we sort of work through finding alternate sources of water that we've been talking about, Barney Davis is one of those sites. Obviously, we're still working very aggressively on Inner Harbor and La Quinta site, moving those two as our primary 1 and 2 sites. But we're also looking at additional sites to add to our water portfolio for additional water sources, and Barney Davis is just one of them. We've acquired HDR Engineering for their engineering services to do a desktop survey of the Barney Davis or the Talon Energy proposal. So we're working through that right now with HDR.
And we administratively hired HDR. The threshold of the contract was less than city council required threshold, so it was an administratively entered contract with HDR.
Yeah, thank you. And so the scope of the project that we're working with HDR on, it's a 14-week project, and we're about 9 weeks into that 14-week project. We're a little bit behind schedule. The data coming from the Talon Group was a little bit late in coming to us. They were undergoing an audit of their plant, and they had to put a hold on that for a couple of weeks. But now we're back on track with the Talon Group and at the Barney Davis site. And so our engineer is doing data evaluation. We're developing treated water quality goals, and obviously they're looking at permits and Oso Creek and Oso Bay, and then the desalination facility, what we think would be a conceptual design, including flow diagrams and flow rates. Also budgeting, project management, and they'll close out with a technical memorandum. And we're hoping within the next few weeks to get that first draft of the technical memorandum. We'll review that, and if council wants to see that, we'll be more than happy to share that with everyone. So that project is moving forward as an alternate source of water. The amount that we're looking at right now in this desktop survey is a 20 million gallon per day proposal that the Talon Group made to us when we met with them a few months back, maybe 4 or 5 months ago.
February.
Yeah, February, thank you. So anyhow, so we're looking at that, and we've limited. I know there were questions about why are we limiting it to 20 million gallons. Well, this is an alternate source. This is not a primary source, and so that's why we're looking at that.
Okay. Councilman Pusley.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Peter, I appreciate this presentation. I just want to comment that although I know administratively it's within your purview to make these contracts that are below the $50,000 mark, but for something this important, I think the full council should have been notified about it. So in the future, I would hope that we would be kept abreast of these things when we hire engineering firms to study something like this, that you know, of this importance. It's really important for council to have this information, because we are the ones who have to explain to the public what it is we are not doing. So I just make that comment. Thank you.
Councilman Klein.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a couple quick questions, kind of going back to the storage, the reservoirs, I'm sorry. We talked about this before. I just kind of want to bring this back up again. Mike, has your department looked at all and maybe into trying to reduce the evaporation rate at those in those reservoirs? I think it's right around 50% or thereabouts annually. Trying to reduce that evaporation rate. I think the steps have been taken elsewhere to do that, to try to mitigate evaporation. I wasn't sure if you'd explored that at all or have had discussions about that at all or not.
Ms. Campos has had us doing research on floating solar panels. So we looked at that, and we had a very lengthy conversation about that this past Friday and the practicality of it, of floating solar panels and the impact it would have on a reservoir the size of, we were specifically talking about Choke Canyon, what kind of impact it would have to a reservoir of that size. And the cost would probably be prohibitive to doing that. There would be any significant impact to reducing evaporation on a reservoir of that size. The same thing with Lake Corpus Christi. I know there are things that other cities in California are trying to do, but I'm not aware in our looking at it about the floating balls, putting a membrane on top of it and all that. How practical that would be with the wind conditions that we have here in Corpus Christi. It would be very hard to manage. In that. So we're always looking for new options or objectives or technologies out there. It's just that we were challenged with that because of the size of the reservoir. If it was a smaller pond, it would be more practical and more doable. But Choke Canyon, as you can see here, 600,000 acre reservoir would be a challenge.
If you get a chance, could you send me the price numbers, I guess, regarding a project like that?
Yes, sir. We'll do that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
It's
Maybe just for here,
substantial.
Murphy, what was the range of cost for the panels?
So to cover the entire reservoir was around $7 billion to do that. So you can imagine if you were doing a quarter of Choke Canyon, you know that. But even let's say money was no object, okay, and you could do that. It would basically, covering an entire lake would destroy the biohabitat that we talked about of the lake. Covering that without any access to solar, to sunlight, basically.
That was $1 billion. It's in the B.
It was billions in the B, with a B, and so divide that by 4, and you're still, hundreds of millions, if not $1 billion worth to do. Just do a quarter of it. But we don't have that does not belong to the city. The city owns the water. We don't have the right to cover the land or surrounding area to it. And then where would that energy go? How do you direct that in creating a solar array to send that power to that once you generated it? So, it's not that it's not a bad idea, but for a reservoir this size, it's a huge challenge. But we'll give you the data that we came up with on that.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
That.
And Peter, I think that we talked about this before. I wasn't sure if there's been any follow-up on this. The idea of creating underground water storage. And I don't know what the time frame is to do something like that, or what the capacity would be there as well. I haven't those numbers.
It's referred to as aquifer storage and recovery. And Murphy, we're working on that, but go
we're
ahead.
Working on that, and I know we're like HDR has all of a sudden become our favorite engineer, but it doesn't really. It's just kind of unfolded that way. That HDR had performed a study on aquifer storage and recovery. I think Esteban, I'll look at you, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And so what we've asked them to do is to let's replay that study and add a treatment piece to that, because what we're proposing to do is take wastewater effluent out of our Greenwood wastewater treatment plant, which produces somewhere in the neighborhood of 8 million gallons of wastewater per day. Take a fraction of that cost, say maybe 2 to 3 million gallons out of the Greenwood plant, and start injecting that into the aquifer, and to see what the practicality of that would be, then treating it before we send it over to Owen Stevens for final treatment. Because it would be effluent water that we would be treating.
Okay, great, thanks. And then just one last question quickly. You were talking about the Barney Davis site as a potential desalination site.
Yes, sir.
So plans right there, is there maybe there are alternatives, I guess. Is the plan to discharge the brine from the desal plant into the Gulf or into nearby, I guess it would be Laguna Madre there?
Those are the two options. The initial option in the Barney Davis plan, they have two large holding ponds adjacent to the power plant. So the initial option is to discharge into that lagoon or pond adjacent to it. And that's what we've got HDR looking at, is what would that brine solution that we would be discharging with an already hypersaline area, what would that look like? And then obviously the next one would be in Laguna Madre, and then the third would be out into the Gulf, probably 8 miles from the Barney Davis plant, which puts it about 2.5 or 3 miles out into the Gulf.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, we do have a few more lights on, but it is 12 noon, so we're going to go to public comment, and then we'll come back to you, Mr. Murphy.
Yes, ma'am.
After public comment. Mr. Risley, would you please recite the rules of decorum?
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in order in which they signed up electronically. In-person public comments will be taken first, followed by virtual public comments. Corpus Christi residents will take precedence over non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I would just like to remind everyone that a recording is being made of this meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium. State your name and address prior to speaking. There are two opportunities in which you can make your public comment. One is at this moment, and the other is when we actually hear the agenda item. So please choose one. For those commenting in person, there is a timer underneath the base of the microphone. If you will please, or it will let you know exactly how much time is left. Once you hear the buzzer go off, if you'll please conclude your sentence, it would be much appreciated. If you have anything that you would like to distribute regarding your subject matter, if you'll please give it to our city secretary prior to speaking, and she will distribute it to us. So with that, we will start with Carrie Meyer.
Good afternoon, City Council and Mayor Guajardo. My name is Carrie Meyer. I live on North Beach, 4401 Gulf Breeze Boulevard. I'm here to talk about agenda item number 2, the city manager's report on the North Beach Eco Park. I've been working on the Eco Park since about 2010 with within County Commissioner Mike Pusley, who's now our city councilman, and it's had a few bumps in the road and hasn't gotten really off the ground that well until the city in 2019 got a National Park Service grant to help plan this area and do extensive public outreach, including our natural resources officials through Texas Parks and Wildlife, General Land Office, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, the aquarium, all kinds of people, plus just community members were able to come in and really look at the plans and really give input. And so the community vetting through this is done, and it was done through that grant. And that came up with some preliminary designs. So this $100,000 from Bond 2022 will go to put those into actual, I'm hoping, put those into something that is more shovel ready, so that the next phase then to find funding to build it. So it's a multi-year approach, and sometimes good things take a while to happen. So I thank you for your support. I hope that you support this after seeing the staff presentation. I just want to tell you a little bit about how it got started. I live near there, and so I walk my dog there on a regular basis, and there aren't really that many people around, and there are a lot of birds. And the reason that the reason that it's wetlands is because the city has always just left the wetlands there. And then in, I believe it was 2019, the TxDOT came through and improved the wetlands, added more to it as part of their mitigation. And so the city at that point said, these are wetlands. In perpetuity, this area is going to be set aside as wetlands. We'll never do anything else with it. So that, the Army Corps and everything, you guys signed off on that. So that's why we know this is going to be an eco park, and we know that this is for humans to come in and interact with nature in a real sensitive way. Not something with, loud stereos and barbecues and all that stuff. It's more like, the vision is more like trails, bird watching areas, like what we have at the Oso Bay Wetlands Education Center, like what we have at the Hans Suter Park on Innis Jocelyn, those kind of areas. That's how we have always envisioned it. That's what the National Park Service grant envisions it. And I hope that, that we one day see that to come into reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Ron Graven.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ron Graven, 202 Surfside. Thank you for all that you do. I always try and compliment you on that. I appreciate the city manager, Peter Zanoni, pushing all of our bond projects through. I was supposed to be in San Antonio today, and I heard that this was on the agenda, so I made other arrangements so I can be here and speak on behalf of the North Beach Community Association, of which they asked me to be the president, so I am their official mouthpiece. Lucky me. And I just want to say that anything that we can do to improve the north end of North Beach would be more than welcomed. If you just drive there, and as I say, Ray Charles could see it at midnight. So we appreciate the effort that has gone into it so far. And thank you, Peter, specifically for pushing and keeping your word on pushing these projects along. So many things to do. He doesn't know that I know, but he got a picture of a dolphin on Dolphin Park the other day that was damaged, probably by some of the maintenance people. And so the solution was to put some bollards in the ground, and Parks has done that. I don't know if you're aware of that, but I'm thinking, he has time to respond to a picture of a dolphin in a park. He's got to worry about the dolphins in the water, with the recent, and then you got to worry about the people walking around Corpus that think they're dolphins. So it's a big responsibility, and he has taken the time. And I specifically want to mention how much I appreciate that for making all of this happen. Surfside Park is about to happen. The Beach Avenue is on the bond. It's about to happen. Seagull is also on there, and I don't think there's anything stopping those things from happening. So without being redundant, thank you so much, and we are so much in favor of moving forward with the Eco Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graven. Lynn Frazier.
Thank you guys very much for allowing me to talk. I just wanted to let you guys know, and a lot of you do know, that I'm so invested in into North Beach there, Fajitas, Hotel de Ville, and some other land, and then of course the lighthouse area. Really want that place to look nice. I tell this story all the time. I traveled the world 18 years. I was all over South America, all over the Caribbean, all over Mexico, Australia, New Zealand, China, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Middle East, and all of this stuff. And I just saw so much potential on North Beach, and that's why I really invested in that, is because I really know that it could be a huge attraction to our town and city. And really want things to look nice. I use an analogy that, you can have the biggest and most beautiful home in Corpus Christi, but if it's got broken down curbs and cracked sidewalks and grass waist high, it won't attract people. That's what we're working on here. And thanks to Mr. Zanoni here, he's done a great job with getting the guys to mow that and take care of everything. And then thank you so much for talking to people and having some violations of people needing to take care of their property, and they need to take care of their property. And that will make everything work. And it is working. Things are working. Things are moving along. It's just we've got to keep on it and keep pushing. And we need to give people a reason to stay on North Beach. They just come to the aquarium or the Lexington and they leave. And there's, 800, 900,000 people a year that do that. But they just leave. No, you want them to stay there and spend money and keep us alive. So thank you guys very much for everything you're doing. And it's getting there. It's just getting there. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frazier. Dustin Cronin.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Dustin Cronin on 5026 Yorktown Boulevard. And today I'm going to talk about the progress being made in the community. This morning at 8:30, I was at a meeting with the CCISD Chief of Police Kirby Warnke, and we had a great meeting this morning. And I've had meetings with Richie Contero, our Deputy Fire Chief, a couple weeks ago, and even done some presentations at the McKenzie Jail, and we're coming along. We just got to keep forward coming. And I know it's kind of late this year for April to set up a walk, but anything next year for April 2024, if I can do anything to help, I'll be happy to. And Autism Speaks will be hosting a couple walks in the fall, one in San Antonio and one in Austin. So I will have that information later when they set it up. And that's all I have for today. And I also want to say thank you, Chief Markle and Deputy Chief Contero, and welcome to our new fire chief here in Corpus Christi. And that'll be it for today.
Thank you, Dustin. Jesse Demas. Jesse Demas. No? Okay. No, not a problem. We'll mark you right off. Homer Mendoza. Homer Mendoza. You're going to wait for the item. Item number 11. Okay. And then we have Richard Cavada. Is Richard? Yeah. Okay. And John Weber will be after Richard. Okay.
Top of the morning to you, City Council and Mayor. 1209 South Alameda, Richard Cavada. An area forecaster said in 2013, what happens in one part of the world can affect another part of the world. I started logging chronologically events starting in 2013. The 1930s Dust Bowl lasted about 13 years. We are almost in the 13th year of this new Dust Bowl. You want to take a look at what I published in 2019, you can go to Twitter at Salty Naturalist. It's free. All I know is, if I'm right, 2 desal plants might not be enough. I pray I'm wrong. Let me move on to the next subject, trash in Corpus. When the city manager called for code enforcement to start giving tickets and cleaning up, I applauded that. I took that to heart. However, if people are just calling in and making complaints, because if you call in to code enforcement, all it says is you can issue a complaint or submit your number to get a result of your complaint, and then it shoots you back to 311. So I asked the kind lady, "Where's everybody putting their firewood?" "Well, as long as it's in your yard." Good enough. If a great deal of the people are calling in, and that's all the code enforcement is taking care of, the complaints that are being called in, and they're not doing the legwork out there, going down these little tiny streets, and they're just doing the major thoroughfares like Alameda, Staples, Morgan, Staples, SPID, and all these little streets. If you go down these little streets, it's not very pleasant, and that's where we are today. I suggest that we start doing 75% complaint calls and 25% doing footwork out there and going down little streets. And I've got the receipts. I started taking pictures of all the code enforcement going down Alameda. Well, when they were going 10, 15 miles an hour, they saw me, and now they're going 40 miles an hour. That's good. That's good. They're going straight to work and then back out. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cavada. John Weber. And then Rebecca, we have one WebEx, right? Thank you.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. To help gain trust, I would like to see council refrain from speaking in private with each other during open meetings. It is distracting, unprofessional, and not good manners. I think it is disrespectful that one member leaves the room every time Mr. Alex speaks. I wonder if any of the council is working with Rob, the car wash guy over there. He has been videoing certain members of the council now. Or is he taking the day off of work to gain favor with the council to ensure his water-intense business is exempt from Stage 3 drought restrictions? I also believe it is only fair to let non-residents comment for 3 minutes about city issues that impact their lives. I suggest at least one council meeting per month begin at 6 p.m. so working people can have their voices heard. Last week, a councilman said the city has an obligation to industry. Let me once again read the mission statement. The mission of the city of Corpus Christi, Texas, is to deliver municipal services which meet the vital health, safety, and general welfare needs of the residents and which sustain and improve their quality of life. The city's only obligation is to the residents. Let us always remember that. A councilman stated he wasn't an expert, so he would trust the experts. The public doesn't expect each council person to be an expert in everything. We expect the council to have done research and to be informed on subjects they're voting on. Once again, I ask, are we in a water emergency or not? The desal pushing council says yes when pushing desal, but says nothing when conservation is brought up. Conservation is the fastest, cheapest, drought-resistant water source available without any question. I laid out a path to a 20% reduction in use within 12 months. All of the current proposed desal plants have siting flaws. In the chance any permits are given, building a plant will take a long time, and I would bet anyone it will take longer and cost more than the so-called experts are telling you. In summary, please direct the staff to copy a robust and proven city water conservation plan from another city and bring it to the council for a vote if we are really in a water emergency. Thank you, and as always, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Ms. Martha, can you get, who is it?
Mr.
Gerald
San-
Sansing?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Mr. Sansing? Gerald Sansing?
While you do that, Mr. Zanoni, where are we on that conservation plan?
On the drought contingency plan, so several council members have set up listening sessions with the community, and Mike Murphy and team are going to set up some additional ones as well to get more public input. And soon we'll be bringing it back to City Council with some revisions based on the community input for consideration of adoption by City Council. You talking about the drought contingency plan or the conservation plan?
The conservation plan.
Okay, sorry, that was on the drought contingency plan. Okay.
But
The conservation
well,
plan is,
yeah.
so we do have Murphy could talk about the 365 conservation plan, the kind of a short version of we do have a conservation plan. It's bigger than the drought contingency plan. But we have worked on one that's more digestible.
Right.
And that can be used every day. And I don't know, if, Murphy, if you want to talk about the 365, we talked about it when we talked about the drought
And
contingency
Mr.
plan.
Sansing is online, but there's no audio for some reason, so
okay.
he's not able to make his comment right now.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so Water Conservation 365 is, like Peter was saying, is a very robust plan. And it is in full swing right now. We presented that to council in January. We gave you our 12-month layout. We're in the first quarter of that. And as recently as just this past Saturday, we met with the local junior league at the Tetra-Truck, and we're promoting everything associated with water conservation and with fats, oils, and grease, our FOG program. We're handing out, ways to get rain barrel that are local vendor. We're handing that out. But we're actively engaged in it. And we gave you all our 12-month plan. And right now, it's, like I said, it's in full swing. So we're working on that.
Okay. We're done. Thank you for that, Ms. Huerta. So that's
Mr. Sansing, one more attempt.
what's that?
Okay.
Yes, can I help you?
Oh, okay. Are you ready, Mr. Sansing, for your public comment?
Yes.
Go right ahead, sir.
My name is Gerald Sansing.
No, you muted
It's
yourself.
Gerald Sansing, 5426 Chevy Chase Drive, 78412. I am calling to offer my 60 years of biological and chemical research in plant, animal, and microbial growth and surviving. My research includes many years of class work and so forth and so on, and in the actual laboratory. What I want to do is offer my help to all the council members there in understanding some of the apparently unknown aspects of desal. And I also would like to ask the council members to be aware that the need to protect the taxpayers and taxpaying citizens of this thing, and not support our polluting industries necessarily. I know it's everyone has this large desire to bring in these very large industries and so forth, and think that that's going to enhance the quality of life, which I can assure you that it will not do. So from my past experiences, I am the president of the Taxpayers Association of Corpus Christi. I do know if you want to ask, you can call the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, TCEQ, and they will tell you what I can offer this from the point of view of the Las Brisas Energy Center days when we were faced with being polluted into oblivion with that mess, okay? So I will email each one of the council members shortly, and feel free to contact me if you have questions about what these engineers and so forth are saying about, the various aspects. And just be aware that the engineering companies are there to make money by providing industry with what they need to, I guess I should say, pollute this area. So anyway, I appreciate your time. I appreciate your dedication and so forth to the community. So please contact me after you get the email. But my contact will be there. I'll be more than happy to freely give you my opinion as a 60-year researcher in both chemistry and biology. I do have a PhD in both biochemistry and microbiology, and I've taken all types of courses in plant, animal, and microbial growth and development. Anyway, so y'all have a good day. I appreciate you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sansing. So, Mayor, that concludes the public comment period.
Mr. Zanoni, would you please follow up with Mr. Is it Sansing? On his comments? I'm sure you'll be able to give the pertinent information to Mr. Zanoni of his contact information. He did say he was going to follow up with us, but I just want to...
the City Council.
Yeah. To follow up with his comment and his offer, because anyway, I see that Mr. Murphy's here. That would be a great opportunity for us to get some additional information on this. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That's going to conclude our public comment. We're going to go back and get some of the questions the council members had on item number 1, right? Item number 1.
Right, on the
yes.
water one.
And then we're going to go to item number 4 to address confirming our new fire chief.
I thought we were still on the...
So we're going to finish the public comment. I'm sorry, we're going to finish the questions. And then we're going to go to item number 4. So Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. And I might add, Peter, with regard to Councilperson Campos' comment, typically when we're looking for a resource, we have a procurement process, such as that. I mean, I understand the appreciation for trying to get their information. It's free for us to go talk to somebody, but when we engage a staff member to review, typically there's a procurement process so that way we can determine, I'm not doubting the individual's expertise, but it has to be vetted. If there's a cost associated with it, staff time is very valuable, so that way we can do that, just as an FYI. And here, I'm gonna just go my quick stuff. You know, you made a comment. I was looking at this water conservation plan, as Councilman Pusley states. I hate when we say it's online, but I'm looking for it. Maybe I was gone in January, or I checked out, or maybe I was playing on the internet when we made the presentation in January. But I'm looking online, and there's a 131-page document with regard to our water conservation plan. And I think in the comments that I made in the past is that not a conservation, but a campaign. So that way we know and we make it fun and exciting. We engage the schools. I haven't heard anything of that. And so I don't know, maybe I'm missing something. I know that's one of the things I've been very vocal about, because as I said, and if you'll allow me to finish, is that it's going to take a generation for individuals to, and I've said that multiple times, it's going to take a generation basically for us to change our habits. And we're going to have to start with kids in school and young families, so that way they understand, and then incentives for zero escape, not just a explanation and the benefits of reducing water. So I just haven't seen that. Am I missing something?
I think so. So back in, I think it was January 31st council meeting that we presented to council the draft of the drought contingency plan, along with our water conservation 365 plan. And I know I don't know if we did that in handouts or if it's on our, I'm looking at but it is a campaign. I mean, to answer your question, this is 12 months long, and we've had a very successful first quarter where we've had a symposium on Zeroscape, how to do that. We did a day Saturday where we actually went to the Children's Museum and did the plantings there in our Zeroscape garden. We've done, like I said, just this past weekend, we did the Touch a Truck, and everything that we're doing is in promotion of water conservation.
Okay, and that's wonderful. But I guess directly with your communications department, because I'm a subscriber to everything with the city. Okay. And I've got 3 email addresses, and and I haven't seen, of course, I don't pay attention to, I have to have somebody keep an eye on one of them.
Okay.
And I have somebody else, and I get all that information, and I haven't seen any of that information. Now, maybe it's my fault, maybe it's my own incompetence or negligence.
Okay.
But, I think there's something like that, because And when it gets on Facebook or whatever it is, I mean, I want to be able to promote it, and I'm sure many of the council does. I think, I haven't seen a digital media campaign. I haven't seen anything on television. I haven't seen any of that. Mm-hmm. And right now, when we're at, and I know a lot of this information is, as Councilman Pusley says, and I'm sorry to be a little condescending, it's online. But the thing is that what kind of budget do we have to put that information out? I think, personally, there's a lot of concerned people. They come up and speak every week. Peter, I think we need to step it up. I mean, I'm of the opinion. I'm only one person here. I put up 2. I'm only one person here. But I'd like to see something more aggressive, I'd appreciate it if we did. And I don't know that there's, like I said, perhaps I'm missing something, but I don't know. I haven't heard that from Logan or the communications department as a whole. I just think we need to be more aggressive.
Yeah. Okay, we can definitely do that, but just a quick recap. We've done news interviews, probably a half a dozen news interviews with every single television station, Telemundo. We've on Coastal Bend doing a presentation on how to conserve water, doing a freeze event. It's on social media, it's on Facebook, it's on our website, and so it's out there.
Well, no, is it we're posting or we're sponsoring items? I mean, we can talk about it later.
Maybe we do this. Maybe we meet with you individually, and I'll have my manager of our PR team for Corpus Christi Water come and meet with you, and we can kind of go over all of that and make sure. Because if we're missing something, it's good for us to know, but we think we're just blitzing everybody into oblivion. And so if it's not working, then we definitely want to look into that.
Get with me, please, because
Yes, sir.
I
We'll
don't,
definitely do
I
that.
haven't seen, I mean, I'd like to consider myself pretty informed. And,
Okay.
And, you know, maybe I just haven't seen it. Now, anyway, okay, so let's back up, and I may be overstating the obvious here. Back to Barney Davis, and I'm going to have to go back to my notes here. Here we go. So it's got the assessment scope, data evaluation, treated water quality goals, environmental permitting analysis, facility conceptual design, including diagrams, flow rates, budgeting, project management, technical memorandum. I guess the environmental permitting, that includes the environmental study as to what we've obviously, this is to supplement whatever we're already proposing, but the environmental is very sensitive. And so I just want to ensure that we're going to have some result to determine what the environmental impact is and what's the cost associated to minimize that.
Yeah, that's definitely the goal of the desktop survey. Obviously, for less than $50,000 on a 14-week project, you're limited to how far you can look into that. But so we're reviewing all the permits that the Talon Group has to get with TCEQ because of their current process. They are an existing power plant. It is an active site. They are taking water from the Gulf. It is coming through the power plant. They do have a consumptive use permit. They have to keep up with environmental records on the Oso Bay and Oso Creek as to what that looks like. And so those are the things that we're looking at. We're looking at the current aquatic habitat, the existing plant is impacting them, and then what would the additional use of a desalination plant, what would that look like in addition to what is already happening with the Barney Davis power plant or the Talon power plant on the Barney Davis site?
Okay, and then obviously budgeting the rate model, because that's been the thing that we've talked about, at least I've heard for 5 years, is the impact to the residential ratepayer, most importantly. And obviously, I mean, if we don't have water to sell, then the demand is going to go up. Right. But the thing is that's just uber important. It's just ridiculously important. And included into that, is the cost of distribution included in the budgeting? Because obviously
it will have to be integration into our existing system from a desal plant. Desal plant is basically treated water, and so how the integration point on the Barney Davis site or the Evangeline site or any other site, including our Inner Harbor and La Quinta sites, integration into our system is a critical piece of that, and it could be extremely expensive part of that process depending on where that integration point is.
And I'm asking that, and the only reason I ask that is I want the general public to know that there's a cost associated with every component or every opportunity that we have, whether it be Evangeline. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate all the hard work.
Yes, sir, and we'll set that meeting up.
Thank you.
Councilman Suckley.
Thank you. As you know, I was fortunate enough to have a tour of Barney Davis yesterday, and pretty intriguing option for us potentially. On the surface, there's some things that look like could be beneficial to us, not only from possibly the cost, but also in terms of maybe moving along quicker than maybe some of the other sites we've looked at. But you'd mentioned the fact, the 20 million gallons and the fact that this would be, I guess, an alternate site, supplemental site behind the Inner Harbor in La Quinta.
Right.
Once we get the analysis from HDR, would we consider, depending upon what that data looks like, rotating priority amongst the other sites? If we could get to the finish line quicker and or potentially at a more affordable cost, would we look at readjusting our resources and how we're applying them?
I would think so.
I guess the simple answer to that is it really depends on what the desire of the council is. I mean, we'll provide you with that data, and if it opens that door, then that door becomes open. Right now, the way that the Talon Group presented the package to us was it was a 20 MGD plant based on an alternate source of water. And they stated several times during our meeting with them, this is not to replace what we're currently working on. They made that statement several times. And the other thing that we've got to keep in consideration is the existing permits that the Talon and Barney Davis site has, that we do not jeopardize those permits in any shape, form, or fashion. So we're having to be very cautious how we negotiate or navigate through that process. But if it opens that door, the door's open, so that would be further conversation that we would have to have. The city manager obviously would direct me on what to do, but it would be, that would be a possibility.
Yeah, that's why we're studying it, council, for options for the council to consider.
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
we have numerous things in the works. So we have the Barney Davis site, we have our own Inner Harbor site, we have the La Quinta permits that are submitted to TCQ. We have the council's policy direction last week for me to work with Sean Strawbridge of the port to see how the port can help the city. That's another effort. We have the Evangeline Aquifer we're studying intensely, and we have ground storage and recovery. So 7 different things we're working on. And it's going to be the choice. It's going to be, the staff will make recommendations to professionals, but it'll be ultimately the policy setters, you all, the council, that'll decide what action to take.
Good, thank you. Just one more comment, changing gears back to the conservation. I too think we could do better. I had I think I'd emailed staff on February 4th. I went back and looked about having some sort of a signage campaign that I think would be relatively affordable for us to do, to send out to businesses and other folks that want to participate in it. And I think, although it's a big picture, it's a small amount, it's part of the puzzle, and I haven't heard back whether we're proceeding with that or not.
We are
Okay.
pursuing that option, so I appreciate that recommendation, and we have talked about that in our inner circles in our PR, and that is definitely something that we're pursuing. And what we're doing right now in the campaign that I mentioned a couple of times on our 365 is, as we meet with these groups, we have handouts and flyers and things that we give, and if they want some assistance like that, and we'll start asking about the signage for restaurants and business owners and things like that to help us promote that. It's a great idea.
Thanks, Mike.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. In looking at some of these strategies in water conservation, and I'll go back to the water conservation document on page 15, table 4.3, total water loss per capita per day. If based on your presentation where you're doing 80 million gallons a day, you have a calculated loss rate of 7.38%, which equates to about 5.9 million gallons per day of treated water that you're losing, based on what we published in the conservation plan. So the reason I bring this up is that myself, a few other council members, and the city manager went to a presentation from, I guess, the former water czar of Israel, and talked about how they did a lot of water conservation in terms of water loss. And they talked about flow meters and pressure sensors throughout their communities to try and track down these things. Can you tell me what efforts we've done in order to prevent this loss of water, treated water at 5.9 million gallons per day?
Yeah. So I would think probably the largest majority of that has to do with water line breaks. I'm not sure if you're talking about that or just lost through meters, but we have a very aggressive meter campaign where we're checking out meters, and we rely heavily on our citizens. If they've got a problem at their house with something like that happening, they'll let us know. And we try to address those as soon as we get those calls in. We are working on a program right now, which I think our director of infrastructure is coming to council on the 28th to talk about our large volume meters and updating that to give us better information and make those more accurate in how we're reading those right now. Our water loss campaign, as far as water line breaks, we have added, I think it's like 20 million, I don't know the exact number, but close to $20 million in our IDIQ contract, $17 million, I think, to replace the old lines. A big water loss is what we're experiencing when these old lines break for whatever reason. So we're trying to address that too.
Well, what they were saying is that generally when a water line breaks, it had been leaking for a long time prior to that. So the strategy in terms of what they was referring to was trying to identify those before they break.
That's right.
So you can have an opportunity to replace them. Is there any particular strategy you're using to try and identify those items that are leaking beforehand?
Well, the goal of the IDIQ contract that we have, and we've approved several of them in the past, since the first of the year, let's say. We approved several of these, and the areas that we're identifying the water line replacement are in areas where breaks are most commonly or most likely to occur, and we use like even though it's digital, we use like a pin map where we identify where the breaks are happening and where they're most frequently occurring over and over again. And those are the areas that we're targeting for water line replacement based on the age and condition and the occurrence of water breaks. But as far as any like electronic surveying or sonar or anything like that, we're not using anything like that.
Okay, I think what he's looking at is the actual lines and using pressure and flow meters in the actual water lines. So I would ask that you take a look at some strategies, because it seems like that's a low-hanging fruit in terms of water loss per day. If you're losing over 5 million gallons a day, and I knew this is a calculated one from 2020,
right.
We'd actually have to know what we're losing, and I don't know if you can actually determine that on a regular basis as to what we're actually losing.
Well, that's definitely a number that we're targeting and we're trying to lower, and I think we've done a really good job over the last 2 or 3 years have addressed that, and the number of leaks have gone from several dozen leaks per month and hundreds of leaks per year down, and that number is down significantly. And I can get you the exact numbers if you're wanting to look at that to see.
In terms of the number
the
of
impact
leaks,
we're
it's
having.
fine, but what I'm looking at is what the actual water loss is. If you can quantify what the water loss is and what we're saving or how we can prevent that, because if we can save that amount of water, and it's never going to be perfect, but it seems like that's a strategy we need to be implementing now.
Yeah, and that last comment you just made, that's the key. We'll never completely eliminate that. The system, the thousands of miles of water line that we've got in this city right now, it's impossible to eliminate that because it's not always the age and condition of the line. A large majority and more recently, a big reason that we're having a water loss is due to negligent behavior by contractors hitting our water lines that have been marked or by accident or whatever. That's always going to be out there. We work underground. That's where we live. We live underground in the utility business, and we're always going to have that. And in this changing environment, very harsh environment here, especially during the drought days. If you remember, there were a couple of days in June and July of this past year where we had upwards of 30 breaks in one day. And so that was a huge challenge for us.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Yes, ma'am.
It started with the comment with Mr. Pusley about the 50,000. He was asking that the council be, apprised of, this amount, right? We're talking 50,000. Now let's move fast forward to 500,000 for desalination, right?
50,000.
And so my point is that, the people, the residents, should be apprised as to, what we're doing. For one thing, y'all mentioned, I think Mr. Zanoni mentioned 7, options that we have. But one of the first ones was, again, I think at least 3 or 4 of us here have spoken about conservation. And again, we've had also public comment regarding conservation. And when we talk about conservation, when I hear it from you, Mr. Murphy, it's typically only residents. But we know that we're not the ones that are using the majority of the water. I know it goes back and forth. I know that it goes 50%, 70%, but it's a large enough amount of water that we do need to know what the conservation plans are for those industries. I think one of the things that I was also grateful to attend was that same presentation that my fellow councilman attended, which one of the things that was also pointed out too was that they use 87% of their water. They reuse 87%. So, and they may have 5, 6, I don't know how many desalination plants, but the first thing that they do is recycle, reuse. The other is making sure that, I don't know if you remember these, some of you were there, but that they also did not support giving or having, different rates for different users. It was all the same. Either we're all in a, drought, or we're not. So again, I just want to, I'm grateful that, we have, our councilmen that want to see more, for the public. But I'm also asking you, and we haven't received that report back, as, it's what, 135 pages, the conservation plan. But we are asking that you, and I've asked before too, I think I asked it the last time, that I actually wanted to meet or attend or go to some of these plants and bring one of our staff members, one of our engineers. I mentioned that in our meeting, so that we know that just like, we're in a modern times. I mean, we should be able to know when there is a break. I think I told you just firsthand, I think I had like a $3,000-$4,000 leak. I mean, a problem that had happened. And, if I had that kind of software in my home, that app or something that let me know, hey, listen, you've got an app, there's a leak going on. And when I did call finally the water department, they were like, oh yeah, we've seen it. It's you've had a water leak for some time. I mean, I was just paying the water bill. But again, going back to just the basics, going back to common sense, if we could challenge, just like my fellow council member said about, finding new technology or just even adapting the technology to let us know when there is leaks, because we are losing quite a bit, on just that. And I know also, isn't it the Mary Roads pipeline that we're not even using the whole, pipeline? That I don't know what the percentage is, but I've heard that, do you know what it is, Mr. Murphy? How much leakage we're using, or?
Yeah, so right now, so in the Mary Road pipeline right now, we're pushing roughly 45 million gallons a day through that pipeline, which has a capacity of upwards of 67 to 70 million gallons per day.
Mm-hmm. So we're losing. We're not even using our pipeline up to its full par.
Right, and Councilman, I'm sorry, the reason being is when we tried to increase the volume of water last summer, the pipe failed twice. We had a massive blowout, followed by a few weeks later, a second one. Mm-hmm. So we had to dial back the pressure, the water. We'd be putting 100% through if we could, but it was built in the 80s and it has a horrible maintenance record. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of what you're talking about, if I can just add, this is called decades of neglect. We're catching up. 4 years ago when I first started, this city was spending less than $3 million a year on pipe replacement, less than $3 million. We had a consultant come in that said, Corpus Christi, you guys should be spending $50 million a year. And that's what we're doing today, 30 to 50 million. But things don't turn around overnight. So things like high technologies for leaks, we're going to get there one day, but right now we're just trying to fix the pipes that have been neglected for decades.
I understand that.
Right.
And the other thing that has come to light, since running and being here at the dais is that, when the city negotiated the 25-cent exempt surcharge for the industry, we can't even touch that money to fix the pipes. Is that correct?
I believe so. That's correct. Yeah, that's for new water systems.
Right.
Right.
So, that could have helped us. But again, it's all about negotiations and about what we put as, our value, what we value first, which I think, most of us, I hope all of us feel that it is our water residents, our 500,000 water customers. That's who we put first. So Again, I think we need to do everything that we can in the future to negotiate, to make sure that we are negotiating these rates and that we all are treated equally. When we're in a drought, we're all in a drought. If we're not, we're not. So just
Right.
thank
And
you.
Councilwoman, one good thing about this council is that this is the year we'll be setting rates for the next 2 years. So in this budget that we'll present in July, that we'll have a rate adjustment for the water and wastewater. And so we're going to be looking real closely at the large volume users rate structure. And we'll probably be making some recommendations that are different than what it is today. So that'll be a big policy decision for the council to do something similar to what you're saying of a more equitable rate structure.
Yes, I would challenge also our industry partners that, water is precious. And I think sometimes maybe the only way to make most people understand, I know they're not people, they're corporations, but is maybe structure it as a progressive rate. The more you use, the more you have to pay. So.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Campos. Councilman Pusley.
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, great job. A lot of good information. And I just had two real quick questions. Are we selling any affluent today, or how are we doing on that?
Not yet. Our best customer right now is the Parks Department.
Okay.
But
are they paying their bill? That's
we actually got a good deal with those guys, but and ladies. But no, sir, we have not we've not had any takers on the effluent.
Okay.
It's just the challenge that we're having with our contractors is it's just much easier just to get a construction meter and use that potable water out of a fire hydrant.
Okay.
Next to your existing.
We may get to the point where they won't have that option. I guess is what I'd like to say is if we're going to conserve, if part of our conservation policy is to conserve as much potable water as possible, then things like watering the Veterans Cemetery and other cemeteries in this area and watering big landscape areas like that, we may ask them to only use.
That's a great point. We're already doing that with the Veterans Cemetery. They've agreed to start taking effluent water again, based on our chloride analysis. We've been working with Councilman Hernandez on that, so they have agreed to start taking that water again. And then our three local golf courses are taking that water, and right now we're looking at other options as far as effluent, providing that to areas where the pipe already exists to make that happen too.
Okay, good. And the last question is, I had given you some material here some months back about and I can't remember the name of the invasive weed that grows around the lakes. And have y'all looked into herbicide treatment for that?
That is something, and probably Esteban can talk about that more than I can. It's part of his purview to do that, and so we did go back and look at that, and the two reservoirs, we got Choke Canyon and we've got Lake Corpus Christi, and we've been working with Councilman Klein on getting him more information on the kind of herbicides that we're using, but it's all aquatic safe herbicides.
Right.
We do all of the weed control around Lake Corpus Christi. We work with I want to get this right, the Texas Parks and Wildlife, that we provide them with the materials.
They're the ones encouraging it, and they're in charge of
the one at Choke Canyon. So we provide them materials, and then they contract that work out at Choke Canyon.
Okay.
Our operators are, we have a licensed applicator that manages Lake Corpus Christi, and he's one that oversees that at Lake Corpus Christi.
Okay, because it's amazing how many thousands of gallons of water that they projected would be sucked up by those invasive plants if they're not controlled.
And we did include that. I'm sorry that you didn't, but we did include that in a memo that we sent out about a month ago.
So you did?
Yes, sir.
I guess I was on that email. Is it on the website? Sorry. Anyway, if you could forward that to me again, I would sincerely appreciate it.
I have course in
and
that.
then I just want to say one last thing I want to take up for my friends at our local heavy industries. They are under so many rules and regulations about how they handle water, what they do with their rainwater, everything. All of those guys have tremendous conservation plans in place that they work very hard on. Water costs them just like it does the rest of us, and I think they do a really good job, and I appreciate what they do. And I also appreciate the thousands of jobs that they create in this area that allows us to fix streets and do things like we're doing because they pay those taxes. So a shout out to them. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Huntram.
Thank you, Mayor. I just got some quick questions, and Mr. Zanoni, this is actually a question for you because I have been on here for a while, and we have had different things presented to us, and but what you mentioned a second ago is a big concern, especially for someone that was on here that this council worked hard to get rid of the water boils. We had dead-end lines. We were experimenting with pipe bursting and all the other things. We were told that we were spending anywhere from $10 to $17 million a year on these pipes. Now, if it was only $3 million, that's something that I think needs to be brought to our attention because we had voted on spending a lot more money, and actually we were required to by the federal government and our EPA situation at the time that we had to. So if you could get that information to us, I'd really appreciate it because that.
Councilman, I can clarify your thoughts here. So you're referring to wastewater? That may be accurate. I don't have the numbers in front of me. I was referring to water lines. We were spending 4 years ago, $3 million annually. The 17 million you're referring to is wastewater, so it's a different pipe, different line.
Yeah, and I understand that.
Right, and the consent decree that this council approved 2-3 years ago, that's a plan to address our wastewater system, including lift stations, sewer pipes, the plant. So two different budgets.
I understand that they are two different budgets, and I understand they're two different pipes. And unfortunately, I had to learn that on day one of getting onto this because we were already 3 water boils deep by the time I was on here.
Yes, sir.
But I am not referring to wastewater pipes being 17 million. I am referring to water pipes because of dead-end mains and the water sitting there and not being able to reach the rest of the city, such as Padre Island, where you had all the dead-end mains in Flower Bluff. You had 85-year-old pipes in the old country club neighborhood, which is now the Oso Golf Course area. And you had 100-year-old pipes downtown. And I'm not saying that your team isn't correct. I'm sure you are. What I'm concerned about is that we voted on this amount of money going to these pipes in the past. And if we didn't put them in there, that we don't just need to know about it. I'm probably one of the only people old enough on here that was on at the time. But the citizens do too.
Okay, we'll look into it for you,
I'd really like for y'all to look into that. And I'm not doubting that it was $3 million. Probably was. I mean, y'all look at the numbers every day, but we need to know that.
We'll get you exactly how much we've got in, that was approved for this year's budget for wastewater and water line replacement. I was talking specifically about the IDIQ contract, which is just one. We still have the work that our staff is doing in-house, but it's tens of millions of dollars more than that. But I'll get you those exact numbers so you know.
Every time y'all brought a conservancy plan up to us, I've voted for it.
Yes, sir.
I think everyone else has.
I want to make sure you get exactly the right number.
But I'm not asking for that. What I'm asking for is 7 years ago, what we voted on for millions and millions of dollars, if the city spent that money. And if not, where has it gone?
No, yes, sir, I got you.
We'll reconcile that for you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That concludes the stage 1 drought. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. So what we're going to do is go to item number 4. And item number 4, and then we'll come back to your comments, Mr. Zanoni.
Right.
Item number 4 is a motion confirming the city manager's appointment of Brandon Wade as the fire chief.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to do a short presentation here from this microphone, and then we're going to have Chief Wade come up to the podium as well. I do want to thank our firefighters that have been sitting through our council meeting so far. Thank you for being here, both the frontline firefighters and our command team that's here as well. So, Mayor, as we know, and Council, as we know, Fire Chief Robert Rocha retired in January of this year after serving 11 years with the city. We immediately began a recruitment process to include using a recruiting firm that is a division of the of the International Fire Chiefs Association. This is one of the leaders in fire, EMS, and law enforcement recruiting. They have over 40 years' experience in recruiting across the country. So we use that firm to add to our team to recruit. We had great interest from across the country. Over 30 applicants right from here, from Texas, and outside the state of Texas as well. We narrowed the 30 down to a group of 9 finalists, and then we narrowed that down one more time to a group of 4 finalists who were brought here for a day-long interview with 4 different panels. And that's an important point. And prior to the 4 panels here, there were 3 additional panels that vetted the candidates down to that 4. So there was a total of 7 different panels that we used to vet the candidates. It wasn't just one person's recommendation. So last Thursday, the 4 finalists, or 2 Thursdays ago, the 4 finalists underwent an all-day interview, including 2 panels in the morning. One of those panels included frontline firefighters of all ranks, firefighter 1s, 2s, a captain, a battalion chief. I think I saw a battalion chief, Billy Bayou, that's here. He was on that panel. And for me, that panel was one of the most instrumental in helping me confirm the 7 different panels' recommendation, because we wanted to make sure the firefighters have a strong leader in their day-to-day activity. So the afternoon panel 2 Thursdays ago also included myself and some of my teammates, and also Johnny Stobbs, who is the president of Corpus Christi Professional Local 936 Firefighters Association. I think he's here. Johnny, there's Johnny. So we appreciated Johnny being there with us in that interview, and kind of through the whole way through the process. We made sure he was aware we were using a recruiting firm and that he confirmed with it. One thing to point out here is that Chief Wade is coming into an organization where this city has a strong working relationship with the union. And we, as much as we value our employees, we also value the union. And we appreciate Johnny Stobbs being that leader of the union. We told Chief Wade we want to continue that strong, very strong, almost unprecedented work relationship we have with our union, because in the end, both win. The union wins, we win, and the community wins ultimately. So I want to thank Johnny on that. So as I mentioned, and we talk about it here, transparency, inclusivity, teamwork, those are some of the hallmarks of our organization. And that was used in the selection process because it wasn't just one panel or one person. It was 7 different panels, 5 to 7 people per panel. Ultimately, there was strong consensus among those panels to recommend to me Chief Brandon Wade as our next fire chief. And let me just give you a little bit of information about Chief Wade. So he has been in the Austin Fire Department since 1998, about 24 years. Just to put Austin in context, we're the 8th largest city. Austin's the 4th largest. Their fire department is about twice the size, a little more than twice the size of the city of Corpus Christi's fire department. So his work there over 24 years was in a pretty significant large fire department. Most recently, he oversaw the division that is known as the First Responding or the First Response Division. There, he oversaw over 900 uniform personnel, 73 fire response units, and 51 fire stations. That's his, up until recently, his area of overview. He also served as the Chief of Emergency Operations for the City of Austin. Through his tenure, he served as the Chief of Homeland Security and Special Operations in their fire department. He was responsible for regional coordination with 16 fire agencies in the Austin area. So he was a leader in that Austin Fire Department when they worked with those 16 different agencies in the Austin area. His fire experience includes beyond the fire truck and the stations. He has done numerous presentations at conferences, and he's had several advanced certifications. Brandon, in his interview, or Chief Wade, in his interview, mentioned to us his Medal of Honor, which for him was a very emotional event that took place for him to get that honor. But it's one that's not given out frequently. I think very few in the time that he was there or in the life of the Austin Fire Department. So the mayor of Austin presented to him the Medal of Honor because of a very heroic thing that he did while on duty. So Brandon has some education as well. He has a associate's degree in applied science as well as a bachelor's degree in emergency management from West Texas A&M University. So one thing that's not on my script and that I talked about is that Brandon has all those skill sets from a big fire department, but what you're going to see and what our team members are going to see and what the community will see is his extreme passion for the profession and people and being a leader. I've told my employees on numerous occasions, our employees, that we want to love going to work. We want to be inspired to go to work and perform for the community. And that's what Brandon's going to do with all of our firefighters and other personnel as well that he'll run into. He has some inspiration that was unmatched from his competitors. And we know that that's going to help us continue to progress our department forward. So with that, Chief Wade, you're going to come up and say a few comments before the Mayor and Council consider the confirmation. Let me just add for the record or for the community, the fire chief is a city manager appointment, but the city council by state law does have to confirm the fire chief and the police chief's confirmation. So that's why this item's on the agenda today. Chief Wade, yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Mayor, Council, thank you all very much for giving me the opportunity to be here. As the city manager said, Brandon Wade. I am hopefully shortly hereafter going to be the next fire chief for the city of Corpus Christi and the Corpus Christi Fire Department. And to give you a little bit of background about myself, I am a husband of over almost 23 years, a father to 8 wonderful children. I have also served, as the city manager said, with the city of Austin for almost 25 years come this summer. Currently leading the operations division and our logistics division, which includes our facilities, our fleet, and all of our shops. Throughout my career, I've been blessed to be assigned at some of our busiest firehouses, serving our engine companies, ladders, heavy rescue units, and then a chief out in the field in operations. And I've also been assigned to lead numerous divisions within the fire department, many of which you have here as well, from the Homeland Security, Special Operations, the Airport Division. I've led our training division, medical operations, recruiting, communications, and dispatch. What that has provided me is the opportunity to help lead the organization, help lead the city of Austin in achieving its goal and serving the citizens. I expect to do the same thing when I come here. Now, we do that. Many of that and the successes that have come along has been with a lot of other individuals, amazing leaders, amazing firefighters and civilian staff that we've had. And they have helped me progress to this place that I am here today. And I'd be remiss, just as any other firefighter, that my family, they are a big part of the success as well. And any public servant knows that our families make big sacrifices as we do the work for the city and serve our citizens to the highest ability that we can and that they expect. And that's a little bit about myself, but I think more importantly, I think it's the future, and it's why we're here today. And as someone has said one time, a smart person said, to be or to do. And I can assure you I'm here to do as your next fire chief. I look at some of the priorities that we will take on in my initial arrival is to continue the investment and the initiative to achieve that 4-person staffing that y'all have started to put in place, full-time 4-person staffing. The community will see the impact, but also our firefighters are going to see the impact in effective and efficient operations. It's also going to give them the greatest chance at going home at the end of their shift to their family and their loved ones, without a doubt. We're going to continue that forward momentum that y'all have set in upgrading and renovating our fire facilities. Our firefighters deserve a good work environment to work out of. I believe that they also, they don't just work there, they live there a third of their life. They deserve a place that they're proud of. But our community deserves a fire station, their neighborhood fire station. They deserve to be proud of that station as well. And y'all have started that investment. I continue to help and see that as we have done in the city of Austin as well. I look for us to continue to foster the great relationships that the Corpus Christi Fire Department has established with other city departments, with the community groups, businesses and industry, and of course our local 936. And our Firefighters Association. We're going to look at our response plans. I want to make sure Corpus Christi is putting the right resource at the right place at the right time to have the best impact for our citizens out there. And lastly, we're going to look at every program we have, the policies and procedures. Corpus Christi Fire Department is an amazing organization. That's why so many applied as well. But I want to make sure that we're at the leading edge of the EMS and fire industry in providing that service to this community and achieving the goals that y'all have set for us. So I look forward to this opportunity. I can assure you that I'm here to stand with you, to lead with you, and stand shoulder to shoulder with the women and men of a great organization as we just achieve all the opportunities in front of the city of Corpus Christi and for the Corpus Christi Fire Department. I want to thank you again for this opportunity to be here today, and thank you to the city manager and his team and the hospitality you've shown through the whole process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else?
Okay.
Thank y'all.
Okay.
So Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you now for the
Great.
any council comments or the confirmation itself.
Yes, thank you. So if we don't have council comments, we'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back and take the vote. So, Councilman Hernandez.
Sorry, I apologize. Just want to mention some questions. We do have some emergency service districts here that you're going to have to be dealing with. Hopefully, you can bring some experience on that, as well as I know we talked during that meeting about budgets and the issues with fire marshal and fire engineer. But I appreciate you being here. I'm glad you were able to escape Austin and make it down here. And welcome aboard.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on item number 4, the confirming of the city manager's appointment of Brandon Wade as as fire chief? Okay, there being no one, I will close public comment and entertain a motion to approve item number 4.
I move for approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Okay, motion carries. Chief Wade. Chief Wade, thank you. And we welcome you to Corpus Christi. Welcome to the team. Your words were very inspiring. Clearly, you're going to be a fit right into not only the council, but the community, and of course, your fire family. So welcome, and we really, really look forward to working together. Yes, sir, thank you. Okay.
Great, Mayor, thank you for taking that out of, for taking that out of order. So we're going to go back to the city manager report. We do have 2 final items. One is a quick update on the North Beach Eco Park. Nadia Chandler, our assistant city manager who oversees parks, is going to give us a quick overview. There's 2 things really, just to orient you as to what is the Eco Park, because it's there today. And then 2, talk to you a little bit about the bond program 2022 that has $100,000 to do some design work to enhance the Eco Park. So I'll turn it over to Nadia.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council. As the City Manager indicated, we will share a brief update on the North Beach Eco Park and Master Plan. By way of definition, eco parks are self-sustaining systems that generate its own energy, harvest and clean its own water, and produces its own food. Eco parks are large, connected landscapes with high nature conservation and environmental protection ambitions. And we are certainly fortunate to have this unique feature as part of the city's recreational portfolio. In 2019, the City of Corpus Christi, in partnership with the National Park Service and other local institutions, created the North Beach Eco Park Plan to protect the park's valuable natural resources and provide recommendations for recreational and educational improvements to the area. North Beach Eco Park contains 30 acres, which are all city-owned, comprised of wetland habitat, grassy areas, and a popular beach. This area serves as feeding ground for the naturally occurring species such as the black skimmer, the laughing gull, and the brown pelican, to name a few. The 30 city-owned acres are maintained by the Department of Parks and Recreation along with the Department of Public Works. The Texas Department of Transportation is responsible for maintaining the outer perimeter of the park area just adjacent to US Highway 181. In 2022, North Beach Echo Park was approved by the residents of Corpus Christi as one of 11 park projects known as Proposition B. Funding in the amount of $100,000 was allocated for the design and to continue the work at the park. Currently, North Beach Echo Parks contain 3 observation platforms, shade structures, a children's play area, parking at Dolphin Park, and access to the beach walk, and the jetty. Flanked to the south of the park is the Texas State Aquarium and USS Lexington Museum, which attracts more than 800,000 visitors a year. During the public engagement phase in 2019, participants across the city identified nature, wildlife, serenity, and beach access as the top reasons why they visit North Beach Echo Park. The most requested improvements were additional trails, boardwalks, wildlife viewing platforms, interpretive signage, recreational and educational programming. Participants also identified ecosystem protection, connectivity, and sense of community as key priorities to include in the park's master plan. And of the 3 concepts that were shared during that public engagement process, concept number 2 was selected as the preferred option, which includes the following features and amenities: restored wetland habitat, multi-purpose pavilion, boardwalks and trails, additional shade structures, an observation tower, living shoreline and oyster reefs, and traffic accommodations for Timmon Boulevard. This concept will guide the design phase of the project. We are happy to share today that Eco Park is taking shape and becoming the living classroom it should be for residents and visitors alike. While we have a ways to go with continuing with the improvements preferred by our residents, we're also happy to see nature also doing its part with restoring the park. In December of 2022, staff issued a request for qualifications to select an architectural firm. Those qualification interviews are underway with scoring to be completed next month, April. City Council consideration is tentatively scheduled for May 2023. Before I conclude my presentation, I'd like to thank staff from the city's planning department for leading the outreach and public engagement process back in 2019. And thank you, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager for the opportunity to share this update.
Councilman Pusley.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Well, I've been involved in this Echo Park things for many years, and it's nice to see it finally coming to fruition. Just a couple of comments, and I made one of these at our last meeting, I think. One of the things that accidentally has happened because of the new construction of the new Harbor Bridge and whatnot, all of those roads have been raised, and a lot of the fresh water that comes into this natural area came from that direction. So we've sort of built a, man-made block to some of that, which results in the water becoming very, very salty, highly brackish, and many of the shorebirds will not use that area for nesting or watering when the water gets very. So we're going to have to figure out how to overcome that somehow. I'm sorry Mike already left. I know a long time ago, one of the things we looked at, the city has one of those dead-end situations on North Beach for its potable water systems, and it has to go down there every so often and open a fire hydrant and drain water out into the bay. And we looked at one time of maybe even piping that back over into this area when the brackish water got, or the water got to a level where it needed to be freshened a little bit. So that's one thing we need to look at. And secondly, when we look at this request for qualifications, what I hope we see is, we have a plan in place here. We kind of know what we want to do, and we don't want to see one of these architectural presentations where they come in with an $80 million answer to a $2 million question. So we need to be really certain that we don't give people the false impression that we're going to spend an unlimited amount of money at this park, that we have a plan, We have a master plan, we have a design, and we need to kind of stick with that. So that's my only comments. But I think this is great, and I'm very happy to see it moving forward.
Councilman Roy.
You know, first of all, I want to thank the council members that were with me in 2019 when we worked hard on this project also. And, you know, when we take a look at what we've done and the challenges that we had, especially with the bridge and some of the things that we were working on, not only the wetlands on the north end, but then remember we had the issues of the wetlands on the south end there. And the things that we did, the cleanup that we did in terms of the concrete that was there. You know, we've worked hard to get this area to see the potential now that we're at the top of the hill to continue to go forward and make it a reality. So I just want to, I mean, city staff has worked hard on this for years, and it shows. I mean, when I was down during spring break, walking the area, you can tell the improvements and the diligence there that the city staff has done, and it's a great thing. It's a great thing to see us continue to move forward. And I have no doubt in my mind that it will be successful. I also think, like Councilmember Pusley said, that we need to take a look at the cost. You know, because I want to make sure that this is going to make it to the end. And if somebody comes in there with a cost that's not going to match our scope, then it's a waste of time. So can keep up the good work. Let's get this done. And, you know, it's just another exciting thing that's going on in North Beach. And there's so many things down there now that are positive. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Hunter.
Sorry, Councilman Roy took all the credit there. I was going to say the same thing as him. It was exciting to be working on this. And as Councilman Pusley doesn't know, that this was one of my learning back in the early days of looking into politics and graduating from the MBA program at A&M Corpus. This was one of the things I studied when he was working on it. So from back in the day, I just want to say I appreciate you and what you've done for North Beach.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, just one more item, and then we'll go to the regular agenda. But we did want to give a quick update on the Health District. We do have our Health Director, Dr. Fawzia Khan, here. And just to remind the council, and especially the new council members, it's a year, 1 year this month, that the prior city council reversed 30 years of a business model that really was outdated. That being, we had a two-party system running the health department. There was the county and the city, and there was really no one entity in control. And in the end, we have issues still with one, health outcomes for the community, two, wise use of taxpayer dollars when it comes to health services, and then three, the work environment was not that good for either city employees or county employees. And so we saw the opportunity to correct that, to change that. The county commissioners, almost on a unanimous vote, approved this new business model. The city council's vote numerous times was 100% consensus. All 9 council members were in favor of the new business model, to include the State Department of Health also was in favor, as was the emergency management operations of the state. So Dr. Khan was recruited, and from Oklahoma, she worked for the state health department there. She's been on board for about 5 months. Dr. Khan, is that what you said? We had an opportunity to have lunch together yesterday to see how everything's going. And today she's going to talk a little bit about the health model, but really she wanted to talk about a public health fair. That'll be the first, and she'll do this, or her team will do this annually. And so we thought it'd be timely for her to come speak to the community and the council. So Dr. Khan, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council members. Thank you for the earlier proclamation and recognizing National Public Health Week, importance of public health, and most importantly, the dedication of public health workforce. Just like the CM said, 1 year ago, several of you, in conjunction with the Commissioner's Court, approved an initiative to transition the health district to a city-led new business model. Priorities: better health outcomes, better use of taxpayers' dollars, and better work environment. I'm going to highlight a few key accomplishments that we have made since implementation of this new business model. Thank you. That's the last one. To drive the health district forward, inclusive and community-driven partnerships are extremely critical. A few that I'm going to mention are mental health counseling and crisis navigation services, both for our staff as well as for clients. We are in partnership with Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation. Nurse Family Partnership Program that gives resources to first-time mothers and also nursing support. We want the local talent to stay local. That is why we are working with Del Mar College and Texas A&M, and we are rotating their students through the health department. 9 nursing students have already completed their rotation. We are having 10 more pass, and Del Mar College starts next week as well. We are also in talks with the healthcare system, Driscoll, Christi, Spawn, to create a plan of action to address obesity, diabetes, and other chronic disease in our community. Improving the accessibility of our public health services is crucial. We want to meet where the need is. So we opened a COVID-19 vaccine clinic at the health district, offering extended hours. We are also doing drive-through vaccination services at the Horn location. December 2022, we partnered with Nueces County to provide direct chronic disease prevention services at 8 mobile locations we have conducted since December, and that includes Robstown, Port Aransas, Bishop, Driscoll, Benquete, Agua Dulce. February 12th, we open our Robstown clinic after 7 years. We have provided disease prevention services and immunizations there. We are providing them twice a week. One thing that I do want to bring to your attention is that we have conducted outreach with 6 nursing homes and 3 assisted living facilities, and we have provided them 2,600 COVID-19 tests. Again, sustainability is very important for any organization. In the past 5 months, and so we have received over $4 million. Better work environment, just like the CM said. We want the best for our team. So as of this time, we have taken small steps. We have changed the lighting fixture. We have completed the paint. We have updated the PA system. Health and wellness policy, health and wellness initiatives for our own team. So we have new gym equipment, and we have opened the gym, again, extended hours, so the staff can come in early and stay late if they want to. And also monthly in-service training. Every last Friday of the month from 8 to 12, we are going to make sure that we have a new health topic or several health topics for our staff. We are working very closely for DSHS because they are our guiding force for public health. We are working with CDC and other grantors. We met with the Associate Commissioner of Regional and Local Health Operations, David Gruber, and the Medical Director for Region 11. They came to the health district. They were pretty pleased with our operations and liked what they saw and heard. Going forward, we would also be doing a community health assessment. We want to know what the community needs are from the community. The assessment will help us come up with a community health improvement plan. It will be data-driven. And I'm here today to invite you all to tour your health district. We are having an annual public health fair, April 5, from 12 p.m. to 7 p.m. We are going to walk you through the health department. We want the connection with our community, so we are opening our doors to our community. We are going to walk you through the programs, mention a few services, offer you some screenings, and you have also received community resource guide. This is a tool that we want to have. It will be available online. We'll have printed copy with our partners and also for our community. Again, if you do not or cannot make it to the health department and you have access to CCRTA, all you have to tell them is you're going for the health fair and you'll get free rides. Please put the information. All of you have received a calendar invite from my office. Please share it on your Facebook. We want the community to come. District 2, District 3, the zip codes that we are housed in, we are there for the community. So we would really appreciate all of you to visit us. as per your time, again, 12 to 7 p.m. We are there to welcome you. The Community Resource Guide, this is helpful information for people looking for services. And again, just like I mentioned, it will be available online, and hard copies will also be available for not so techno-savvy. Thank you very much. Any questions I can answer?
Yes. So, Dr. Khan, do you have something we can use to share on our social media for the health fair?
Yes,
A
ma'am.
graphic? Maybe you can send that, or somebody can send that to the council?
Sure thing.
So we can attach that to whatever to put out.
Yes,
that'd
we
be
have
wonderful.
sent a save the date card to all of you, but I'll send another flyer. Yes.
Just the graph, or the flyer, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly, that's perfect. So have we done a health fair before, or has it been some time, or have we ever done it?
It has been done in the past.
It has been done in the past.
Years I've been here, we've never done any, so this will be the first,
Yeah, I was going to say, in the almost 7 years I've been here, I don't recall, so that's wonderful. I commend you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you
very much,
Dr.
and
Khan.
I look forward to seeing.
We have a couple of comments or questions. Councilman Presley.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the health fairs are great. We hosted them when I was at the county, especially at the school districts, and you wouldn't imagine the number of people who will take advantage of that. So getting the word out is really important. I wanted to ask you, one of the things that we found out that children who come from low-income, disadvantaged families have a challenge with is many of the school districts require for them to participate in extracurricular activities, sports, and other things. They have to get a physical, and those physicals are expensive. They have to go to a doctor and get a physical and bring it to the school, and that was one of the things we started offering at our health clinics. And there would be kids lined up around the building, and I had mothers come up to me and just tears, thanking us because, this one lady came up, she said, I'm a single mom, I have 4 children in a school district. She said there was no way I could pay for all these physicals. So is that something that we can entertain doing as well, maybe, or is that beyond your scope of
As council member, we can look into it. As of this time, we are still in the process of reorganization and
Okay.
seeing where we are heading. The community health assessment that I mentioned, we are going to do it like as widely as possible, and that will tell us what the needs are. And if that comes from the community, we can look into
Okay,
it.
good. Well, thank you very much. I
Of course.
appreciate everything
Thank
you're
you.
doing. It's really going well. Thank you.
Thank you very
And
much.
that's a great point. They're $70. What do you call it? Physical, $70. It's times 4, exactly. Dr. Khan, I love this little booklet. This is a really great resource. Now, did you created this?
The team did, yes.
The team created
The health
it.
department team.
This is wonderful. Where is this going?
Everywhere. We'll try to spread it out as.
Okay.
There are 2 versions of it. The small one will be available in our waiting room. Of course, we want to share with you, wanted
Yes.
to share this. And it will also be available with all the partners that are in there, but also all the services, like service providers.
Sure.
Community
sure.
partners.
And Peter, what is that one you have? Is that, it was just a larger version?
This is a
Okay.
larger version.
Okay,
yeah.
so I would love to suggest that we put these in our libraries.
We'll do that.
Place a little deal there with some of them. I think that'd be great.
We'll do that.
Yes, thank you. Councilwoman Campos.
And just, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add, we'll be having 13 to 15 community partners at the health tour as well. So we have invited folks that serve the zip codes, and several of the partners will be there.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. Me too. I just wanted to give you kudos on this. As a matter of fact, the only thing that I'm going to suggest is this. And I don't know if it's within, I guess because now I'm a city council person, people call me for various issues. But one of the issues that has come up is with, the housing, like with the, just houses that are not kept well and they're not, they try to bring their issues to the person, that's got that house. The problem is this, that I ended up calling neighborhood services, but I don't know if the rest of the community knows that when they are having issues with the landlord, you know, and I don't want to say slum, but, you know, when there's evidence that there's just, I mean, there was horrible pictures that were taken of this house. I'm just wondering, could this also be added to your community guide? Because I love this community guide. I mean, it is so informational, and I was looking to see, you know, people that have issues with housing, with, you know, some landlords that are not keeping up, because that is a health issue. As a matter of fact, the reason that it was brought to my attention is because it was rats, crawling all over the house, and, you know, and it's a definite health issue. And I know it's not, I mean, you can't do it all, I know. But this is a great start. And I just like, when I saw it, that's the first thing I went to. I tried to go see if it was in there. So, you know, maybe in the next publication, if it's possible, maybe have a phone number, I don't know, from neighborhood services, because that's who I ended up turning that issue to. But if that's not it, then we need to investigate who would be the best entity to take care of that. Do we know, Peter?
Yeah, we do. So you did the right thing, Councilwoman Campos. Our Housing and Neighborhood Services Department does have staff to manage that housing. So there is a section on here on rent, utilities. We could probably add it right under there. There's a little bit of space. So fair housing is a federal law, Councilwoman, and we do have resources locally in our own team, and then through the state and the federal government. So we investigate those cases that are substandard, like you discussed here today, and we'll be glad to put that on because it is somewhat of a public health circumstance.
Okay, wait, what did you say where it was in the rent and utilities?
Well, there's a section on the back page of right in the back section here called rent utilities, so we could put it under that section.
Yes.
Housing, maybe change it to housing, rent, utilities.
Okay.
And fair housing numbers. There's several, but we'll put them there. We'll
Okay.
work with Dr. Khan. It is a different department, but that's okay.
Sure thing. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Good suggestion.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. Real quick, I noticed in your presentation you didn't mention anything about COVID. And I went to your page, web page, in terms of numbers of COVID. Are you seeing, I mean, not being a health issue anymore, or what are your thoughts?
We have noticed a decline in COVID cases, but since we have closed our mall location, we are seeing more number of people coming in the health department. And now what we are doing is my team, people who are not up to date on their boosters, they are picking up the phone and calling folks that you should come in for your COVID shot. So we are still continuing to provide COVID boosters and all other vaccines.
So when you're saying COVID boosters, are you just talking about the people that came in for the initial shot or had shots through the health district or department?
We want everyone to be up to date, so we are sharing health education information on our social media, but also people who came in for their first dose or the second dose, we are also reaching out to them so that they are up to date on their vaccine.
Okay, and there are a segment of the population that don't believe in the vaccine, which I understand, and are specifically probably shouldn't get it. What are your stance on that?
We want everyone to be safe, and we want people to be vaccinated so that they can stay healthy and also protect others.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think.
Can I just add one thing, since Councilman brought up vaccines? We sent, I think yesterday, Councilman, a memo, or it's going to go out today, on our firefighters where there was a requirement from all three hospitals to be vaccinated for COVID as well as flu. Two of the hospitals that we train our firefighters in on clinicals, that being Spawn and Doctors Regional or Medical Center, relaxed those and allowed for exemptions. However, Driscoll did not until just recently, and so that restriction was waived to now you can ask for an exemption. And so going forward, we shouldn't have any issue with any of our firefighter paramedics in training, the cadets, because if they don't want to get a COVID booster, COVID shot or a flu shot for that matter, they can petition the hospitals and get a waiver, and then they can be admitted into our cadet training.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sinoni.
Thank you.
Dr. Khan, thank you so much.
Thank you
for
so
being
much
here.
for your time.
Yes, okay, so, Mr. Zanoni, that concludes your manager.
Yes, it
update.
does, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, great. So what we'll do, I think we're going to go ahead and recess for lunch. The council will go into executive session on items 23 and 24 per Texas Government Code Section 551.071. We will return.
The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will get you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call.
We've all dealt with the hassles of traveling. Traffic, long lines, security, layovers. What if there was a smarter way? When you fly out of Corpus Christi International Airport, you get all the modern amenities you love with the stress-free convenience of flying local. So you can skip the hassle and get right to the good parts, taking off and returning home. Fly smarter, not harder, at flyccia.com.
When emergencies strike, stay informed with Reverse Alert. Everything from incoming severe weather, traffic alerts, police and fire activity, industry alerts, and citywide information. Reverse Alert will provide you time-sensitive information to keep you safe. Signing up is a fast and easy process. Text BeReadyCCNC to 888-777 or visit cctexas.com/alert sign up. Choose to receive notifications by phone call, text, or email. And with fully customizable options, you pick what notifications you want to receive. And you can designate what hours of the day that you don't want to be disturbed. Stay informed, stay aware, stay alert. Sign up for Reverse Alert today.
Beach to Bay is back. Join us Saturday, May 20th for the 46th annual Beach to Bay Relay Marathon. Participate with over 8,000 runners in a 26.2-mile six-leg event. Runners start in the sands of North Padre Island, cross the JFK Causeway, travel through Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, and finish along our scenic Shoreline Boulevard. For the first time, you can choose from 3 separate events to participate. Run as a team in the 6-person relay, split up the run with your partner in the 2-person relay, or challenge yourself and run the entire 26.2-mile marathon solo. Register online at beachtobayrelay.com. Beach to Bay starts at 7 a.m. on Saturday, May 20th. Come be a part of Corpus Christi's biggest relay marathon tradition. Join family, friends, and the community at Beach to Bay 2023.
Your safety is important at Corpus Christi beaches. A beach warning flag system is in place to let you know what weather conditions you can expect before getting into the water. There are 5 different beach warning flags. The main 3 are green, yellow, and red. Green means go. The water is calm and it is safe to swim. Just swim with care. Yellow means caution. The waves are getting bigger and there may be a small rip current. We recommend adult or lifeguard supervision while swimming. Red means stop. Danger is ahead. The surf is dangerous with strong winds, big waves, and strong rip currents. Do not enter the ocean in red flag conditions unless you are a very strong swimmer. And do not let your kids swim at all. The last two flags are purple and orange. Purple indicates the presence of harmful sea animals, jellyfish, sharks, or other venomous marine life have been spotted close to shore. And orange means there is an environmental hazard in the air or water quality. The conditions are not safe for your health. Make sure to check the weather and water conditions when heading out to the beach. Follow us on Facebook at Corpus Christi Beaches or visit cctexas.com/beaches for daily warning flag updates and surf conditions.
Many households in our community rely on natural gas. It's important to know how to detect a gas leak and how to report it. You can detect gas leaks through sight, smell, and sound. If you see dead vegetation near a pipeline, smell rotting eggs, or hear a hissing noise, there could be a leak nearby. Make sure to leave the area immediately. If you suspect a gas leak, call the gas department at 311. Do not light a match and avoid using any electrical switches so you don't create a spark that could start a fire. Also, avoid driving into the area. Your vehicle's engine may ignite the vapors. And do not attempt to extinguish any fire that might start. Natural gas is a part of the City of Corpus Christi's utility system, and keeping our residents safe is our top priority. For more information, visit cctexas.com/gas.
The City of Corpus Christi reminds you there are small, everyday ideas you can use to protect us from drought-related water shortages. Inside your home, install modernized plumbing, low-flow shower heads, and simply turn off the faucet when not in use. Outside your home, make smart landscaping choices, limit your watering, and don't water during the hottest part of the day. Simple choices that will save water for the community and save money on your utility bill. We can all drink to that.
The cost of repairing or replacing leaky or old gas lines could be too much for some residents of Corpus Christi. The City of Corpus Christi, in partnership with NextEra, is here to help you. The Plumbers to People program is dedicated to the safety and well-being of Corpus Christi residents by helping with repairs for their homes. We have partnered with multiple plumbers in the community to repair and replace old leaking gas lines free of charge to the consumer. The purpose of the program is to bring peace of mind to the community and offer support to those in need. To learn more, contact 826-CITY. The Plumbers to People program is here to help you.
Your public libraries are now accessible at your fingertips. From our free digital resources options, tap into Discovery and read, listen, watch digital content all from the comfort of your home. Anytime and anywhere you go, you can now borrow ebooks, audiobooks, movies, music, magazines, and watch educational programs. Our digital resources offers thousands of titles to choose from, all from your computer, tablet, or phone. And did we mention? It's all free. Visit cctexas.com/library for more information on how to sign up.
Corpus Christi Water is here to demonstrate how to look at your water meter to spot potential water loss from leaky pipes. First, turn off all water fixtures, including faucets, hoses, ice makers, and irrigation systems. Next, locate your water meter. Corpus Christi water meters will always be in the utility easement, which may be in the front of your home or in your backyard. Remove the meter box lid. On the top of the meter, there is a register with numbers. These numbers show how much water is being used. Each meter will also have a flow indicator with a red line or possibly a small red triangle. A flow indicator that is not moving indicates that no water is going through your meter and you do not have a leak. If the flow indicator is moving, water is flowing through your system even though you turned off all fixtures. This means you may have a leak. Look for a leak in or around your home and repair it as soon as possible, or contact a certified plumber for help. If you have any issues with your water or wastewater, please dial 311.
Whether you're a homeowner planting a tree or a contractor working on a job site, always call 811 at least 2 days before you dig. It's free, it's easy, and it's the law. Call 811 to provide dig location and project information. A specialist will then come to your location and mark the underground line, allowing you to work safely without any delay. Your safety is our priority. Know what's below and call 811 before you dig.
Before you head out to the beach, make sure you grab your beach permit. For only $12, this permit provides access to explore and enjoy miles of our local beaches. Permits are required, so be sure to display the sticker on your vehicle. All the funds from the permit sales will be used to provide clean and safe beaches for all our visitors to enjoy. The permit is good until December 31st, so come back and visit us as often as you like.
A major issue at recycling facilities today is when plastic shopping bags are incorrectly added to the recycling bin. Plastic bags are accepted at many retail or grocery store recycling drop-off bins, but these items are not accepted in your local recycling program. When recycling plastic bags and overwrap at these retail drop-off locations, it is important to remove any receipts or stickers from the plastic and make sure it is clean and dry. The types of soft plastic accepted at these drop-off locations include thin plastic shopping bags, zip-top storage bags, bubble wrap, plastic mailers, and plastic overwrap packaging. The key to becoming a better recycler is to sort your waste correctly so you can recycle more. This helps reduce your waste in landfills and has a positive impact on the environment. Thank you for recycling.
The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will give you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call. The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will get you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call.
We've all dealt with the hassles of traveling. Traffic, long lines, security, layovers. What if there was a smarter way? When you fly out of Corpus Christi International Airport, you get all the modern amenities you love with the stress-free convenience of flying local. So you can skip the hassle and get right to the good parts, taking off and returning home. Fly smarter, not harder, at flyccia.com.
When emergencies strike, stay informed with Reverse Alert. Everything from incoming severe weather, traffic alerts, police and fire activity, industry alerts, and citywide information. Reverse Alert will provide you time-sensitive information to keep you safe. Signing up is a fast and easy process. Text BeReadyCCNC to 888-777 or visit cctexas.com/alert signup. Choose to receive notifications by phone call, text, or email. And with fully customizable options, you pick what notifications you want to receive. And you can designate what hours of the day that you don't want to be disturbed. Stay informed, stay aware, stay alert. Sign up for Reverse Alert today.
Beach to Bay is back. Join us Saturday, May 20th for the 46th annual Beach to Bay Relay Marathon. Participate with over 8,000 runners in a 26.2-mile six-leg event. Runners start in the sands of North Padre Island, cross the JFK Causeway, travel through Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, and finish along our scenic Shoreline Boulevard. For the first time, you can choose from 3 separate events to participate. Run as a team in the 6-person relay, split up the run with your partner in the 2-person relay, or challenge yourself and run the entire 26.2-mile marathon solo. Register online at beachtobayrelay.com. Beach to Bay starts at 7 a.m. on Saturday, May 20th. Come be a part of Corpus Christi's biggest relay marathon tradition. Join family, friends, and the community at Beach to Bay 2023.
Your safety is important at Corpus Christi beaches. A beach warning flag system is in place to let you know what weather conditions you can expect before getting into the water. There are 5 different beach warning flags. The main 3 are green, yellow, and red. Green means go. The water is calm and it is safe to swim. Just swim with care. Yellow means caution. The waves are getting bigger and there may be a small rip current. We recommend adult or lifeguard supervision while swimming. Red means stop. Danger is ahead. The surf is dangerous with strong winds, big waves, and strong rip currents. Do not enter the ocean in red flag conditions unless you are a very strong swimmer. And do not let your kids swim at all. The last 2 flags are purple and orange. Purple indicates the presence of harmful sea animals, jellyfish, sharks, or other venomous marine life have been spotted close to shore. And orange means there is an environmental hazard in the air or water quality. The conditions are not safe for your health. Make sure to check the weather and water conditions when heading out to the beach. Follow us on Facebook at Corpus Christi Beaches or visit cctexas.com/beaches for daily warning flag updates and surf conditions.
Many households in our community rely on natural gas. It's important to know how to detect a gas leak and how to report it. You can detect gas leaks through sight, smell, and sound. If you see dead vegetation near a pipeline, smell rotting eggs, or hear a hissing noise, there could be a leak nearby. Make sure to leave the area immediately. If you suspect a gas leak, call the gas department at 311. Do not light a match and avoid using any electrical switches so you don't create a spark that could start a fire. Also, avoid driving into the area. Your vehicle's engine may ignite the vapors. And do not attempt to extinguish any fire that might start. Natural gas is a part of the City of Corpus Christi's utility system, and keeping our residents safe is our top priority. For more information, visit cctexas.com/gas.
The City of Corpus Christi reminds you there are small, everyday ideas you can use to protect us from drought-related water shortages. Inside your home, install modernized plumbing, low-flow shower heads, and simply turn off the faucet when not in use. Outside your home, make smart landscaping choices, limit your watering, and don't water during the hottest part of the day. Simple choices that will save water for the community and save money on your utility bill. We can all drink to that.
The cost of repairing or replacing leaky or old gas lines could be too much for some residents of Corpus Christi. The City of Corpus Christi, in partnership with NextEra, is here to help you. The Plumbers to People program is dedicated to the safety and well-being of Corpus Christi residents by helping with repairs for their homes. We have partnered with multiple plumbers in the community to repair and replace old leaking gas lines free of charge to the consumer. The purpose of the program is to bring peace of mind to the community and offer support to those in need. To learn more, contact 826-CITY. The Plumbers to People program is here to help you.
Your public libraries are now accessible at your fingertips. From our free digital resources options, tap into discovery and read, listen, watch digital content all from the comfort of your home. Anytime and anywhere you go, you can now borrow ebooks, audiobooks, movies, music, magazines, and watch educational programs. Our digital resources offers thousands of titles to choose from, all from your computer, tablet, or phone. And did we mention? It's all free. Visit cctexas.com/library for more information on how to sign up.
Corpus Christi Water is here to demonstrate how to look at your water meter to spot potential water loss from leaky pipes. First, turn off all water fixtures, including faucets, hoses, ice makers, and irrigation systems. Next, locate your water meter. Corpus Christi water meters will always be in the utility easement, which may be in the front of your home or in your backyard. Remove the meter box lid. On the top of the meter, there is a register with numbers. These numbers show how much water is being used. Each meter will also have a flow indicator with a red line or possibly a small red triangle. A flow indicator that is not moving indicates that no water is going through your meter and you do not have a leak. If the flow indicator is moving, water is flowing through your system even though you turned off all fixtures. This means you may have a leak. Look for a leak in or around your home and repair it as soon as possible, or contact a certified plumber for help. If you have any issues with your water or wastewater, please dial 311.
Whether you're a homeowner planting a tree or a contractor working on a job site, always call 811 at least 2 days before you dig. It's free, it's easy, and it's the law. Call 811 to provide dig location and project information. A specialist will then come to your location and mark the underground line, allowing you to work safely without any delay. Your safety is our priority. Know what's below and call 811 before you dig.
Before you head out to the beach, make sure you grab your beach permit. For only $12, this permit provides access to explore and enjoy miles of our local beaches. Permits are required, so be sure to display the sticker on your vehicle. All the funds from the permit sales will be used to provide clean and safe beaches for all our visitors to enjoy. The permit is good until December 31st, so come back and visit us as often as you like.
A major issue at recycling facilities today is when plastic shopping bags are incorrectly added to the recycling bin. Plastic bags are accepted at many retail or grocery store recycling drop-off bins, but these items are not accepted in your local recycling program. When recycling plastic bags and overwrap at these retail drop-off locations, it is important to remove any receipts or stickers from the plastic and make sure it is clean and dry. The types of soft plastic accepted at these drop-off locations include thin plastic shopping bags, zip-top storage bags, bubble wrap, plastic mailers, and plastic overwrap packaging. The key to becoming a better recycler is to sort your waste correctly so you can recycle more. This helps reduce your waste in landfills and has a positive impact on the environment. Thank you for recycling.
The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will get you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call. The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will get you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call.
We've all dealt with the hassles of traveling. Traffic, long lines, security, layovers. And what if there was a smarter way? When you fly out of Corpus Christi International Airport, you get all the modern amenities you love with the stress-free convenience of flying local. So you can skip the hassle and get right to the good parts, taking off and returning home. Fly smarter, not harder, at flyccia.com.
When emergencies strike, stay informed with Reverse Alert. Everything from incoming severe weather, traffic alerts, police and fire activity, industry alerts, and citywide information. Reverse Alert will provide you time-sensitive information to keep you safe. Signing up is a fast and easy process. Text BeReadyCCNC to 888-777 or visit cctexas.com/alert signup. Choose to receive notifications by phone call, text, or email. And with fully customizable options, you pick what notifications you want to receive. And you can designate what hours of the day that you don't want to be disturbed. Stay informed, stay aware, stay alert. Sign up for Reverse Alert today.
Beach to Bay is back. Join us Saturday, May 20th for the 46th annual Beach to Bay Relay Marathon. Participate with over 8,000 runners in a 26.2-mile six-leg event. Runners start in the sands of North Padre Island, cross the JFK Causeway, travel through Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, and finish along our scenic Shoreline Boulevard. For the first time, you can choose from 3 separate events to participate. Run as a team in the 6-person relay, split up the run with your partner in the 2-person relay, or challenge yourself and run the entire 26.2-mile marathon solo. Register online at beachtobayrelay.com. Beach to Bay starts at 7 a.m. on Saturday, May 20th. Come be a part of Corpus Christi's biggest relay marathon tradition. Join family, friends, and the community at Beach to Bay 2023.
Your safety is important at Corpus Christi beaches. A beach warning flag system is in place to let you know what weather conditions you can expect before getting into the water. There are 5 different beach warning flags. The main 3 are green, yellow, and red. Green means go. The water is calm and it is safe to swim. Just swim with care. Yellow means caution. The waves are getting bigger and there may be a small rip current. We recommend adult or lifeguard supervision while swimming. Red means stop. Danger is ahead. The surf is dangerous with strong winds, big waves, and strong rip currents. Do not enter the ocean in red flag conditions unless you are a very strong swimmer. And do not let your kids swim at all. The last 2 flags are purple and orange. Purple indicates the presence of harmful sea animals, jellyfish, sharks, or other venomous marine life have been spotted close to shore. And orange means there is an environmental hazard in the air or water quality. The conditions are not safe for your health. Make sure to check the weather and water conditions when heading out to the beach. Follow us on Facebook at Corpus Christi Beaches or visit cctexas.com/beaches for daily warning flag updates and surf conditions.
Many households in our community rely on natural gas. It's important to know how to detect a gas leak and how to report it. You can detect gas leaks through sight, smell, and sound. If you see dead vegetation near a pipeline, smell rotting eggs, or hear a hissing noise, there could be a leak nearby. Make sure to leave the area immediately. If you suspect a gas leak, call the gas department at 311. Do not light a match and avoid using any electrical switches so you don't create a spark that could start a fire. Also, avoid driving into the area. Your vehicle's engine may ignite the vapors. And do not attempt to extinguish any fire that might start. Natural gas is a part of the City of Corpus Christi's utility system, and keeping our residents safe is our top priority. For more information, visit cctexas.com/gas.
The City of Corpus Christi reminds you there are small, everyday ideas you can use to protect us from drought-related water shortages. Inside your home, install modernized plumbing, low-flow shower heads, and simply turn off the faucet when not in use. Outside your home, make smart landscaping choices, limit your watering, and don't water during the hottest part of the day. Simple choices that will save water for the community and save money on your utility bill. We can all drink to that.
The cost of repairing or replacing leaky or old gas lines could be too much for some residents of Corpus Christi. The City of Corpus Christi, in partnership with NextEra, is here to help you. The Plumbers to People program is dedicated to the safety and well-being of Corpus Christi residents by helping with repairs for their homes. We have partnered with multiple plumbers in the community to repair and replace old leaking gas lines free of charge to the consumer. The purpose of the program is to bring peace of mind to the community and offer support to those in need. To learn more, contact 826-CITY. The Plumbers to People program is here to help you.
Your public libraries are now accessible at your fingertips. From our free digital resources options, tap into discovery and read, listen, watch digital content all from the comfort of your home. Anytime and anywhere you go, you can now borrow ebooks, audiobooks, movies, music, magazines, and watch educational programs. Our digital resources offers thousands of titles to choose from, all from your computer, tablet, or phone. And did we mention? It's all free. Visit cctexas.com/library for more information on how to sign up.
Corpus Christi Water is here to demonstrate how to look at your water meter to spot potential water loss from leaky pipes. First, turn off all water fixtures, including faucets, hoses, ice makers, and irrigation systems. Next, locate your water meter. Corpus Christi water meters will always be in the utility easement, which may be in the front of your home or in your backyard. Remove the meter box lid. On the top of the meter, there is a register with numbers. These numbers show how much water is being used. Each meter will also have a flow indicator with a red line or possibly a small red triangle. A flow indicator that is not moving indicates that no water is going through your meter and you do not have a leak. If the flow indicator is moving, water is flowing through your system even though you turned off all fixtures. This means you may have a leak. Look for a leak in or around your home and repair it as soon as possible, or contact a certified plumber for help. If you have any issues with your water or wastewater, please dial 311.
Whether you're a homeowner planting a tree or a contractor working on a job site, always call 811 at least 2 days before you dig. It's free, it's easy, and it's the law. Call 811 to provide dig location and project information. A specialist will then come to your location and mark the underground line, allowing you to work safely without any delay. Your safety is our priority. Know what's below and call 811 before you dig.
Before you head out to the beach, make sure you grab your beach permit. For only $12, this permit provides access to explore and enjoy miles of our local beaches. Permits are required, so be sure to display the sticker on your vehicle. All the funds from the permit sales will be used to provide clean and safe beaches for all our visitors to enjoy. The permit is good until December 31st, so come back and visit us as often as you like.
A major issue at recycling facilities today is when plastic shopping bags are incorrectly added to the recycling bin. Plastic bags are accepted at many retail or grocery store recycling drop-off bins, but these items are not accepted in your local recycling program. When recycling plastic bags and overwrap at these retail drop-off locations, it is important to remove any receipts or stickers from the plastic and make sure it is clean and dry. The types of soft plastic accepted at these drop-off locations include thin plastic shopping bags, zip-top storage bags, bubble wrap, plastic mailers, and plastic overwrap packaging. The key to becoming a better recycler is to sort your waste correctly so you can recycle more. This helps reduce your waste in landfills and has a positive impact on the environment. Thank you for recycling.
The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will give you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call.
we'll go ahead and reconvene our meeting, and we are going to go straight to Section J, which is the consent agenda, items 5 through 10. So do we have any requests from council members to pull any items 5 through 10? Okay, item number 10 is pulled. Anyone else? Okay, there being no other items, I will go ahead and entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of item number 10.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So item number 10 is an ordinance authorizing the acceptance and appropriation of a $25,000 grant from the Texas Historical Commission Certified Local Government Program for the Upper West Side Historic Resource Survey Project. And Councilman Pusley.
Yes. Al, thank you. I just wanted to have a little more information about what the goal here is and what we expect will be the end results, because I read through this, I thought fairly carefully, and it just, to me, it seems fairly open-ended about what the ultimate goal here is to, other than we're going to survey.
You're going to survey the Upper West Side,
The upper, what you call the Upper West Side. When I was growing up, it was where all the rich people lived, but now it's called the Upper West Side. But anyway, I mean, what are the goals here for this project?
It's just a document from, it's over about 3,000 parcels in the
Are we
Upper
looking
West Side.
for historical buildings, or?
We're going to document what's there, right, so that we can make recommendations after the survey.
Okay. Are there any stipulations that are going to come with this from the Texas Historical Commission? Because every time I've been involved with them, when they give out money, they put hooks with the money that we have to do certain things. So
The only stipulations that we have to complete this by 2025.
Okay. And no other stipulations at all?
No.
Okay. Okay, very good. That's all I had. Thank you. Make
Okay.
a motion, we approve.
Okay, any further discussion? Thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So we'll go to Section L, public hearings, items 11 and 12. Item number 11 is case numbers 1022-07, Ariba Development, located in District 1.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 10902 IH37 from RS6, Single Family 6 District, to RM1, Multifamily 1 District, and RM2, Multifamily 2 District. The subject property is 14.63 acres in size, and it is not platted. The applicant is Ariba Development, LLC. The purpose of this request is to allow for the development of a 280-unit apartment complex. The subject property is part of the Northwest Area Development Plan. The Northwest Area Development Plan and the future land use map calls for low-density residential. If this rezoning is approved, that would warrant an amendment to the future land use map. To the north of the subject property is a mobile home park zoned RS6. To the east and west are residential developments and residential lots zoned RS6. And to the south of the subject property, of course, is IH37. 39 notices were mailed out within a 200-foot notification area. 8 were returned in opposition, represented by 8 separate property owners, and 0 were returned in favor. The 8 in opposition also indicates that 21.73% of the landowners within a 200-foot notification area are opposed to this rezoning. This is a perspective view of the subject property as it relates to Sessions Road and the ingress and egress from IH37. The future land use map recommends low-density residential as well as the area development plan. Sessions Road Sessions Road is on the infrastructure design map as a C1 minor residential collector. Currently, Sessions Road is only consists of 41 feet in right-of-way width and 20 feet of pavement for 2 lanes. There is insufficient road infrastructure to support the traffic that will be generated by the proposed development at this time. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial of the rezoning request and approval of an RS6 with an SP, Single Family 6 district with a special permit. The conditions are as follows. The use allowed under the designated zoning district will be allowed with the exception of the multifamily apartment complex. Maxed out at 280 units, which means it will not exceed 20 dwelling units per acre. Buffer yards will be required where the development comes in contact with a residential use or residential development. The buffer yard is a type B buffer, which is 10 feet in space and 10 points. Building height, no apartment complex building or non-residential building will be any closer to the property line than 2 times the height of the structure. Sessions Road. Sessions Road will be reconstructed as a rural street section. That will include adding a pavement section, improving stormwater management of the existing right-of-way and road dedication as well. IH-37 is on here because even though TxDOT has said to us, we don't think delineators are required. This intersection is not as hazardous as we think it is. Still, we are requiring a developer to continuously keep communications open with TxDOT, just in case in the future things change in terms of the safety of the intersection. And of course, with other requirements, the special conditions do not preclude requirements from the UDC or other building and fire codes. And as always, the time limit is that a complete building permit application must be submitted at least 12 months before this permit will expire. With that, I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Roy.
Thank you. So I want to briefly just talk a little bit about, because this item was on the agenda before and then we held off on voting on it, and I just want to talk a little bit about, as the District 1 council member, and what we did in terms of looking at this site. So, we had some feedback from the community, and Council Member Pusley lives, about a mile from the location. So we actually met, and so that was the Assistant City Manager. We had Development Services, the engineer that was involved, the developer that was involved. The mayor came out. Am I missing anybody else?
I don't think so.
We had a community member that came out, and also, so we walked Sessions Road. Now that road is cumbersome because it's probably the last road in terms of development in that area, because anything else beyond that is basically kind of rural in nature. And the problem, there's some challenges with that road in that it's very narrow. It's got a drop off on each side. There's homes on one side. So in order to be able to expand, and we wanted to make sure the developer and his engineer understood this, the developer was actually agreeable
to dedicate property on the side, right?
His property on the side to make this road happen. At the end of the day, number one, it's going to widen this road to make it a lot safer. The other thing is that when you take a look at the drainage system, and I talked specifically with the developer about the drainage. It's going to also give the opportunity when they widen that to also improve that drainage there. In addition to that, one of the things that the mayor and assistant city manager we talked about is that you have about 350 feet from the edge of the property that the developer would be responsible until we get to McKenzie. And we talked about the city looking at widening that portion. So all of those things would help that neighborhood out, because it's, you know, we have school buses that go down that street, and it's fairly narrow. It's very narrow. To say all of that, the developer also said that he is willing to put bus stops inside the development so that the kids wouldn't have to be on the side of the road, that they would actually be able to turn in there. I also met with the superintendent and Councilmember Pusley of Toloso Midway, because that's their school district, talked to them and the impact that he felt that development would have on the school district. And it was interesting because based on the other apartments in the area, he said that it's not really a one-for-one. And he felt that, what was it, Mike, about 50 or 60 students that he may pick up from that development. So it's not 5%, you know, it's,
Understood.
yeah, it's a little bit different than what we normally look at with a single family residence. Being all that said, you know, I think overall we have an opportunity here, first and foremost, not only to have a good development that is going to provide homes. Then the nice thing about this location, that it's within 25 miles of Steel Dynamics. It's close to the port. It's close to downtown. And as you know, with housing prices that are going up, then of course there's, unfortunately, people are looking at alternative ways to live, and there's some people are moving back to apartments. So all those things that we did and the work that we've done into this, I support this project. You know, I'm sure that we'll have some public comment and we'll be able to talk a little bit more about it. But I just wanted to brief everybody on what we did to get to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Klein.
Yeah, thank you. Al, I don't know if this came up before or not. If it did, I've forgotten already. I think one of the council members mentioned this is a dangerous intersection where Sessions runs into the access road for I-37. Do we have a record of number of accidents that have been reported there?
I do not, although we do have, we've done our homework to some extent. So when you exit 37, it's 300 feet once you get to the end of the exit ramp to get to Sessions, right? And if you're doing 65 miles an hour, that's about 3 seconds, which is not a lot.
Right.
Which is why we thought we could get TxDOT to put up the delineators, or even more so, just have them barricade off Sessions Road. But, you know, in talking to the fire department and talking to TxDOT, that just wasn't workable, right? And they didn't see this as a dangerous looming intersection. And, you know, of course,
they mean TxDOT?
Yes.
Right.
And so when we're out there, you know, people will be people, right? So 280 units, apartments will be on this 14 acres. Will people try to go from Sessions to 37? Of course they will.
Right.
Most will probably go around to McKenzie at the controlled intersection, but people will be people. But I said all that to say TxDOT didn't see it as a, oh my God, we've got to do something here. So that's why I was talking to the developer saying, hey, you might want to just keep the communication open with TxDOT. You never know. They may change their opinion later on.
Well, I may be not fully aware of this as well, but it's my impression that TxDOT has kind of created this problem when they moved the access ramp.
That's absolutely correct.
Off-ramp, I should say.
Correct.
Right. All right, thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Al, I just wanted to confirm a few things. The special permit is going to give you a density of what?
20 units per acre across the entire 14 acres.
And RM1 is 22 units per acre.
Correct.
So you're just dropping it by 2 units.
Correct.
Okay, and as part of the deal, you're going to get the full 60 feet of right-of-way?
No, part of the deal is that we will get an improved rural section of Sessions Road.
Okay, so
that
what is the width of the road going to be when it's all said and done?
Currently it's 20, it'll probably be about 20, he's adding about 10 feet to it.
Okay, so a normal residential road is 28 feet from curb to curb, so this is going to be 30 feet?
Approximately, yes, because it acts as a collector, yes.
Okay, and the collector normally is 40 feet?
Correct.
Did you say 40, Councilman?
I said 40, because
Yeah,
it's
the
the
documents-
right-of-way is 60.
Right. The
And you
document
have,
says 40, Al.
I know, but it's 26, right.
Okay.
But understand, the developer is dedicating a right-of-way and adding to Sessions Road on his frontage, right, which is about, I don't know, 14 or 100 linear feet, to create this 26-foot road section of Sessions Road. That's still a rural section with ditches on both sides, right? We, the city, will have to come back later in a bond project to build out our C1 collector.
okay, so right now, well, C1 being 40 feet wide.
Correct.
And that's with underground stormwater.
Infrastructure, right.
Right, so currently there is no infrastructure. There's not going to be curbs, there's not going to be sidewalks.
That's
It's going to be
correct.
like a county road where you have bar ditches on each side.
Correct.
But it's going to be improved to 26 feet,
Correct.
which is less than a residential street.
Correct.
Why does it say 40, Al, in the document then? On
It's-
page, it
The
says
page
40.
is telling you what a C1 collector is. It's 60-foot right-of-way, 40 foot of pavement, curb to curb. But the existing conditions there are not going to be a C1, so that everyone realizes in the future it needs to be a C1, but today it is just Sessions Road. That will be an improved rural section, street section.
That's not what we were told at all. So we have the assistant city manager was there, and when you take a look at what we were talking about, the mayor was there, that's not what we were told, and that's not what we went over.
Well,
Y'all want to, what, is this, well,
urban, right.
Chip?
yeah,
Can you turn your mic on, please,
It's,
Mr. President?
I'm sorry,
It's
it's not my
Murph.
turn to talk.
okay. Do you want to, are we verifying, or what is the
Yes,
bottom
well,
line?
So, thanks, Andrew. Thank you for that. For the right-of-way frontage of the development, the developers will dedicate what we need to create the 60-foot right-of-way road, but what will be constructed is just the 26-foot of the rural section. So the dedication will be there on the run of his property for when we ever go back to build this C1 collector. But he's only improving the rural section of the existing road.
What's the existing width today, Al? Is it
It's roughly 20 feet.
20 feet, so he's going to add 3 feet on each side, or is he reconstructing the whole 26 feet?
He's adding on his property, right? 'Cause
That's not what we were told. We heard he was reconstructing the whole street.
Well, I can,
Not just
we can
adding some
open it
pavement
up
on
and
the
talk to
side.
the.
Yeah.
Oh,
We could do that. We can open it up. Did you want to make a comment? Your light's on. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, and then we'll,
Okay, are you done?
Yeah, I wanted clarification because it wasn't clear on the documentation, so I'll be curious to listen with public comment.
Yeah, when we met out there on site and all, and Murph was there, and I think that's Murph back there. I don't have
That
my.
is.
Yeah, okay. I thought we understood something completely different, and that about the width of the road, the right-of-way that was going to be dedicated, that was going to be done from the 37 frontage down to the back end of their property, And the mayor felt quite confident that we could get the city to come on board to finish up the additional, about 350 feet down to McKenzie, so that we have basically a collector all the way down to McKenzie. Because I don't care what TxDOT told you, this is a dangerous intersection. I live there. And it's like every other intersection in Corpus Christi, I guess. If you leave out of there in the morning, it's probably not too bad, because all the traffic's going in or out northwest. But in the afternoon at 5 o'clock, this is one busy place, as people who live there will attest to. So that's when you'll have the most issues. But I think I'm hearing two different stories now, so I'm confused, and I'm going to go back to the councilman. I think this is a good project, just like the Councilman Roy said, because we're going to get to see Sessions improve somewhat, and the developer certainly was very cooperative in making the offers that he and his engineer talked about. And I thought, well, this would be a great project for this area, because if you go out to Sessions now, and the city did come out and fix the potholes after we were there, but it is bad shape, and has been for a long time. And if you'll advance one picture here on your slides, I think you can see, keep going, maybe it's back. Go back one more. Well, darn, I thought it was in here somewhere. It was on my presentation, but there's a section there where the city, right as you're approaching, just leave it there. Go back to the overhead. Yeah, there. If you are coming, headed west on the frontage road, Peter, there's a section there that's all in brush. Well, it's not all in brush now, it's been cleared, except the part along the highway, and whoever owns that right of way has never cleared it, and it makes it very hard to see the traffic trying to come out onto Sessions, and it makes it hard for the people exiting Sessions to see what's coming down the frontage road. So we really need to send code enforcement out there and check on that. But I'm going to defer to Councilman Roy. I think this is a great project if we have the agreements that we agreed to on the ground.
Understood.
Councilman, did you have something? No, you turned it off.
I'm ready to vote on it.
Councilman Roy.
Well, no, I think what we need to do is, I'd like to know if we could bring the engineer up that was on the ground that day and clarify what we were talking about.
Okay, and let me go ahead and open public comment at this point. So you can come on down, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Murph Hudson. Represent the client, Ariba Development in this case. I'm with Urban Engineering, 2725 Swanton Avenue here in Corpus Christi. To answer your questions, currently the existing right-of-way, it varies, but the existing right-of-way is roughly 44 foot wide. And there's an existing strip paved street in that right-of-way that varies 18 to 20 foot wide. What the developer has agreed to do as part of the special permit is to dedicate right-of-way on his side of the property to provide 60 foot of right-of-way along all of his frontage. And secondly, to reconstruct Sessions Road, fully reconstruct it, take out what is there and replace what is there with a new roadway that fits the city's rural section roadway standard, which is a 26 foot wide roadway section within that 60 foot of right-of-way. We would do that again for the full length of his frontage. We would also replace the existing drainage structures to more appropriately provide cross drainage for the roadway, and it would fit the city standards for a rural section. I can address any questions you may have.
Okay, Count.
So would that allow, well, this isn't directed toward you, so thank you for your clarification.
Sure.
So if the 26-foot C1 rural collector was put in, does that, and I want to ask Assistant City Manager Vieira, we talked a little bit about, does that, do we have a time frame when we would actually go back and improve that road?
That road would come in with the platting process, and it would be submitted as public improvements.
But I mean, if the city, what you were saying is that if it's, so basically the developer is laying the groundwork to go to 60 feet.
Right.
So that in the future, the city could come back and expand the road.
Correct.
Correct? Okay, so if we wanted to go in and put sidewalks in, for example, or do something of that nature, we could do that, right?
We could, right.
Right.
And you're asking for that time frame?
Yes.
Oh, it would have to be on our CIP project list, I would imagine.
Councilman, so one of the things we talked about, remember, was the time frame of the development to go up.
Yes.
He would still have to go through the planning process. We figured that it would be a couple of years before the development were actually to start to take shape. And during that time, we would start to look at some options for extending that additional, what was it, 300 feet of
Right.
road, and then looking at the other.
350 feet, right.
Right. So that's kind of how we left things.
Yeah.
So we're thinking probably a few years out before we get to that point.
But it would be done, I mean, the probability it would be done.
Yeah.
Right.
At that point.
Yes,
And
sir.
and then it would be a regular C1 collector.
Correct.
No,
No, it would be,
Yeah, what Steve said is just the remaining portion of the street down by the mobile home park. That's in 3
Right,
years.
right.
But what you're saying, Councilman Roy, is when would the city come in and rebuild it so it has drainage, sidewalks?
Well, I don't know, I
proper
mean,
width?
yeah, there's a
Is that what you're
section, and I talked to some of the neighbors that if you look at the subdivision that's to your right, as you get halfway down, the possibility if we're gonna do something, it might make sense to take a look at sidewalks, but that's not why I'm here today, to talk about that specifically. What I wanna talk about is, at the end of the day, we get 60 feet. We're adding an additional 6 feet onto the road, we're widening it 6 feet.
Right.
With the ability then we could actually meet the specification of taking it from a C1 rural to regular C1.
Right.
correct.
That's, yes.
Right.
Yeah, right. That's
Yes.
your-
And that's the important part. So with that, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. Yeah. Mr. Hunter?
Can I offer one more comment?
Yes, sir.
Just FYI, for your information, the city just reconstructed Calicote Road just a block up from this. That section, that Calicote Road that the city rebuilt, is a 26-foot wide rural section. And that's what we're providing, that's what the developer is going to provide in this case. So I just wanted you to know that for comparison, that's what we're proposing to do. Reconstruct the entire road.
Right.
Not just add 3 foot on each side, but
Right, I understand
reconstruct the
that,
entire road.
reconstruct the entire road, but the good part is that we're going over, the developer's gonna dedicate 60 feet.
Absolutely.
Right.
That's, I want everybody to understand, that's the key part.
Right.
That's the important part.
Right. Okay. Councilman Hunter?
Sorry, I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, okay. So it's going to be all the same, ultimately. Mr. Klein?
Thank you. So help me out here, because I'm not sure if I understand this correctly. It seems to me that the issue here is just simple geography, that Sessions Road is too close to that off-ramp coming off of I-37. And I applaud the developer for being willing to improve Sessions Road. I think clearly the road needs that, and that would be very much appreciated by the city, but it's not going to solve that simple geography problem. That's why I think I'm going to vote against this. If it's a dangerous intersection now, I think it's going to be a dangerous intersection after it's been widened, and you're going to have still more people there if this development goes through.
Can I interject one thing? The way it's laid out right now, you can have C1 in the front, and you can't stop that. So whether this developer does this project or not, somebody else can come there and put a Walmart right there.
You're correct. I think the solution to this, and this might be highly unpopular with the neighborhood, is to close off access from Sessions Road onto I-37 access road, and to have people go around the backside. I mean, that seems to be the only safe solution to this.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hernandez.
Sorry, I went and looked at the UDC and what your requirements are for rural roads, and it seems to be a gap. You have local rural streets, which is the 26 feet width that we were talking about with the two lanes, and then it goes to minor rural arterial, secondary rural, and primary rural arterial, which goes from 44 feet to 76 feet. There's not a collector rural or road. Is there a reason for that?
I really, the collector is in our urban standards, right? So
Right.
I initially came and said, oh, this Sessions Road is a C1 collector on our UTP, but today it is not, and it doesn't operate as one. So I use the term collector to let you know in the future, whenever we do a CIP project, and finally put sidewalks, curbs, underground
But
infrastructure.
isn't the collector in the master plan for this road?
Yes,
Okay, so, I mean, that's why we're referring to collector, right? Not-
correct.
Not
So-
what it is existing, but what it should be, right?
Correct.
And it currently does not have the right-of-way for it, and that's why the developer has to donate property for it, okay?
Exactly.
And that's much appreciated to make that widen up. But I think maybe we should look at our UDC and create something, because right now, they don't have to do that unless you put 44 feet for a rural arterial. What is it? Minor rural arterial, which I don't think, do we have any of those streets in the city? I don't think we have a rural or 76-foot primary arterial. Well, I just, it's practicality. I think maybe we should look at that because that's what we're, holding them accountable to, because that's what's in the UDC. And it's better than what's there now.
Understood.
So I would have that for consideration, maybe 32 feet, for a collector or, rural collector, to where you have the bar ditches on each side, something along those lines. The difference between this and Calicote Road, there's no apartment complex on Calicote Road, right? So you're talking about a density issue here, so, and we just redid that one, right?
Right, we just had.
Brand new road.
Right, the private sector did it.
Right.
It's a concrete road.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Okay, so where did Steve go? Is he back behind us? Steve, you're, there he is. Okay, so Steve, when would you think, because to me, really kind of the important key to this is, the developer is going to really help improve this situation for Sessions, but that last 350 feet necessary to tie that to McKenzie, so that you now have a wide enough street to where you don't have a bottleneck at one end of it, to encourage people to use that, because the neighbors are afraid that if we don't do that, people are going to start cutting through the neighborhood there to come back around to McKenzie instead of using that if it gets to be a bottleneck. So when would the city propose to start working on their end of this proposition, which would be the additional 350 feet, I guess is my question.
Well, we were going to start looking at this as soon as we got verification on what way council was going to vote on this particular item. So
Okay.
assuming that there's enough support for it to move it forward, then immediately, because, though we're talking about 2 to 3 years, we need to start looking at some options. And that could include anything. It could be the city, or it could be the developer looking at maybe doing some additional work or purchasing some additional properties that we looked at.
Yeah, because it'd be really nice if we could do this all at the same time, where that road gets improved all the way through, went from start to finish.
Right.
So I would hope that would be our goal, so.
We can I add to Steve's comments, Councilman? We can, Ernie's here, Ernesto, our Public Works Director, but we
Right.
can work on some immediate solutions in the '24 budget. So when
Right.
we meet this summer, we can have them do some preliminary, some preliminary cost estimates and see if it's something that we can afford in the '24 budget, at least the design maybe, and then construction in the '25. But It really comes down to money, so we can talk about it all day long, but
No, I know it would
we
be
have to
some-
budget the money, so the next budget coming up is fiscal year '24.
Right.
So this summer, we can make a pledge to look at it and potentially include it depending on our revenue availability.
Okay.
And the
Right.
budget for '24.
And the good news is it's only I say only, but it's 350 feet. It isn't as if it is,
Right.
you know,
A half a
3
mile.
miles or even 1.
Right.
So I think that's very optimistic and, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hunter. I think it's optimistic. I'm very supportive of the project. Well, since, I'm gonna take your time for a second. Yeah, I want to just compliment Councilman Roy, because you really brought this together, and we went out there and he involved the community, he involved everyone to make certain that we understood, you know, what was the landscape, what were the issues, are they addressed, how can they be addressed? And thank you, staff, for also working. So this is extremely needed in this area. And I understand, you know, the little heartburn on the exit, but I can't tell you how many times I exit many exits within Corpus Christi, and it's the same thing. And I'm just saying, it's right now, we really have to look at the need of what's happening. And not only that, but developers don't typically give, you know, right of way of their own property. So I'm supportive of the project. Councilman Hunter.
Mayor, I agree with you 100%. But I'd like to ask everyone a question. Is there going to be a stoplight at the exit?
At Sessions and 37?
Yes, sir.
Probably not.
Okay, then I think you have my vote. Well, they put one on Ocean Drive for that group. Golly. There's only a few people here who got that joke, but I appreciate that. And if Councilman Roy's not going to make the motion, I'm going to go ahead and do it.
Oh, Councilman Roy. It's yours.
All right, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion.
Second.
Oh, Mayor, we haven't closed the public
Oh,
hearing,
let
and I
me-
didn't know if anybody else
yes,
wanted to speak.
Yes, is there
just
anyone
really
else
quick.
that would like to speak on item number 11? We're in public comment. Okay. Oh, yes, sir.
Daryl Keach, 10834 Juliana, and I'm on the tip of the spear. If you look on this map where it says property where the Y is, I live just to the right. So if this affects anybody, it probably affects me more than anyone else. And I've probably stirred this up more than anybody and had this drug on for 6-9 months, it seems like. You're concerned of the traffic. I drive it. I live it every day. I think we'll figure it out. This is probably a really good example of compromise, to where the city, the developer, and the homeowners have come together to figure it out. Is everybody getting what they want? No, but that's compromise, and I think it's a good example of what this council and other organizations in this community have come together to figure out, whether it's this item or other items. I won't talk about specifically, but we're figuring out how to work together. And so, you know, do I like an apartment complex across the street? No, but I'm figuring out how to get a street built. The developer's, you know, giving up some land to get his project, you know, and if the city council will figure out how to come up with some money so we're not building a street to nowhere and it solves some safety issues, I think everybody wins. And so as long as, you know, the city can figure out through its budgeting limited funds to help widen this street, to deal with those safety issues, and to get us a sidewalk on the side of the street, that the developers who have built all these other streets on our side, we don't have sidewalks that connect to nowhere, then I think we all win. So with that, I do encourage you to vote for it, even though I was originally against it. I don't know what the other neighbors are here will say if they want to say anything, but with that, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to make public comment? Yes, ma'am.
My name's Tara Milet, and I'm at 3929 Motts. I'm on the back side, so this will probably, if you want to say, affect me the least. My concern is the exit, and I have said that if this goes through within 5 years, you probably are going to have to close that exit down and exit everybody off of McKenzie. So I encourage y'all to look at that now, because if you do that, when they exit off of McKenzie, they're coming right off into all the semis coming around the Joe Fulton corridor, and those semis come around the corner and go all the way over 2 lanes to get up on the freeway. So you're going to be bringing traffic off at 65 miles an hour into semis that are crossing over to get up on the freeway. And also, too, We do have teenagers in the neighborhood already that have discovered how to drive, so when they hit the roads that are open wide, they're going full speed down. So Sessions is going to become a raceway for them from the end of Mott's up to 37. So I'd encourage that if you do this, that you get speed bumps put in to slow down the traffic, and also on Mackenzie if you possibly can, and even through some of the neighborhoods, because they are going to cut through, because when you're putting 2,000 to 4,000 cars through these neighborhoods now, people are going to bypass and go the fastest way that they can so they don't have to wait to get home, and the bus is coming through. I hope the city does not wait 5 to 10 years after the apartment is built to decide to go ahead and finish up this road. I've lived in this neighborhood for 7 years, but I've lived in Corpus since 1970, and I don't want to see that this is going to take us 10 years to take care of this problem, because we have a lot of people that do walk and jog, and the kids that catch buses on the street. It's great if they go in the apartment complex to catch the bus, but there's a lot of kids that won't. It is a dangerous exit. The people that live there have already decided to go out through the other way to keep from having accidents. So it's just going to become more dangerous to make that turn going in. So I hope that I don't know why we're not fixing the street first and then building the apartment complex. But in reality, it is the city council's responsibility. You can deny permits no matter what is already zoned to be built there.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else that would like to make public comment? Okay, with that, we'll close public comment. Councilman Busley, do you have your light on?
Real quickly, Mayor. Peter, I'd just like to, and Steve, I'd like to highly suggest, based on Councilman Klein's comments and some other comments, we need to really involve TxDOT with what we're going to do here and see if we can come up with some solutions down the road, because you know, we worked really closely with TxDOT on the intersection just down from this one, where we got them to come in and widen it and make it a lot less dangerous situation. So we really need to reach out to them on this project.
Yeah, Councilman, just for the record, we have extensively.
That's what I thought.
They've been part of the work team with Al Raymond's group, and we're saying we'll continue that, and we're also saying the developer needs to help us since he's getting benefit from developing. So between the developer and the city, and we'll watch the police chiefs there, we'll monitor traffic situations, whether they're near misses or accidents. And we'll continue to work with TxDOT. Our Public Works Director, Ernesto Del Garza, has a great working relationship with a lot of TxDOT folks, so we're lucky in that end. So we'll continue to do so. Yes, sir.
Okay. Councilman Roy?
One thing I wanted to say to the neighbors and the citizens in the area, I just want you to know, this council member, and I'm sure I can speak for the entire council, we're going to make sure that that we monitor and that we're not going to abandon you. I mean, I had an opportunity to meet a lot of the neighbors out there, and it's a very nice community. I look forward to this development. I really do think at the end of the day it's going to complement the community. But I want you to know that we'll be there, and you have my information. So if you have any concerns or anything, call me.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay, item number 12, an ordinance, pardon? Oh, yeah, you can now, sure. But let me
It's the
read it.
second reading, right?
Yeah, it's an ordinance authorizing and approving a substantial amendment to the Corpus Christi fiscal year 2022, 2023, or is that supposed to say 21? 2022, 2023.
Yeah.
No, 2.
Okay.
Fiscal year
Consolidated
22, yeah.
Annual Action Plan and approval of the Corpus Christi Home ARPA Allocation Plan.
Yeah, it's PY Plan Year 2021.
Plan year,
Yes,
21.
Plan Year. This is a retro type, it's a retroactive type of an agenda item.
Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Constance Sanchez, Chief Financial Officer. The item before you is a second public hearing and a second reading for an ordinance to amend the city's Consolidated Annual Action Plan for the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, and the approval of the city's Home ARPA Allocation Plan
for funding that the city received through the American Rescue Plan Act. Included in your agenda packet is the PowerPoint that we reviewed last week, and approval of the ordinance in its second reading is being requested today. And I'll be happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Okay. I don't see any questions, but I'll go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make any comment on item number 12? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment, and I will entertain a motion to approve item number 12.
So moved.
Okay, any further discussion? Councilman Roy.
I just wanted to say thank you for getting me that list. I appreciate it. It really helped me in terms of wrapping my mind around this whole thing. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, item number 13, an ordinance amending, an ordinance increasing the exemption for ad valorem taxes for all qualified homesteads from 10% to 20% of assessed value, but not less than $5,000 for all qualified resident homesteads, and increasing the exemption for ad valorem taxes for persons residents who are disabled or 65 years of age or older from $50,000 as approved by the citizens of Corpus Christi on April the 4th of 1987 to $62,500.
Good afternoon. I'm Constance Sanchez, Chief Financial Officer. The item before you is an ordinance being brought forward by a council member as a recommendation to increase the city's homestead exemption from 10 to 20% and to increase the exemption for property taxes for persons over 65 or who are disabled from $50,000 to $62,500. I would like to share with you a brief PowerPoint to go over these items. And Sarah, have we passed them out? Yes. Okay, sorry.
We're going to give a second while Sarah passes those out, but this item is very critical. This is something that would impact the FY 2024 budget, and as Constance's presentation will show, it would be a recurring revenue reduction of about $10 million. And since it's recurring, we'd have to look at recurring expenditures like public safety or streets or parks. We had talked with the councilman that initiated this to introduce this as part of the budget retreat, and then have more dialogue as part of the budget process. By then, we would have the results of the Texas legislature. We still have Wendy here. She can speak to it if we need to, but there's over 200 bills that have been filed that can impact our revenues from property tax legislation. Additionally, the governor's looking at $15 billion to provide property tax relief. So it would be prudent to wait to get the legislature concluded and give the council more dialogue on our revenues and expenditures as we look into the budget development. But at this point, Constance will walk us through her presentation.
Okay,
Go ahead,
thank you, Peter.
Constance.
Sure. So this is the first slide that most of you have seen before, and it's the one that we use during the budget process to show the sources and uses for our general fund. The general fund relies on two main revenue sources. Property taxes is about 30%, and sales tax is about 21.1%. And these revenues are used to fund all our general government type activities, including, police, fire, streets, solid waste, parks and recreation. So if we exclude that one-time funding that we used this year of $22.1 million, then police and fire make up about 50% of our current year general fund budget. And so we rely heavily on all of our general fund revenues to pay for these services that we offer our citizens. This next slide shows our entire property tax bill that a citizen of Corpus Christi would pay. And this just shows that the city of Corpus Christi's portion is about 25% of the property taxes that someone pays. The next two slides will show you the property tax relief that the citizens of Corpus Christi currently receive. So for this fiscal year 23, the city council reduced the property tax by 2.6 cents. And this equates to about $6.5 million of property tax revenue that was foregone by the city this fiscal year. And it provided an average savings to the home buyer of about $11 per month. The second item, those with homesteads also receive an exemption on the assessed values that is taxed of 10%. This equates to about $7.5 million of property tax revenue that is foregone by the city annually. For those that are over 65 or who are disabled, they receive an additional $50,000 exemption on their assessed values, and this equates to about $8.6 million of annual property tax revenue. And there's one additional piece of property tax relief that homeowners who are over 65 are entitled to receive, and that is a cap or a freeze on the amount of property taxes that they pay on their homestead once they reach the age of 65. And this equates to about $7.3 million for this fiscal year that was foregone by the city. So when we total all of these property tax reliefs up that the citizens receive, it's about $30 million of annual property tax revenue that the city forgoes. This slide shows the financial impact of increasing the property tax exemptions. So first, by increasing that the homestead exemption from 10% to 20%, the city will forego an additional $7.6 million beginning fiscal year '24. If the over 65 or disabled exemption is increased from $50,000 to $62,500, we would forego an additional $1.9 million. And the total of these is $9.5 million, which is close to about 10% of our current property tax revenue in the general fund. And an important item to note regarding these decreases is that if these exemptions are approved, we would not be able to change our debt side, the INS part of our property tax rate, because we were required to assess a rate for the INS part that covers our outstanding debt. So this basically means that the reductions would have to come from the general fund, and that would result in either reducing or eliminating existing services. And some other items to consider regarding this item. One of them, Peter mentioned earlier, was the Texas legislative session. Lowering the property tax rate is a high priority, as it always is in the legislative session, with little thought as to how cities would handle the lost revenue. And as Peter said, there's over 200 bills that are being filed this year covering property taxes. So at this point in time, we don't know which ones will actually be approved, and we don't know how it will impact the city. The second item to consider is the fact that we are just now beginning our fiscal '24 budget process. We haven't even had our goal-setting meeting with the city council, which is scheduled for next Thursday. We don't know what our revenue projections will be. In fact, we will get our preliminary assessed values on April the 30th, and then with the final values being received July the 25th. And we just need to keep in mind additionally that there are some unfunded needs in fiscal '24 which includes the addition of our 49 public safety officers that we added this year, so as cadets. But next year their costs are going to increase, and so we will need additional funding to pay for them as well. We also have our new police academy coming online the latter part of next year, as well as fire station number 3. And with those items come additional operations costs. So knowing that we have these expenditures coming online, I personally am very protective of our revenue. So. We also have scheduled bond issuances this spring, and we have our meetings with our rating agencies that will be in May. And so one factor that the rating agencies look at is general fund revenues and reserves. We currently have a strong credit rating, and we would like to keep or increase our credit ratings. And keeping those ratings high will reduce the interest that we will have to pay, which ultimately saves our taxpayers' dollars. And so because of this reason, city staff does not recommend approval of this ordinance at this time. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Constance. Councilman Pusley.
Thank you, Constance. I appreciate that information. I originally brought this to staff back in January and discussed it and asked y'all to put the numbers together to see if it's something we might be able to do. And then I asked that it actually be put on the agenda to be discussed February 14th, and y'all asked again for more time. And then you asked to postpone it till the April 6th workshop, and which I agreed to. But when Peter and I visited here a couple of weeks ago, it just seemed to me like that this was going to get shoved back and shoved back and shoved back. And guys, we ought to hang our head in shame for the fact that it's been 40 years since taxpayers were considered for a reduction in their homestead, or an increase in their homestead exemptions. 40 years they've paid the same amount. And so this is an opportunity, and along that way, we should have every now and maybe every 10 years, we should, let's kick a couple of percent to them. Because in actuality, this $9.5 million spread across the city of Corpus Christi means a couple of $100 per household if you do it on an average basis. It's not a lot of money, but it's the fact of the matter is, you can't tell me that in a $1.5 billion budget, we can't go find $9.5 million of discretionary funding to give back to the taxpayers of this city. Last year, the city voters approved a record bond election for this city, $125 million worth of bonds. And all of us who sat here at that time attended the workshops and attended the public meetings and supported that. And we were the only governmental entity in this region whose voters supported our bond election down the line. Most school districts' bond elections got voted down. And so there was a lot of hard work went into that. And the voters who approved that and who pay those taxes are going to pay those taxes now for a very long time to repay that $125 million. And so it just seems to me like it's time for us to step up to the plate and give a break to our taxpayers in this city. They've been asked to do an awful lot over the last several years, and I came in here supporting everything we were trying to do to turn around the infrastructure issues and to provide public safety like we needed to, all of those things. But this is a small part. I mean, guys, a year ago we approved spending $5 million to fix a water fountain down here in Corpus Christi. A water fountain. $5 million. And not one person in the room to this day knows how much it's going to cost to keep that water fountain up and running, or even how long it will run, which since it was built, I would almost venture to say 20% of the time it's operated and 80% of the time it's been broke. And Constance, I'm not trying to direct this all at you. You're the messenger, but you know, we have an opportunity here to give a break to the taxpayers of this community, something that they haven't had for a long time. Because this year when they passed those bonds, we told them, hey, we're passing this, but we're not raising your tax rate. Well, that's not true. We did raise their taxes because the appraisal district just down the street here went up on their property values as they do year in and year out. And there was one bill filed to try to cap appraisals from going up 10% to only 5%, but I understand through the legislative process, Wendy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that's probably not going to happen, that they've focused more on school districts this time, and one of the key parts of their focus is raising the homestead exemptions that school districts can grant from $40,000 a year to $70,000 a year. And so I will tell you, Toloso Midway School District is the only school district that I know of in this whole region that gives the full complement of homestead exemption now, and we did that back when I was on the school board 100 years ago. So, you know, if you need more time to look at this, I understand that. But I just want y'all to know that I take this very seriously. I'm here as a representative of the people who elected me, who are the taxpayers out there who pay these taxes every year and don't come up here and protest what we do. They don't come up here and demand that we do this or that. They have been very, very complimentary with giving us their money to spend to try to improve this city. And we ought to be thankful for that. And for us to give them a $9.5 million little break shouldn't break the bank of this city. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say I'm a little disappointed in utilizing our public safety folks as kind of a means to an end, somewhat excrement, to use them as that, because there are plenty other places to do that. So, Constance, I want to ask you, since would be a reduction in taxes, would this count towards our maximum of 3.5% increase on the no new tax revenue?
So that is on revenue. So we would have to see what the values come in at.
Right, so if we have an increase in revenue, okay, and this would lower our tax revenue, so to
Correct.
speak. So if there's an increase on the values, this would affect that as well, right?
We potentially could keep the same tax rate if the values go up high enough.
Okay,
Yes.
so
Right,
it's very rare that it goes back down, but occasionally it does.
right.
Okay, but I'm not seeing that here.
So April 30th,
Right, I'm not seeing it, right?
we'll get our preliminary assessed values. So we
Right.
should have an idea at the
So
end
we'll
of the
kind
month.
of have an idea of what that is, and, because last time we had,
Right.
what, an 11% increase, and we had to reduce it, so we reduced our tax rate in
Correct.
order to accommodate that. So this would affect that, right, that calculation?
It would. Mhm.
Okay, so if we have the increases and then this also decreases, it's kind of a wash in some if it's enough.
Correct. That's
Right.
correct. Mhm.
So what is 1%, if we're 3.5% increase on property values, what is that in
1%
terms
is
of
about
dollar amount?
2.5 million.
So 7.5 million. So if we go up 3.5%, this pretty much washes it out.
It could, if we keep the same tax rate.
Except, can I just add to that? You're correct, Councilman, and Constance as well. The difference is, though, this would be applied to a small group of, a certain population. It wouldn't be, if the council chose to lower the tax rate like you all did
Yeah,
this
you're
year.
talking about homeowners, right?
Yeah, if I can finish. Right, so this would apply to seniors and disabled, whereas if the council lowers the property tax rate like you did this year, it applies to all homeowners, somebody that's 20, 30, 40, 50, and so on. These exemptions only apply to seniors and disabled primarily, and then also the general homestead.
I don't see that as a bad thing. Right, I don't see that as a bad thing. We're not talking about every property like commercial properties or anything like that. We're talking about homeowners, right?
Correct.
Right, well, that's the point. So other taxpayers like commercial property wouldn't have the equal tax break if you lowered the tax rate.
They don't
This
have
is a-
that now.
If you lower the tax rate,
No,
they
no,
do.
but they don't have the current way it's set up with the homestead exemption across the board.
Right,
They
yeah,
don't
that's the
have,
point.
commercial properties don't have that now.
That's my point.
Right.
Right, so that, if you.
But that's always been the case.
Right, that's right, but that's my point, whereas if there's two choices, you're trying to say if we lower this revenue through this way, we would have done it anyway if you lowered the tax rate because of the 3.5% growth. But what you did this summer in the budget is you lowered the tax rate. That applies to everybody, commercial accounts as well. So this is a more narrow population that gets the tax relief. That's my point.
Okay.
Right, okay. So what I want to say is that there's more factors in here besides just this. So, and like I said, I understand that police and fire take a large portion of our general fund, but that's not the only spots. And then we have, what, 22.2 million in one-time projects, right? So, there's other places where this can come from.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Peter, you know, I don't typically talk like this from the dais, but I think we could have handled this better. I think obviously Councilman Pusley or this initiative, this position is directed at property tax relief. And, I learned from an auditor a long time ago, and I've shared this with you, who I think Constance is a fan of. I won't say his name. Yeah, well, Ernest Garza. He's friends for a lot of us. He says, what's our mission? What are we trying to accomplish? And although there's a lot of this that I agree with Councilman Pusley, Peter, probably the approach that I would have taken, because Councilman Pusley feels as if we've just kind of blown it off and said it's not a good idea. And we've tried to figure out, and you can see in this presentation, this is typical Zanoni math. I'm sorry to sound bad, but you know, you have a tendency sometimes to sandbag. You know, like this slide in here that says it affects us 29.9 million. Okay, that's a factual statement, but it's not a, it's a foregone conclusion. I mean, we already know that that's the thing. We're not losing anything because that's what's already on the books. All right, and I think what that is that just puts us in a position, you know, as the position that bringing up the fire and safety, you know, public safety is an issue that we would have to target. I think, you know, I would rather that we table this, and if nobody else does, I'm going to recommend that we do, and I think Councilman Pusley is open to that. But I think the thing is that we need to say, okay, what are we trying to accomplish? I think in the last budget process we went through, at the last budget process that we went through, the council obviously wasn't very comfortable with the recommendation of staff. I think that's one reason why we're going to have this council workshop, so that way we can discuss priorities, and we can discuss priorities of what we're going to do. So I think it would behoove staff to say, okay, what does the council want to accomplish? What is it that we want to go? And I think that's the thing that we talked to Councilman Pusley, just like we talked about earlier, and then it gets vetted to the rest of the council. What does the council want as a collective?
Yeah, Councilman,
I'm sorry, I'm going to wait till they're finished over here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, just keep talking all day, and maybe we'll let these things.
I will. I'll keep talking all day.
First Amendment rights as well.
Okay.
All right, is this light on?
No.
I'll wait. Are you finished? I assume that he is.
Go ahead.
So my point is, well, I tell you what, I'm going to continue to filibuster. Just
you only got 10 minutes. You only got
no, but
Okay,
go
let's
ahead,
move on.
start. Anyway, as I was saying, I think the thing is, what's our mission? What are we trying to accomplish? If we're looking for tax relief, and it's a collective of the council, then I think it would have been behoove staff to figure out what's the collective of the council, rather than saying it's a bad idea.
Councilman, can I just respond to a couple things?
Sure.
I know you so number one, that was the agreed upon plan. Councilman Pusley, as he mentioned, asked me twice to put this on the agenda, and I said, no, this is something the council needs to talk to collectively. And that was the agreed upon plan that was going to happen at the budget goal setting session next week on April 6th. However, on the third time, Councilman said, I want this on the agenda because of what happened last week.
And did he have 3 signatures to do so?
No, he didn't.
So why did it get put on the agenda?
Because he's one of the council members, and, you know.
Well, there's a perfect example.
Well, well, that's the thing I'm saying. That's a management problem.
No, it's not a management problem. I'm working for all 9 members of the council.
That's right. You work as a collective. So if 4 council members, the way the policy works right now, if 4 council members would have agreed the way it does today,
right,
that's when it gets put on the agenda.
I can do that going forward. I've been trying to be more open to the council.
Well, I tell you what, there's been times that I've had to go, I've done it twice, where I've got 3 more signatures for it to get put on the agenda.
Okay, I can
Now,
do that
so
going
if am I not getting, are others getting treated favorably versus me?
So in my 4 years here, I've tried to, if the council member came up to me and said, can I put something on the agenda, I work with them to try to put it on.
Well, once again, I don't think I've ever done.
I appreciate the new direction, which is I won't do anything until
I don't know. I've been here 4 years. Yeah. And I've typically followed. Now,
okay.
I think that yeah, you're right. It is good.
No, it's good. It's good clarification from me.
No, there's no clarification. Maybe I need to be clarified.
No, I think it's me. But
no. I'm asking. Okay. Do I need clarification as to why one council member could put an item on the agenda? I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Would you clarify for me? Because I don't understand. Yeah. I don't understand, and I don't think it's. That's my thing. I don't understand how only one council member can put an item on the agenda. Now, if he wants to come talk to me about it, and he wants to come talk to 3 other council members about it, or if, let's say, for example, 3 council members come and you make a decision, and then we say, okay, you know what, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. Perhaps instead of going and the implication that we're going to reduce public safety,
we're going to reduce some recurring services.
I understand, but once again, we decide that as a collective.
Agreed. That's why we wanted to show it at the budget work session.
Okay. Well, I don't know. It's on the agenda right now.
It is, and I put it on. at the
Okay, so.
councilman's request, but going forward, I won't do that. I'll be less
Well,
compromising.
no. Well, I think we're going to evaluate you based on the last year, not going forward.
This is talking about the next council meeting. I appreciate the input. I'm listening, so I'm not being argumentative, but.
It sounds like you are.
There will be future agendas, so going forward, it doesn't matter about what happened yesterday. Going forward, I'll use this as direction, which is, if one council member comes up to me and says, hey, I'd like something on the agenda, I'll say, no, sorry.
Well, if I
Let's
may.
get four signatures.
If I may, Peter, I think what he is relaying is this may have been a very good example of saying, no, we already made an agreement.
We did say no. I said no
No, I
twice.
know. We made an agreement.
Yeah.
And not because this council does not want to give, of course we do. I support property tax relief all day. I can't wait to see what Governor Abbott is going to do for us all.
Right.
But I can't support taking money from police and fire. And when police and fire is 54% of our budget, you could say 5.4 million right off the bat. So we got a lot of unknowns.
Right.
Rightfully, you've explained that. But I think what the councilman's frustrated, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, is this would have been a good item to say no, because we're not ready. We don't have any, right now, we don't have any real information to make a true decision on this. Again, I am in support of property tax relief, and I think everybody up here is, but it must be done responsibly. And you would have to provide that to us, and you're saying you can't right now because of multiple reasons. And so is
Actually,
that-
actually, he couldn't continue to dig his own grave on a particular item that is just a symptom of the problem. You know, the thing is that what I felt a business professional, a business professional probably would have said, or I would have considered, somebody that I deem a business professional would have said, okay, what are we trying to accomplish? What's our mission? All right, let's go ahead and work together and figure out how can we get you there. All right, you know what? Let's go ahead and bring somebody in. You know what? You know, we've got a council member that's a numbers guy. We got one that's very pro-tax relief. We got one that's the sacred cow is public safety. I would think a qualified business professional would look at it from all the angles rather than just making it that simple yes or no. And I think at this point now, the do or die that we're hanging our head on is that one council member. So I think there was a lot of breakdown along the way. Once again, I think a qualified business professional would have looked at it from a different perspective. And I think that's what we're going to do. So I have an expectation, and we can share it more along between the two of us. But I tell you what, you still have other people who comment, because I was going to recommend that we table it, but go ahead.
You can recommend that, and I want to remind everyone, Rebecca, what is the rule on speaking on the same item, on the item more than once?
So there's a parliamentary rule about speaking on agenda items or just on action items. A person can speak twice on an item if there's a motion on the floor, and also it's 10 minutes maximum total time that they can speak. So at this point, we haven't met that standard yet, but we could get close. So I just wanted to remind people about that.
Okay, so no one has met
Put the timer on, because I'm going to pull all 10 minutes.
Are you? I'm sure.
Rebecca, no one has met the rule then?
Not this second, no.
All right.
We just started the discussion.
Okay.
I'm done.
Were you making a motion, or were
Well,
you're recommending?
I would recommend that.
Okay.
sorry.
Councilwoman Campos.
Yes, thank you. As a matter of fact, I'd even agree to second that motion, but before I do this, I wanted to also give my piece. Yes, I do agree that, our taxpayers do deserve a break. I mean, really, what? You said 40 years, right? 40 years. All right. The same can be said for the industrial district agreements. I know that you guys keep saying, she goes again. But it's the honest truth. Okay, where are we going to get this money? And you're right. I mean, we should put all, our hands, if, again, I have to reference like the drought. If we're all in a drought, we're all in a drought. If we're not, we're not. But the thing is that we're not all paying the fair share of taxes. And we've known this for quite some time. Now, we're coming to our 10-year, agreement that we're going to finally, have a chance to hopefully make this right again, and we're going to get outside counsel, which is great. But again, back to Councilman Barrera's point is, Mr. Pusley, Councilman Pusley keeps saying that, he never gets the floor, that he never gets, his say. Well, that's not true. It was one person that he just, he made that motion, or he approached our city manager and asked that this be placed on an agenda. I have also my own agenda. I mean, there's a reason why I ran and why I won. It was because of the tax rates and the water rates, right? So, and of course, our streets, we can't forget our streets. Where are we going to get the money for the streets? So, we have to balance all this out. And I don't know why you would have said the police, but I would have said the streets. I mean, people are up in arms that their streets are still not being fixed, and, broken sidewalks, what have you. I think, I'm going to have to agree that it is something that we should, place all our, what we ran on or what we feel is the best for our city, for our constituents. I know for me, it is the unfairness of our taxes and the unfairness of our rates and the unfairness of, for 40 years, we've been ignored. Our streets have been ignored. And yes, we're doing a great job. Yes, we're coming, back up. But look, 35, 40 years of ignoring us. So with that, I'm just going to say this, that I would have preferred that we would have had, and we are, I think, we're still going to have that discussion, hopefully, in our retreat. We're going to list, what, is important to us as a collective, because, we are a collective. I know some of us think, I'm going to say it, that we're better than others, but we're not, okay? I do respect our mayor. She is our leader. But I also respect the one vote, okay? And I also respect the rules that are in place. I mean, that's one of the first things that I asked. I asked Rebecca, what does it take to put something on the agenda? It's four people, okay? So according to this right now that we're discussing, it was only one person. So right there, it breaks what I was told, and right now is unfair. So, yes, I would like to second let's table this. I do want to look at this seriously, because he is right. The taxpayers do need a break, but we also need to figure out how are we going to make this work, because if we can't get our industrial partners to pay their fair share of taxes, then we're nowhere. So that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Campos. Councilman Pusley, can you turn Ms. Campos? Councilwoman.
Yes.
Yeah.
Peter, I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
Thank you.
But I forgot to bring up in my initial presentation about our fund balance. In 2020, we were required to have 20% of our general fund as fund balance, which would have equated to $53 million. We had an $87 million excess total fund balance. In 2021, we had $103 million when we only needed 57. In 2022, we had another $100 million, and we were only required to have 57 million. In 2023, we had a $77 million projected fund balance, and we only are at this time required to have 61.4 million. So last year, we had a $40 million excess fund balance. We took 21 million of that and spent it on golden calf projects in the respective districts. And we could have taken some of that money and helped our taxpayers, but I supported some of those projects, but thought they were a good idea. So you can't tell me that there aren't places to find this money. And as far as who can put something on the agenda, Ms. Campos, you're going to get a chance in just a minute to make that decision. Hopefully you'll remember your comments. So, but the fact of the matter is, we sat here and we I wasn't going to say anything about this, because I'm trying not to be confrontational, even though the mayor doesn't believe that. But I do want to say, we put everything in here except that we were going to go take people's Social Security checks out of their mailbox. And so it's a typical bureaucratic answer to everything. And when I say that, I mean the problem here is bureaucracies like this, they get addicted to the money. They've been collecting this money for 40 years, not thinking once about an opportunity to provide some of that back to taxpayers. And we get addicted to that, and every year, well, we know we're going to get it, and if we don't have something to spend it on, we'll figure out some way to spend it, instead of trying to figure out how we can help our taxpayers. So, I originally, Mr. Barrera called me and discussed with me whether I would consider tabling this, and I was very open to doing that, but I almost got talked out of it a few minutes ago. When people start saying that we're going to take this out of the police fund or the fireman's fund or any of that, it's just malarkey. It's just trying to blow smoke up people's skirt and make them believe something that's not true. We are not going to cut public safety. I've never voted once to cut public safety. There are places where we can go find this funding to help our taxpayers.
Thank you, Councilman, and that's exactly what we want to do, is go find where we can do it. And I just have to say public safety, because I'm a big proponent. So, as you are, you support them as well. But no one is telling us where it's coming from. So I think, yes, we all support going to figure out what that picture looks like so that it isn't public safety, so that we do not go backwards anywhere, and so that we can benefit the taxpayer. Absolutely. It's just like water. There is no revenue made in water. So anyone who wants to join us on the team and make revenue, sorry, we're not here to make revenue when it comes to water. So anyway, won't go there, but
And
thank you
I would
for-
also defer to Councilman Barrera. Councilman, if we're going to table this, I would at least like to have the opportunity to make that motion.
Okay, well, why don't you make the motion now? So you made it, sir, and then we'll continue.
I will make them. Huh?
I'm
And-
vote against you.
It's a table. No, he didn't make the motion.
I didn't make a motion.
But
I just
let's
said I'm
clear.
probably gonna recommend.
But let's clarify, Councilman Pusley. We want to see this. It's just not today. That's it. So it is about getting this back, which is what y'all agreed upon. So I don't think there's anything wrong with it whatsoever. It is coming back, and this whole council has discussed it, and we want to see the benefit.
As long as on April 6th, this staff comes to us with some reasonable methods whereby we can find this money.
Yeah,
And they're going to
Councilman,
have to
I'm
sharpen
sorry,
their
no.
pencil.
We won't be doing that in April. That's next week. We won't be doing that. We don't know what the revenues are yet, or the expenditure, the
Okay.
baseline expenditures are. What we were gonna do on April 6th is just have this conversation with the body. That was prior to us, you and me deciding to put it on the agenda, now to have the conversation. What has to happen in the chain of events is we have to see what the legislature's doing so we can inform the council. Secondly, we have to see what our revenue projections are. And thirdly, we have to see what our baseline expenditures are. We haven't done that yet. That's part of the budget process. So things like, what's the full cost for police officers and firefighters that we added into the budget, and all these other positions that we added in streets and
But you
parks.
see what that means is why I asked you to put this on the agenda, because it
Right.
just seems to me like let's stall it, let's stall it.
No,
let's
it's not called
stall it.
stalling. It's called, that's how the budget process works. The budget begins in May and June. That comes from accurate revenue projections. It comes from loading in baseline expenditures. So it's part of the process. We can't start it any sooner because we don't have good information. We don't know what the property values are. We don't know what the trends have been in sales tax. There would be rash assumptions, so we try to be more precise based on more accurate data and revenues, and the same in expenditures. What's the cost for fuel? What's the cost for labor? How many vacancies do the departments have? That type of thing. So it's all part of the process. So we have to give you timely information. And the sandbagging comment, this is background information, so the policymakers have the fact that right now you do forego $30 million in property tax relief. And just in this budget alone, you reduce the tax rate 2.5 cents. So it hasn't been 40 years, it's been less than 40 months or something like that. It's not even, you just reduce the tax rate.
No, I'm talking about for homesteaders.
Well, I mean, all the people that got the 2.5% property tax break, a lot of them are homesteaders.
Yeah.
So how about we do table it, Councilman, until they can, there's a certain time where they have the information. I mean, they just don't have it until they have it. So table it until, as soon as you have that information and are able to bring all of it to us.
Right.
And we're not going to have any conversation about this at our
I wouldn't
retreat.
recommend it unless you want to chew out the city manager again then, on April 6th, Councilman Barrera.
I think
No,
you
yeah, I
did,
don't think we need to,
Councilman.
Councilman, because you've had it here, so, I mean, we know what the issues are. We laid out a pretty detailed
Well,
briefing.
I'll tell you how serious I am about this. And I called off the dogs because I had my campaign team all set up. I was going to spend $3,000 out of my own pocket to advertise this all across the city of Corpus Christi.
Okay.
And I'm serious about this. And I will do that. But I don't want to have to fight y'all and have the fire department and the police department fighting to say that, you know, Mike Pusley's up here trying to cut public safety. That's not what this is about. This is about us finding the discretionary spending in our budget that every bureaucratic budget, every governmental entity on this earth has discretionary spending built into their budget. I've talked about that since I came here. And in 2010 and 2011, many of the governmental agencies across this country had to learn how to cut the discretionary spending out of it because of the serious downturn in the economy.
Right.
So it's there. You
Well,
just have to
yeah.
want to go find it.
Okay. Yeah, not to belabor the point, but the city, in the 4 years I've been here, the budgets have been slashed beyond belief in the 10 years prior, I think.
Yeah.
So things like mid-level staff to help business case analysis, they don't even exist here.
Okay.
So the budgets, I'll tell you right now, having worked in San Antonio for 22 years, 10 of which was the budget director, these budgets are pretty slim to begin with. There's not a lot of discretionary funding. We're trying to build back some of the business process elements that are good for providing things like streets and public safety. So just a comment from somebody that sees it day to day.
Okay. Do you want to do that? As soon as the information is available?
Well, I don't know. Is there anybody else that needs to make a comment?
No.
That's it.
You want to, let's move this along, gentlemen. Councilman Hunter.
You know, it's always easy to support a fellow tax reliever, so I think that, you know, maybe there's an opportunity that we just go ahead with the 10% increase in the homestead exemptions. Everything else we can come back and look at, or even a 5%, because a 5% would be almost the same amount as the $2.5 million welcome sign we were going to put up last year.
But ultimately, we want the big one. I mean, we just need more information, guys. It's everybody wants to do it.
If everyone wanted to do this, we would have done it a long time ago.
Well, but it's been brought up now. Nobody brought it up before. Anyhow.
I would have tabled it as well until I was told to, you know, quit talking.
Michael.
I'm just kidding. I've always been against tax increases. I've always been for tax reductions.
Right.
Because nothing has changed.
Well, we all
have
are.
a home value to go from $130,000 to $290,000 in 9 years on the appraisal value. Because that person then picks up the weight of everyone else that's sitting there fighting it. And that individual doesn't fight it.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people out there like that.
Great.
And it is really difficult for those individuals.
Yeah. Councilman Bonetto.
So how much time do I have, Rebecca? Do I get a new 10 minutes?
No.
Councilman.
You've got 6 minutes.
I've got 6 minutes? Really? I only use 3.5? Here, Peter, here's some things I would look at. What segment of the population are we really affecting, and how many of those individuals is it that are gonna get affected by the tax relief? If it's only a certain segment of the population that gets limited, is it in a sense a regressive tax where those that have higher property values, are those are the ones that are gonna really feel it? What is it from a demographic standpoint? That's something that I would be interested in. I think there are some places that we could probably have some better business practices. I would have to agree with that. So I would look at it from a perspective, as far as waiting for, we've got an idea of where property values are at. Our budget's grown from our operating budget. I know there's always talk about this $1.4 billion budget. Obviously, those are a lot of that has to do with capital expenditures. So we're talking about here is the operating budget. What was our operating budget for this year? Constance? Eddie?
About 900 million.
No, our operating budget?
Yeah, the general fund is about 300,000.
329 million.
Million.
Can you speak in the mic, if you don't mind?
Yeah, or at least just repeat what he said.
It's about 900 million for operating. The general fund was about 300 and, did you say 30 million? We have that in there. 307.
307.
Yes,
So
sir.
we're talking about the impact on the 307 million.
Correct.
Okay, so that's the thing that I would look at. I think, once again, I've thrown out stuff about the health plan. I think there's the things that we could probably examine. Now, the frustrating thing is that I am not a city manager. Were I a city manager, I probably would have said, okay, what's our mission? What are you trying to accomplish? What does the council want to accomplish? Let's get that going, and that way that would be a good item for discussion on April 6th. However, now that's only a week and a half away. And I'm not trying to chew on you, I'm just trying to set an expectation. Hence, I have said, with the exception of one other city manager, I think you're the best that we've ever had, or at least since I've been involved in about 30 years. So, and that's not to say that you're not that good. You are. So, but I would probably handle this from a different perspective. Number one, what's a segment of the population that we're really going to provide an impact to? Okay. Number two, all right, where are the opportunities that we feel that, or that the council is going to feel that would be where, because the council ultimately is going to have to decide where is it that we're going to make. Well, it's just I'm getting distracted over here, Put the light on, I was almost to the point where I was gonna go ahead and make the motion to support it at one time or another, just out of spite. But so here's what I would do over the next couple of days, or I would recommend. You don't have to follow it. I would just suggest, perhaps at least it'll get me off of you, is that say, okay, once again, where do you feel that where are the sacred cows, and where do we feel that we're gonna, because obviously public safety is a sacred cow.
Right.
And so where is it that if we're gonna do this, what is it that we're gonna sacrifice? And where do we feel the opportunities are? Then you're gonna find out from the council really, what's important and what's not. And I think, okay, so the 29.9 million is a fact. But is it a necessary fact? Because it's not something that we can touch.
It's called background, Councilman. It's giving you background it's in the briefing memo in the background. So
yeah, that I was already aware of.
You were? I wasn't, as a CEO.
I guess I'm smarter than you are.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't even aware, because we don't see that
why
number.
do you do that? Why do you do that?
We don't see that number often, so, yeah, thought it'd be important for the council.
You want me to give you a shovel?
I thought it'd be important for the council to know, because it's not a number we talk about all the time.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy you a shovel.
Okay.
And the other thing I want to admit, okay, so the other thing I want to say is that I from the position of which there needs to be an adjustment to industry, I disagree. Okay, that's a position. To say we is not a true statement. Once again, we operate as a collective. I don't say so I would just appreciate that if that's a statement, then it's a statement made by, it's a position that you take, and I'm okay with that. All right? It's not a position that we believe. It's not a position that I know for sure Councilman Pusley does not believe. I personally believe that industry pays more than their fair share. Okay, that's your opinion. This is my position. And I would ask that you respect my position because I respect yours. Comments such as no they don't I'm sorry, it's not of the decorum that I would expect from a professional, from a good council person. So I just wanted to state that because it's not a position of we, it's your position, which I respect. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so,
All right, with that, do you want to move to table?
oh my goodness, please. Let's move this forward, Councilman. We understand and we get it and we agree. I think you've got agreement. I just think it's only fair that we have all the information so that we can make a good, rational decision and not piecemeal. What's the point in piecemealing it? You've made a recommendation, and so let's move forward with that, with the information as soon as they have it. That would be my suggestion to you.
Well, if I do, I'll probably get to vote in the majority, which means I can bring that back. But from the conversation I've been hearing, I'll probably never get a chance to bring it back because I'll never get 4 people to sign, to bring it back. If that's what
You
we.
will bring it back. You will bring it back.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you will.
Okay, well, then I will make a motion that we table this until such time as staff brings back a recommendation
Right.
on how we will fund this on a go-forward basis.
Okay, do we
And
have a
guys, I'll even go a step further. If you want to break this down over a 2-year period of time, I'm okay with that too. But we have to, at some point in this city, say, you know what, taxpayers, we appreciate the fact that you keep writing those checks and sending them in here so that we can do the things that you are asking us to do. And this is a little bitty piece of a giant picture of that.
Okay, so we have a motion. Did somebody second?
I'll second it.
Second, okay.
Did you include the 2-year period, Mr. Pusley, or was that?
Don't do that.
Okay.
Don't do.
Okay, I didn't.
No, he
I'm
just
wanted to
suggested. He said
okay,
I'd
so
even,
no.
so they'll
Just
work with it.
pull
No,
it
it's
till
a
staff
motion.
can come back.
We have
I'm
a
not gonna be
motion
here in
and a
2
second.
years.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay. All right. So we're gonna go to item number, gentlemen, please. What item are we on, Rebecca?
14.
14. Resolution amending City Council Policy Section 16 to reduce the number of city council members required to place an item on the agenda from 4 council members to 1. And Rebecca, I don't think I didn't open public comment. I was a little too late. Did any of y'all want to talk? Sorry. Okay, 14. Sorry about that. So who's Mr. Miles?
Miles is going to present this one.
Okay.
Mayor and members of City Council, Councilman Pusley has requested a resolution to allow 1 member of City Council to add an item to the agenda. This will amend City Council Policy Number 16. The current policy requires 4 members of City Council to add items to the agenda. City staff recommends against this change because this change will increase the number of items on agendas that do not have majority support on City Council, and it will bypass the city's processes for ensuring that City Council proposals are sufficiently funded and reviewed for legal issues and unintended consequences. So I keep in mind that one signature to be on the agenda would be one less than needed to even second a motion. But also, when items go to the agenda under the Legistar process, there's about 7 city staff members that normally have to effectively sign off on any of those items. All of those personnel will be bypassed, including finance and legal. Finance certifies that the money is available to pay for an item. Legal department reviews an item and ensures that it is appropriate from a legal standpoint, or that at least the risks have been addressed to the staff that are proposing the item.
Councilman Pusley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Miles, it just, I want to speak specifically, starting off with what you said here in item number 1. It says that do not have the majority support of the city council. You're inferring that a council member needs to go get a quorum of council members to agree to something to put it on the agenda, and that's a violation of the Open Meetings Act. And I will propose to you that now having 4 council members required to get something on the agenda also invites that same violation, because potentially I might have to visit every member of this council to get a consensus of 4 people to agree to put something on the agenda, which means I might have to talk to all other 8 members of this council. So those just don't wash. And as long as the item being submitted, whichever council member submits it, is submitted within the 72-hour rule, then those people and the staff are not going to get excluded. They're going to be able to have the same, because right now, if I bring you 4 signatures on a document at 3 o'clock on Thursday afternoon, that means you got to put it on the agenda. And so nothing about that changes. But the policy we always had, I served a total of 18 years on 2 different governmental entities where the rule of being able to put something on the agenda, it was 2 with the school district, it was 1 at the county. And it was never a problem. We just always adhered to the 72-hour rule, that your request had to be submitted within the 72-hour Texas Open Meetings Act requirement to meet the deadline for being posted on the agenda. I think it's 72 hours, if I remember correctly. Is that not right, Rebecca? 72.
Councilman, well, go ahead, Miles.
Anyway, so, you know, this business of having to go get 4 people to sign a piece of paper to get something on the agenda is just ridiculous. It's just totally overbearing. I mean, every member of this council, regardless of what they believe, ought to have an opportunity to get things on the agenda without having to get down on bending knee to 3 other people to ask their permission. And I certainly appreciated the fact, Peter, that you were willing to put things on the agenda for me that I asked for in the past, and none of those, you know, were earth-shattering. So, other than this last one. But anyway, I'm going to reserve comment for later, but that's what I have to say at this point. I'm willing to compromise on this as well. If we want to make it 2, I'd go up to 2, but I think, you know, if I go out and get 2 people to sign a piece of paper to get something on the agenda, that ought to be all I have to do.
Mayor, Miles we did do some comparative analysis of the top 7 cities and some others in Texas, council members, to see what the prevailing number is, and it's more than 2, but go ahead, Miles.
Yeah, and I would like to point out, cities are distinct from those other types of entities that you served on. The big difference is that a home rule city has a very broad authority over lots of different things. In other words, the potential subject matter for what we deal with is much, much greater than at a county or a school district. But I'd also like to point out that so our proper comparator is other cities. What are other cities doing? And we did look at those other cities, and Austin requires 4 council members out of 11. So that's when we reduced it last from 5 to 4, from slightly over the majority to slightly under the majority. Austin is 4 out of 11. Dallas requires 5 out of 15. That's 1/3 of their city council. Houston is only the mayor. They don't have a city council authorization, and Houston has a very strong mayor system,
Right.
unlike the other cities.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not defending the Houston system, but I'm saying, you know, they're on the far extreme. Arlington has 8 council members required, with 5 required to add an item. San Antonio requires 5 out of 11. And the city of Irving requires 3 out of the 9. Again, 1/3. But none of them are in the one zone.
Right, okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I understand the basis of this, because when we looked to put something on the agenda and we brought the information to staff, we were told that we weren't able to speak to the staff member, and specifically our city attorney. And so even if we were within the rights of having those 4 council members, to have a staff member tell us no was, you know, how do you engage on a particular agenda item if your staff isn't going to work with you on it? Okay, so I think this was the auspices of bringing it to where it's fewer, so you can have some aspect of that. If we're going to have a policy where the city council members, whether it's 4, whether it's 3, or whether it's 2, can bring something on the agenda, if you want staff involvement, you got to talk to them, right? So that, I was going to say another expletive, but for that for us to be denied city staff time to address an issue on the agenda item was just inappropriate. You know, it is completely inappropriate. So if we have a policy where 4 council members can put something on the agenda, staff should be able to review it. Now, I kind of agree that maybe we should probably reduce it maybe to 1/3. I guess, what did you say? Who else had that?
Irving requires 1/3. Arlington is 5 out of 8. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Arlington's 5 out of 8. Irving's 3 out of 9. Dallas is 5 out of 15. So
it's a
Dallas
1/3.
and Irving.
And then Austin?
San Antonio's 5 out of 11.
Yeah, San Antonio's 5 out of 11.
What was Austin?
4 out of 11.
Austin was 4 out of 11,
4,
so it's
yeah.
even a little bit, it's about 1/3. So, I mean, maybe if it is 1/3, that's okay, but if you want staff involvement, to your point, you were concerned that not having staff involvement in review, I don't think whether it's a majority of council will approve it or not, you should be able to hear it. But, I mean, if council members bring something to it, the staff should be able to review it and not deny council members that privilege of being able to review what they bring on the agenda and provide your legal feedback. Is that an incorrect statement, that you would deny that to council members?
Councilman, we need review of items, so as Councilman Pusley said, something could be put on as soon as 72 hours. And I would say that probably that would...
Well, that wasn't the problem.
I have to finish my sentence if I can. So we would not have time for review. To respond to Councilman Barrera, we didn't have a lot of time to give analysis on this item because it was asked to be put on the agenda Wednesday of last week. So that I'm almost done. So it's going to give us not much time. So it's just a caution to the council, or just words of advice as you deliberate this item. We do need time. The organization needs time to vet items. So
Okay, so right now, under the council policy, whether it's yourself or whether it's the mayor or whether it's the 4 council members, there's no time requirement on there.
That's correct.
So if you want to include some sort of time requirement where a city, like 4 city council members or 3 city council members, whatever it may be, bring something in, you have a window, 10 business days to review an item.
Yeah, by the next council meeting, the next 2 council meetings.
Okay, so I can agree to 10 business days because that makes a lot of sense to be able to review something, right? And that could be applied to everybody, right? So if the mayor wants to bring something, 10 business days for staff review of stuff. Do you need more than 10 business days?
Well, I would just add a clause that unless it's a very complex issue, 10 may still not even be enough. If there has to be some thorough research, it's hard to say because we don't know what's going to be brought forward. My only comment is that to have good analysis to present to the policymakers, sometimes more time is needed than not, and depending on the item. But
so what do you ask? What do you think would be the appropriate time?
It's hard to say because I don't know what the policy item is. I would say at least by at least the next 2 council meetings.
So roughly 10 business days, or a minimum of 2.
There's no council meeting on that first meeting, right?
2 weeks is what you're asking, is basically.
Right.
Depending on when it's submitted.
Yeah, right.
2 to 3.
And then with some understanding from the council that, hey, if this is a very complex item, maybe 3 weeks. The point is here is that in the city charter, it says the city manager sets the agenda. And then also in the council policies, it says the mayor can put items on the agenda, and the city secretary and the manager put the agenda together. That's what it says in the voter-approved charter. So we know that that can be rigid. That's why I put these two items on for Councilman Pusley under the question of what are we trying to accomplish? We're trying to accomplish collaboration, running the business.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Council
Yeah.
policies state that, not the charter, the agenda placement.
Okay, thank you. So anyway, but council members should have the ability to put something on the agenda, but the point I'm trying to make is that it does take time to have thorough analysis for the council to make a good decision.
And I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
But when you're denied that, that's where I have a problem. And we were denied that.
Okay, we
Okay.
agree with that.
So
Okay, are you?
That's why
were you
Miles
done?
met with you on Monday.
yeah, so
the
it
following week.
might,
Let's move
this
along.
might be a policy change to go from 4 to 3 with a time frame put into it. Because right now there is no time frame. And so, to Councilman Pusley's point, he's expecting 72 hours because that's what the Open Meeting Act requires. But that's, to your point, it's not realistic if you can't review it.
Right.
So if you want to put a time frame on it of 10 business days or 2 weeks from the previous or to the next council meeting, which could be, various, you could see what that would look like. But I would go in that direction. That way you don't prevent us from talking to staff.
Yeah, I'm not preventing you from talking to staff, but.
Well, we were denied.
Okay.
I was denied.
Okay.
I'm not privy to
Councilman,
that, but.
Thank you.
Councilman, can I just add, what Holly just reminded me, our internal business process is 30 days. So if a department wants to put something on the agenda, we say, give us 30 days to run it through all the vetting processes. As Miles said, legal looks at it, budget looks at it, finance looks at it, the department looks at it. So maybe 2 to 4 weeks, a range or something. If it's an easy item, like Councilman Pusley's asked before, on the lake levels or the discharge amounts downstream, that's something we have right away, so sure, we can put that on. But something complex that needs analysis, it could be 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
So maybe a maximum
Yeah.
time, like a maximum of 30
Yeah, I would
days?
say a maximum of 30 days, that'd probably be better. And it's the maximum of 30
30
days.
days or less?
Right. 30 business days.
Well, calendar days, because if you're,
Yeah. And again, a key note here is that we're working together. I'm working with you all. So this is not trying to say, hey, you, and we're over here. These are just internal policies to run the business, to take care of the city. So these parameters help, but I want to reiterate, the reason I'm working with council members is for the greater good of the city. It's not to pick one council member over next, and while things may not be written down, things are flexible and fluid. Last week was a different scenario that we went through, so Councilman Pusley has something, sure. But if we need more time, if things are more relaxed, we may say something different, but,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so.
Yeah, and thank
Maybe
you.
make that
Thank you.
suggestion.
Yes. We've got lights on, but I would just like to say that, I understand what everybody's points here. Gentlemen, we're trying to keep things moving. We truly need to value what our city manager is recommending. He's the one in operations, and I just want to say that, overall, we've seen, nothing but progress in Corpus Christi, and it has begun when Peter got here. And of course, our council works cohesively. The last, three councils, I guess?
Yeah,
three?
two, I think.
Right. And so my point is valuing Peter's judgment on how this needs to work. And I appreciate, what the point is here, and I appreciate the comments and trying to work together in working with the time, because I think that is critical. And then we'll sit back here and say, well, we don't have enough information, because you didn't give me enough time. So we truly keep that in mind, please, as we move forward with whatever we end up doing here. Councilman Hunter.
Commissioner Pusley, you really had me at tax exemptions, but on this one, I don't think we see eye to eye. I was on the council, and a couple of us were also on the council when we had to have 5 And Rebecca was our source, basically the loophole through the process on how to do this, and we lowered it to 4 because we kept running into an issue of breaking the walking quorum issues, and that can get a lot of people into trouble, and we don't want to do that. And 4 can get you pretty close to that, because if everyone says no, then where do you go, you know? So I think 1 is an awful idea. We'll be here all day long, and we will have to lower the time limit for everyone to speak to 1 minute versus 10.
Yeah.
But I do think 3 is manageable if the council wants to do it. I think a minimum of 10 days for issues is reasonable. I don't think you can put a maximum on it, and I wouldn't do that, because we've had major issues hit this city when people are out of business for 11 days, not able to shower and stuff. We have emergency protocols, and I know the mayor and you have that opportunity to call that emergency, but maybe things can't be called an emergency and we need to get done pretty quickly, or not. So I would not put a maximum on the date.
If you're referring to the up to 30, it's just saying that within 30 days it should be on. So we can't say, sure, we'll put it on, but it's going to be 3 months from now?
And I don't think you should put that.
Okay.
I'd be against that personally.
Okay, what,
I
you would
think a
have no...
minimum of 10 days.
A minimum?
A maximum
Okay.
of, I don't even know if you can put a maximum.
Oh, I see. Right.
Yeah.
You're saying at a minimum,
he's
it has to
going
be
with the
on within
rules.
2 weeks, but it could be later, is that what you're saying?
Say that again, sorry? We have
I'm sorry,
many
you're
people
saying that
talking.
at a minimum, it should be placed on within 10 working days, but it could be later? Or are you saying it should be put on within 10 business days?
Minimum of 10 days. I don't think that it should be rushed when you have 3 people making a decision to
Right.
put something on the agenda.
Okay.
I don't think you should put a maximum on it.
A
Okay.
minimum of 10 days or more.
10 days or more, you're saying?
Right.
And I understand Councilman Pusley with the 72 hours, that's our, he's just going by the current rules, and I understand that.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. As much as I would like to think that Sylvia Campos has all these great ideas and it would just take one person, to bring something to the agenda, I am willing to negotiate. And I think that 3, and especially thank you, Miles, for doing the research and giving us some feedback as to what, some of the other cities are doing. So I think I would be more inclined to agree to 3, having at least 3 council members agree to bring something to the agenda. And as far as the days or however long, it is difficult to, figure that out because, like y'all are saying, it just depends on the complexity of the issue. I mean, sometimes maybe you even have to travel. I don't know. But I'd be willing to agree to at least 10 days. I think the 10 and the 30 sounds like a good, number. So 10 at a minimum and 30 at the maximum. That's what I'm leaning towards.
Okay. Thank you. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. I would agree that a third is acceptable, but I would suggest the 72-hour rule, and let me tell you why. Just to place the item on the agenda for discussion, because when we had the other item, I was of the personal opinion that if we're going to include subject matter experts, meaning city staff, then the collective should be able to make that decision, not something proposed. So say, for example, when I saw that document that was put together, the negotiations for the port, I said, there's a lot of this I don't agree with. However, there's some that I do agree with. But if it gets to put on the item for discussion, then we as a collective can make the decision of what direction we want to move in. So therefore, then you can say, that's going to take 30 days, that's going to take 60 days. I can get that on agenda in 2 weeks. You understand? is just to put the item on the agenda for discussion. And because it's the same thing, we're doing that right now. We're discussing it, and we're gonna give you a directive to put together to bring back to us. We did that a while ago on the last item. We discussed it, we gave you a directive, we discussed it an item, now you've got a little bit of homework that you put it together and you bring it back to us. Now, if we change this policy today, or whatever the situation is, then, you know, as I said, I would be happy to lend my signature so that way it comes back, so that way we say we're not satisfied with the timeline of which you've agreed to. So I would go back to, I would agree with a third, so 2 more signatures. And then at that point, it takes 72 hours, it gets the item up for discussion, so that way the collective can give you direction.
That's fine.
So.
Okay. Councilman Roy.
So I want everybody to think about this. A lot of times, you know, what I'm seeing is that the decision to put things on an agenda, sometimes it's a very emotional decision. It's very emotional. I'm upset because of this, so I'm going to go over and put this on the agenda for that, right? But an important part is, number one, you know, as leaders and professionals, we want to try and curtail our emotions. And we want to make good, solid decisions based on our leadership efforts. But one of the things I like about that, one of the things we're talking about, is sometimes when you make a decision emotionally, you need that cooling off period. So I'm not in favor of necessarily 72 hours. I like the idea of maybe taking up to 5 business days or whatever, because I think that if you're going to put something on the agenda, put some serious thought into it. I'm not saying that we don't, but I'm saying put some real serious thought into it. Sometimes it's good to sleep on it and come back and think about it in terms of, okay, do I still feel this way? Because we want to try to eliminate those knee-jerk reactions. So I'm for it. I think we need to, as far as the number, I think if we can reduce it to 3, that helps us not be in a position to have a walking quorum, because it is hard. It's difficult. I've only used that method twice when I was on council before. I have not used it this time. And it was tough to go through and navigate through that, and also try to get staff to look at your information and give input. So there's a lot of moving parts to it. But I just want you to remember that part. I think we need a little bit of time so that sometimes with this council that we can eliminate the emotional part. Thanks.
Good comments. Thank you. Ms. Whitman, do you have a?
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted some clarification on the resolution. So I think there's an error. I noticed it says on D, where the change is being made on agenda, it says, or 1 member of the city council, and then the part that says who shall confirm the request with the office of the city secretary is stricken. So I'm guessing, you know, that should remain there. I'm not sure why that was taken out, unless I'm not sure why that was taken out there.
I think that was deleted because when it was 4, you needed the city secretary to be able to kind of confirm everybody was involved.
Mm-hmm.
But with only 1, you don't really need the city secretary to confirm everybody's involved, because there's just 1. So you don't need to strike it if you have
More than one
multiples.
person.
The city secretary will be doing some coordination there just to make sure that all 3 have signed on.
Very good. That was my clarification.
So yeah, it was only stricken because it was all the way down to 1, and it did not make sense at that 1 level.
Very good.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I just want to clarify a couple of things. It's important and Mayor, I'm going to say this with all due respect, I promise you. You know, when we were trying to get our item on the agenda to discuss, the parameters of the MOU, which we worked to put together, and we were never allowed to do that. We didn't get a chance, as Councilman Barrera said, to bring those forward so we could have them discussed in full open session. We went to the trouble of getting 4 signatures on a piece of paper to put it on the agenda item. And then there was work done to try to stop that to try to stop that. And so one of my goals here is to try to set this up to where if a council member or council members, in this case, if we decide to go to 3, want to put something on the agenda, then we ought to have the right to do that without being hammered about it or having to go defend that or anything else. It ought to be our right to be able to do that. And so, however, we have to protect that. And, you know, Ms. Campos, I'm surprised that you didn't jump all over this. I figured you would, because this gives you an opportunity, if we went to 1, to get whatever you wanted on the agenda. But anyway, that aside. But I hope that whatever we do here, we come to the realization that when someone wants to put something on the agenda, emotional or not, it's something that we feel is important and we want to have brought forward. But I just think that putting something 30 days out, I mean, we may not have 30 days. There may be some things that come up here that need to get on the agenda quickly, and this council has to make a decision on. So we may not have 30 days in all cases.
Yeah.
But I think Councilman Barrera made an excellent point. If we can get something on the agenda so that this council as a collective can at least discuss that item and decide what it is we do or don't like about it, then we can give staff direction on which way to go. And I like that suggestion.
Okay.
That's really good. And so with that, I'm gonna make a motion. I make a motion that we change our, is it a policy or a procedure, or what is it
It's a
called?
policy, sir.
It's a policy.
Policy,
Council
number
policy
16.
to only require 3 signatures to have an item placed on the agenda, as long as it's done within the 72-hour period prior to when it has to be posted on the agenda for the council to discuss. And then if it requires more research time, then, you know, we can decide what we need to do at the particular meeting. But I'd like to just get the policy changed, and then we can see how it works. Because I promise you guys, I served 18 years doing this, and it never, there was 3 times where it was a problem. You know, and once was just to discuss cheerleader color on cheerleader outfits.
Okay.
And the other 2 were so remote, I can't even remember what they were for. So it's not a big issue if you learn how to work within the parameters.
I second that.
Okay,
So
Councilman
that's a
Hunt?
motion to amend the policy on the floor, right?
Yes,
Because right now it's 1.
yes.
Okay.
Councilman Hunter?
I actually, sorry, my mic was on. I think that's actually a good idea. I would like to amend it even further to say in 70, because here's the thing. You guys can be working on whatever you want to be working on, but then you drop it on us 3 days before we're supposed to vote on it, and we're supposed to have the same knowledge that all y'all have. And what was the word you used earlier, Gil? The curse word?
Explicited.
Explicitive. But to get it on the agenda to discuss, I like that idea. If you want to force a vote 10 days, if you want to get it to discuss 3 days, that's fine with me, 72 hours.
I'll
Okay,
second that
Council-
amendment.
Hold on a
Wait,
second.
what was it again? I'm
So,
sorry.
well, hold on, what was the original? Rebecca?
So the original was to change it to 3
3.
members of the city council who shall confirm the request, well, I was requesting to put this back in as well, who shall confirm the request with the office of the city secretary within a 72-hour period.
Only thing I want my
what-
motion to
The
change.
discussion, though, you said?
Right, I was gonna say, that's for discussion.
Yeah, he made the motion in the second, and
to-
then Michael suggested something else.
Well, you could, it's like any other agenda item. You would put it on there for discussion and possible action. I mean, You don't have to take action on it, but you
Okay.
you may want to.
I guess we would put that, depending on the situation, we would advise as such in the memo if we
But
could say
Peter,
something.
you made a valiant case a while ago for us to give you more time to go do some research,
Yeah, I'm
and
just
we
saying.
supported you on that.
Right, Councilman.
So that's what we're supposed to do.
I'm supporting your statement by saying that if we think we need more time, we'll identify in the memo.
Absolutely.
That's all I'm
Right.
saying.
Absolutely.
Put it in the memo.
And
It puts us-
everybody needs to be open
yeah.
to that.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so you're okay not?
I'm not voting for that.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Well,
Be a little
Po-
forceful.
po-
All right,
point of
hold
order.
on. No. Hold on.
Point-
Let's, everybody stop. So we need to clarify. We have a motion on the floor. And Rebecca, please just read the motion one more time.
Okay, well, okay. What I understood was, so it's three members of the city council who shall confirm the request with the office of the city secretary within a 72-hour period, or 72 hours in advance of, I guess, of the council meeting, of the requested council meeting.
72 hours advance of the, right,
If it's
okay.
given within that, yeah, if it's submitted within that 72 hour.
Well,
right.
it's 72 hours required before posting is
That's right.
required.
That's right.
Yeah.
I think we need
So
to.
Before the
that's what the
posting.
law
that what-
says.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Hold on, please.
Another way you could say it, Councilman Pusley, or the council members, is once it's given to us, we'll place it on the next agenda. If you give it to us on Friday, if it's too late for the 72 hours, it's inherent, so it'd be, we could put it on that Tuesday. If it's given to us on Monday, it would be the next agenda, the week after. So it'd be placed on the next city council agenda that is within the
next-
time constraints,
I'm sorry.
you know? within the-
And that's the way it was at the county. If it
Yeah.
didn't meet the 72-hour rule, then it went to the
Right.
next agenda.
Just say, I would say to be
Automatically.
placed on the next council agenda, so long as it's submitted within that 72 hours. If not, it'd be the next one. It's just more
72 hours
language.
for the next council
Yeah.
meeting.
72
You know,
hours or the next council meeting?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have that motion. Did we have you have a comment? Mr.
Point of order. I heard that Councilman Hunter made an amendment to that to say 72 hours for discussion and a minimum of 10 business days for possible action. 10 days? Okay, 10 days for action. And I seconded that motion. So it's an amendment to the original motion.
I didn't hear that second, okay.
That was me.
Okay.
I seconded it. So I just want to confirm that Councilman Hunter made an amendment to the motion.
So repeat,
Yes?
for discussion and a 10-day what?
Yes, because you can amend it. You can amend it a couple of times, but
Okay, Councilman Hernandez, hold on just a second. Are we amending yours?
Well, if we're going to go through the ladder, it would be Hunter's first and then back to Pusley's.
And his Hunter's
Yeah, but I'm
adds-
not clear on Hunter's still. Okay, so
Okay.
what is it again?
he said,
But Councilman, let
Okay,
him say
I'll let
it,
him say it.
please. You
We usually put
clarify.
stuff on the agenda on Thursdays. Okay? I don't know why this is so difficult to understand. We put the things on Thursdays or sometimes Fridays before 12. Then we have it available to vote on by Tuesday.
Right.
So 10 days from that period would be the next council meeting. That's all it is. I don't have something forced into my face, say you have to vote on this in 72 hours, when the rest of the people up here had a year and a half to look at it. That bothers me. And I don't think anyone should be required to do that.
I don't know, what are we talking about?
I'm just using an exaggerated pun.
Okay, okay, so,
But at the same time, I will say that Councilman Pusley's done a good job. I mean, some of these things he's put on the agenda, he's given us extra time. He's given y'all extra time. In fact, the tax exemption thing, he's given you way too much extra time. But there has been situations in the past where we have been given too little time to vote on something. And it's not just from council members forcing it onto the agenda. Sometimes it's the mayor or the city manager doing it. I don't like that at all, especially when y'all get to educate yourselves and we're sitting here going, and we don't even get a phone call?
you have a week. Okay, we're not getting,
3 days.
no,
Y'all put stuff on the agenda on Friday at noon sometimes.
and then everyone has it on Monday, and then you have a meeting the next Tuesday. You have a full, Peter, yes or no?
No,
Well,
Peter's been really good. He changed.
Yeah. Thank you,
Yeah,
Councilman.
Mayor,
This
there's two away.
predates you. This predates you.
Oh, well, then say that. I mean, I don't know. I
Better
thought you were
change
talking
the
about now.
policy
Yes.
so that everything is out 2 weeks in advance minimum, and occasionally with amendments 3 days before.
That is correct. We
Yes.
can add something
Okay, I thought you were
Friday
talking about now.
that is
All
late.
right. Well, the past is the past. We're not reverting. So where are we? The motion, well, we do have an amended one.
Okay, so the amended one is Hunter and Hernandez made that. Does everyone understand the motion? The motion to amend?
We understand it?
He is-
Councilman
I'll
Barrera?
remove my amendment.
You're
Let
gonna
the
agree with
first
the
motion
amendment?
stand.
Okay.
Okay.
And we have a motion and we have a second, correct?
Yes, it was
Okay.
Councilmember Pusley.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, then we just need to vote on it as amended, the resolution as amended.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
What do we end up with?
Yeah, what do we just do?
Three signatures.
Yes.
3 members, 72 hours in advance, just within the posting time.
Say that
Pull
again.
off. So now 3 members are required. They'll confirm their request with the city secretary, and it's at least 72 hours in advance. I'll let Miles put that part, but the idea was it had to be presented in time to post, for posting on that next agenda.
Yeah, at least 72 hours would be implied by law regardless of whether you said it.
Okay, moving on. Item number 15 is a resolution concurring with TxDOT's plan to close the Power Street and Padre Street exits or ramps off of US Highway 181 South and restoring Padre Street as a two-way roadway. Hey, Mr. DeLeon.
PowerPoint. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Ernesto De La Garza, Director of Public Works. Before you today is a resolution concurring with Texas Department of Transportation proposed plans for US 181 southbound exit ramp and Padre Street. On March 7th, TxDOT advised the city of the latest safety steps related to their ongoing campaign to deter wrong-way drivers onto US 181 via southbound exit ramps. The plan indicated that the southbound Padre exit ramp would be closed and Padre Street and North Tonkawa Street to Ramirez Street would be reconfigured to a single travel lane with one-way traffic flow. This segment of Padre Street had previously functioned as a two-lane, two-way travelway. This layout on this slide shows Power Street, new signage and striping, which changed Power Street from a two-way road to a one-way road. This ramp is currently closed. This layout shows Padre Street, new signage and striping, which changed Padre Street from a two-way road to a one-way road. A portion of Tonkawa has also been changed to one-way roadway. This ramp is currently closed. And then this layout is a continuation of the previous layout, showing Padre Street, the signage and striping layout, which changed Padre Street from a two-way to a one-way roadway. On March 14th, the City of Corpus Christi, in collaboration with TxDOT, met with local businesses in the area and discussed the recent closure and travel lane reconfiguration. Business owners did express during this meeting that the recent change to one-way traffic flow along Padre Street has had impacts to accessibility of their businesses. However, they did indicate support to maintain closure of the two exit ramps, Power Street and Padre Street. As an alternative to help these local businesses, TxDOT has agreed to restore Padre Street as a two-way roadway, but have asked the City Council to provide a resolution showing concurrence. TxDOT will provide the funding for the closure and for restoring Padre Street to a two-way roadway. In summary, City staff recommends approval of this resolution in the interest of protecting and providing traffic circulation to the impacted business owners.
Okay.
And this concludes my presentation, and I stand by for any questions.
Thank you.
You need another slide?
Can you go back on the slide, Ernie,
Yes.
to which one?
The one that shows the map.
The
This one?
two-way,
This one right here?
Padre?
Two-way?
Is this Padre the two-way?
Or are you talking about the very end of the presentation?
I thought I understood this until I looked at these maps, and now I'm confused.
Okay, let me give you the bird's eye view. This is probably better. This is the bird's eye view. This is before any changes were made. And so if you look. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, sir. So if you look on the screen, this is the, right here, that's the Padre Street exit. And so that is, before TxDOT made any changes, that's where the southbound US 181 traffic was exiting. And then what TxDOT came and did is they closed that ramp right here. And then they converted this two-way right there into only a one-way going in that direction. And so what TxDOT is saying that they would support reverting back to the original two-way if there is a resolution passed by the city of Corpus Christi.
But leaving the ramp closed.
Yes, sir, but leaving the ramp closed.
Okay. Well,
Power
sir,
Street.
I'm sorry, we got to do the lights because we've got people waiting. So Councilman Roy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I, first of all, I want to thank city staff and I know TxDOT if they're listening. We met at Brewster's and talked this out. And there was, there were several businesses that had concerns because their numbers dropped off dramatically. So being able to come back and get this in front of us as quick as we've done, thanks. That's a good job. We've already started this process. We're just here kind of formally okaying it, right?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Excuse me. So I just was wondering, how is it working so far? Have you had any issues? Does it seem to be any confusion? I know we actually placed a police car right there to kind of help direct traffic. So how's it gone so far?
I have not received any information from TxDOT in the negative as far as any of the configurations that they have had set up out there for Power Street and Padre Street. They have also made changes to Twig and Upper Broadway as well. But I know they did place DPS troopers at the Twig exit. And then we had also took counts at the exit ramps to see how traffic was flowing. But to date, I have not heard of anything negatively impacting any of the changes that TxDOT made.
So we made those changes prior to spring break. We got through spring break, knock on wood, without any more issues there. So it seems like all the way around it was successful.
Yes, sir.
So I know on behalf of District 1, I'm thankful in those all the owners down there. So again, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So help me understand, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this, because it looks as if the changes you're proposing now, you're going to keep the two ramps closed, Power Street and Padre Street off of 181 South, both closed. But now it looks as if you're going to be able to access, I'm going to say Brewster Street, from the uptown area more easily, because you can use Padre Street would be a two-way road again. What I'm wondering about though is, if you're coming from Portland and trying to get to Brewster Street again, or the outdoor arena there as well, how would you go about doing that now with both Power Street and Padre Street closed, those two ramps closed?
Right. So if you're coming from Gregory or Portland, they would have to exit right there, if you look up on the screen. And they would take the Twig, exit there, and then work their way through Chaparral to Belden, or further downtown.
Okay, and the Brewster Street folks are okay with that?
That was the feedback that we did receive at the meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Pesley. I'm good. Councilman Barrera.
Ernie, first off, my office is right there on Upper Broadway. Of course, I do miss that Upper Broadway exit because I just used to pop up right in front of my office, but hey, it's safer. And then, I just want to comment too, I'm glad we're closing that Padre Street exit. I never knew it was called Padre Street.
I didn't either.
I've been there for, it's dark and you're trying to take a right and you're worried, okay, I'm gonna get off oncoming traffic off of 181 or the Harbor Bridge. And then when you're trying to head, I guess, east or west, you're looking over your shoulder, wondering, are these people coming off or going through? So I think that's a great idea. And I appreciate the fact, our staff also, we've had to go all the way around and take Chaparral to go all the way around if we want to go to either Brewster Street or Hogenwires. The only comment I might want to add is that when you're exiting on Twig, right there by the Caller Times, there's a stop sign.
Yes, sir.
Because they have that little portion there. And I've done it myself, even though I've driven it at least 50 times. You see that stop sign that's right there between the Caller Times and the exit off of 181. People have a tendency to stop because they see that stop sign right there. And I don't know what you do about that, but I've seen other people do it as well. When you're going across, they see that stop sign directly to their right, and they rush to stop.
My son totaled his car right
Oh, yeah, there you go. So he's had personal experience with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, that'd be something that now that all that traffic is going to be diverted off Twig, you might have that's something to take a look at and possibly do some type of study on.
Yes, sir. We can get our traffic section to run some drone footage of vehicles exiting there, and then if there are adjustments, we can make them.
Okay, so other than that, I'm support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Ernie, thank you. And we really appreciate, I think the biggest thing here from when the governor spoke was, taking the directive and then making it work. And I got many calls from business owners because that was the biggest thing here is the effect for them. So thank you all and staff for working with them and meeting with them and listening to them. And then here we are today, which is the better option. So thank you. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask for public comment. Would anyone like to make any comment on item number 15? Okay, there being none, I will close public comment and entertain a motion to approve item number 15.
So moved. Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 16 is a motion authorizing the approval of change order number 2 with Raytech, Corpus Christi, Texas, for the reconstruction of Junior Beck Road from Bear Lane to Old Brownsville Road
I
project.
move for approval.
Okay, let me open public comment. We do have a motion.
Second.
And we have a second. I will ask, is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 16? Okay, we'll close public comment. Mr. Hernandez, do you have a comment?
Yes. Mayor, thank you. I'd like an explanation as to what happened here, because, can you explain how this came about?
So what the conflict is that we've discovered that we're having to resolve during construction is that the top of an existing storm drain that we're trying to retain is in conflict with the pavement cross-section. And this was an attempt to save money on the project and not replace the storm drain and to use the existing. And it turned out to not be a good call. So we tried to reach an agreement with contractor on change order to replace that storm drain. It's about 600 feet of 24-inch concrete storm drain. We could not reach agreement. So what the item is that's before you is an allowance. It's we're going to give them work directive change as we are able to do under the contract to do this essentially cost plus, time and materials.
Okay, I don't think the contractor's the problem here. I think, how was this missed specifically? I mean, did nobody do measurement on the stormwater line? I mean, what happened?
I have to speculate a little bit. Unfortunately, my project manager that was over this at the time has gone on to greener pastures, as has the project manager that was with consulting engineer. I think that what happened is the consulting engineer would normally be biased towards replacing all of this stuff. So I think it was city request to look at preserving the existing storm drain to save money on the project. If we had done our due diligence and checking all the dimensions, we probably should have identified this and realized that we were going to have a conflict.
I appreciate how you gingerly kind of walked through this, but I mean, there should be some repercussions here because this is something that probably shouldn't have been missed.
Well, there are some repercussions. So typically, when something like this happens, if there's a change situation where you identify something and it would have been something that would have needed to be done either way, it's just not included in your bid price. So typically, the exposure is for any increase in cost, if there was increase in cost. So in other words, engineer leaves something off and say it's $1 million, and you wind up finding out after you're under construction, you have to add that back in at $1 million. You essentially haven't been harmed. You just, unfortunately, you didn't have
So who's
knowledge
paying for the
of it.
redesign?
They're doing that.
Who's they?
The engineer.
The engineer's doing that? Okay.
Yes.
So we're not paying any
No.
extra for any redesign of this
No.
stormwater line? Okay, thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, I was kind of going to ask the same sort of question. I mean, do we when we're going to do a project like this, I know we used to go out and take one of those machines that dissolves the dirt and whatnot down to a certain level to see what pipelines are actually below the road and what the heights are, regardless of what somebody had on a drawing. Do we do that on our projects, or do we try to ascertain what the elevations are of the existing underground utilities?
We typically do that. I would say part of the information I've gotten, and you know, there's not a good paper trail on all of this, is that a request was made to do more of that was denied by the city staff. Again, I would say, and counter to that, I would say this is something that you should be able to determine in the field with survey. You can check the invert of inlets and manholes, and you should be able to figure out where the pipe is located with the
Take
survey.
one of those rods and stick it down in the
Correct. You shouldn't have had to do they call it subsurface utility engineering. You shouldn't have
Right.
had to do that to figure out the location of the storm drainage.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item number 16? Okay, there being no one, I will close public comment and entertain a motion to approve.
A motion and a second on the floor.
Oh, okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Edmonds. Item number 17 is a motion awarding a construction contract to Raytech Construction Resources, Inc., Corpus Christi, Texas, for Nueces River Raw Water Pump Station Transmission Main Project.
Move to approve. Second.
Okay, I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on item number 17? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, turn that light on, sir. Not on, it's not on. Go ahead.
Okay, is it on now? I'm sorry.
You get two
I thought it was
signatures
on.
for a light.
Pardon me?
2 signatures for a light.
Yeah, I need 2 signatures to get my light on. Yes, I did have a question. So this is the 54-inch line. Is that correct?
So what this is, this is the second part of a 3-phase program to enhance the capacity and reliability of the Nueces River Pump Station.
Okay.
So you have 2 existing 54-inch lines that were part of the original construction. This is adding a third 54-inch line.
Okay. So my question is, we received a really nice briefing from Mike Murphy and his staff and the city manager here just a couple of weeks ago about the fact that our Owen Stevens water treatment plant at Cal Allen is pretty much running at capacity. So is this new 54-inch line, is this just a reserve line, or is this actually going to be utilized to bring more water in, or what's the purpose here? I guess are my questions.
So thank you, Councilmember. This is part of our effort to upgrade Owen Stevens to be able to produce more water. This is just one step. This is not the end-all, we're not going to be able to produce more water just because of this, but we have other things that we need to do to the plant to do that. But this is definitely one of the steps moving that process forward.
Okay. So how long will it be before this pipe were utilized?
So we can start utilizing it right away, but the problem right now is how much water we can pump out.
Yeah.
So this is water that's coming in from the Oasis River, and it's also to upgrade the existing system that is very old. It's what was it, 1954? That the redundant line, it's going to be a redundant line for that also. So this
Okay.
is
So the two existing lines have been there since the 50s?
Mhm.
Okay, so this is just to give us a new water line?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, because my point I was trying to make is if we were going to put this in and it sits there dry for another 4 or 5 years and not get utilized, why are we doing it?
This is going to serve two purposes, actually. So it's a redundant source for an older system,
Okay.
and it's also going to help us increase the capacity once we have the pumping capabilities. We've got out of our 4, what's the word I'm looking, clear wells, we need to take one out of service and do that before we can actually be running at full capacity.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilman. There's a series of, and we'll bring it to the council. I asked Murphy to put it together for me.
Okay.
And then once I see it, we can probably bring it to the council and the city manager, just a briefing. But there's millions of dollars of investment that's scheduled in the capital improvement program for Owen Stevens to be able to produce more water. I think it's in the upwards of 30 MGDs more, 20 to 30 more.
Right.
But
now,
it's everything. So as Murphy said in the beginning, this is one of the numerous projects to lift the hope to be able to produce more water out of the plant.
Okay.
So we'll show you that. There's numerous projects. Some are in the works right now. Some are scheduled. This is another one coming online to be constructed.
Okay, and I've asked for this before, so I'll ask for it again officially. If you could furnish to the council members, if they want one, I know I would, a one-line diagram drawing showing the piping, which includes Mary Roads 1, Mary Roads 2, what we would have to do to bring water from Evangeline, where it ties in across to San Patricio County, so that when we talk about this, we all understand which direction water has to go and can't go. A one-line diagram would be extremely nice.
So the integration line for Evangeline hasn't been decided yet.
Right.
Well, I understand that, but at least we would know what's there. Because what you told us at that briefing is that anything that comes from Evangeline right now is probably going to have to go over to San Pat County because we can't handle it.
So we're working with San Patricio. Yes, sir. I think I understand what you're asking for.
You understand what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so.
And you might put, a purple line, a yellow line, and, the different options, because there are different ways it can work.
Right.
Do that.
Okay. Well, glad to do that.
Wonderful. Councilman Roy.
That's kind of what I was going to say. I was going to say the same thing, and even if, hypothetical for the Evangeline, just 4 or 5 options, whatever, so that we can just kind of get that in our mind, the whole layout.
Okay.
I'd even want to go as far as, if it was for me, if you could show me where the purple water lines are too.
Okay.
So,
That's too
thank
far.
you.
Just kidding. Okay, Councilwoman. Yes, ma'am.
I was just going to agree with my councilman, fellow Pusley, on that recommendation or suggestion about, seeing those lines. And I'm a visual, so I need to be able to see it. And he's right too about, the times that you've been explaining it to us about Evangeline. It has been about most of the water going for the Mary Roads pipeline directly to San Patricio. Right. So I think it would be very, very helpful. So.
Okay, we'll do that.
Great, thank you. Did we already vote on this?
We almost finished voting, and then we had a comment, so.
Right, that's right. So we had a motion, we had a second.
Right.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Great, motion carries. Item number 18 is a motion awarding a construction contract to J.E. Construction Services LLC, Corpus Christi, Texas, for reconstruction of Trinity River Drive from FM 624 to Wood River Drive.
Make a motion to approve.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Campos, do you have a comment? No? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a comment on item number 18? There being no one, we'll close public comment. All in favor, Mr. Klein?
I'm sorry, I'm
fine.
just looking at the price tag of this. Jeff, I talked to you about this by phone, I guess, yesterday. If I'm reading this right, if I'm on the right agenda item, $1.7 million. The road is, I thought we did, I indicated this yesterday, is 1,000 feet long, is that right? Am I getting my roads mixed up?
I think it was 0.19 miles. That's about right.
All right.
The engineer's estimate was 1.9, Councilman. The engineer's estimate, we have an engineer estimate how much it would cost. Their probable cost estimate was 1.9, so this bid's at 1.7, which is below the engineer's estimate.
Right. All right, I'm just wondering, I'm cheapskate.
They're expensive. Right?
Yeah, for 1,000 feet, that seems like a lot.
Yeah.
Well, and bear in mind, that includes all the utilities. There's some traffic signal work.
So are the
involved.
utilities under this road? Because this is out way, way, way out, the very far west edge of town, right?
Oh, yeah, it's got, we've got 365,000 worth of water. We've got 145,000 that's going to the traffic signals.
Okay.
Yeah.
75,000 on wastewater, so there's some utility work involved.
All right, thank you. Thanks.
Mayor, just, can I just
Yes.
highlight for the community and the council that this is a 2020 bond program project in City Council District 1. So just over a little 2 years, it's going into construction, which again is a turnaround from how we used to do the bond programs. So this is bringing those improvements to the community, to the voters within record time. I just want to highlight that 2020 bond program.
Oh,
And it's a
right.
road. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Right, wonderful, thank you. Streets. Okay. Okay, so I think that's all the questions, Mr. Edmonds. I will open public comment.
You
on-
did.
I did?
Yes.
I'm
Yeah, we were
losing
about
it.
to, we were about to vote. We had a motion a second, and we did that too.
All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 19 is a resolution authorizing a one-year supply agreement with one option with Chemtrade Chemicals US LLC of Parsippany, New Jersey. For-
Mayor, I'd like to suggest that, or I'd like to make a motion that we approve items 19, 20, and 21, because they all have to do with chemicals that I don't know very much about, and probably the rest of us don't either, so.
Then I agree, let's do that. Mr. Suckley, did you, well, let me do this. Let me finish reading just the caption, so we know what it is. I like the idea, and then we'll go to Mr. Suckley. Item number 19 is a resolution authorizing a one-year supply agreement with one option with Chemtrade Chemicals US LLC of Parsippany, New Jersey, for the purchase of liquid aluminum sulfate for Corpus Christi water. So that, we're going to pause. Mr. Suckley, did you have a question on this?
Yeah, my only question, Drew, was just without the lack of some sort of bidding process, I assume it's because it's more of a commodity. There's a limited number of suppliers of this chemical.
Right. There's only a couple. There's only a couple. As everybody knows, the supply chain has been pretty difficult. Prices have fluctuated quite a bit. And so, one of the things that I've tried to do is I've tried to reach out and just kind of make sure that we're getting decent pricing compared to what other utilities around the state are paying. I think we're getting, pretty fair pricing from these folks. But to your point, there's not a lot of competition out there.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Klein.
Sorry.
No,
So
you're fine.
my concerns here actually are for both, for items 19, 20, and 21 are pretty similar. So I would second Councilor Pusley's motion to consider them together.
Okay.
My concerns are similar in that these are pretty sharp increases. I know the numbers here may be not all that terribly large, but for 19, I think I roughly calculated it at about 33% increase. Item 20 is about a 50% increase, and item 21 is a 36% increase. I'm assuming that that's not going to be an annual sort of thing.
Yeah, I hope it's not, but it's really been a difficult environment that we've been in the last 2 to 3 years. I will tell you, chlorine, which is absolutely imperative. I mean, chlorine is up 100%.
Right.
So some of these chemicals, everybody is kind of feeling the pain. I sure would like to think that in the next 12 months we'll start seeing some price stability. But, you know, it's just a difficult market right now.
Yeah, I mean, I accept that there's inflation, but those numbers are pretty high. I mean, unless those numbers haven't changed in the last 10 years, and now they're trying to play catch up, which I could understand and appreciate. The numbers seem awful high for just 1 year.
You know, the only thing I can really tell you is, I like I said, I communicated with you there, council member, just, you know, other cities are paying more than what we're paying. And I know that's probably not what anybody wants to hear, but, you know, one of the things I always look at is, are we getting a decent deal? I may not like the price that we're paying for this, but we're not paying more than what other utilities. In some cases, we're actually getting a better deal than what other cities are paying.
Right. All right, thank you. Thanks.
And Councilman Mayor, if I can add,
Yes.
the reason we put this information in the briefing memos is so you, as policy setters that have to ultimately adopt the rate, the water rate, knows the impact of incremental increases, right? And we buy a lot of chemicals, a lot of material to produce water, and prices do go up. So that's in there so you can have that information. So when we come forward with the water rates for the next 2 years, if there's an increase, you'll learn why along the way, rather than us having to explain it all at the tail end. Yes, sir.
Okay, Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. I also wanted to give y'all, I'm not sure if our new council members know of one of our suppliers of, and I'm not sure if this has anything to do with these, but we had lost one of the suppliers for some of the building burnt down, and all the cities were using them, and, you know, that's hurt us as well. So just giving the opportunity to tell them that. I don't know if we did. I don't remember when that happened. So.
Right. So, Councilmember Hunter, just to kind of follow up with what you're describing. So there was a chemical warehouse fire. It was back in January. You know, I talked a little bit about it a few months ago, and essentially, we've been able to secure a supply of permanganate. We've got a shipment actually coming out to Owen Stevens today. It gets us through the month of May, and we're continuing to work hard to try to make sure that we've got ample supply of permanganate. We're talking to the vendor. Caris is the name of the company. So we've been talking to the Caris folks, and we've also reached out to some other supply chains. Unfortunately, permanganate, Caris is the sole manufacturer of this product here in this country, so we've had to reach out to some international sources, which we've done, and we've been able to secure additional supplies from those folks.
Great, thank you. Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, it's an unfortunate thing right now. You know, one of the commodities investments that I make a number of these investments, and anything to do with chemicals, petrochemicals, all of that stuff has just gone through the roof. And so, especially where it's because of a lot of things, but regulations have gotten tougher for them, and transportation has been the big issue. Transportation costs of all of these things have gone up exponentially over the last 3 years. And so if you track that, I'm seeing exactly those kind of increases up into including 50 to 60% over what they were just a few years ago.
Right.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. On your line item for purification chemicals, I know you amended it, the budget from $9.5 million to $10.2 million. What's your total that you're spending so far? Do you see yourself exceeding what you're budgeting, considering your increases?
So, what we've done is we've factored in some increases into our budget. We don't necessarily know that those increases are going to happen, but we've factored in some increases to leverage the chance that they may come back. I mean, the other part of these contracts is we have them tied to indices. So if the chemical producer index goes up, then we will pay more. If it goes down, we'll pay less. So we've budgeted for a higher amount. Just in the event that if the price does go up, we've got the finances to cover those costs.
Okay, so you're telling me that you're going to be within that $10.2 million budget? Do you think, or do you think you're going to exceed it?
I mean, I think we'll be within it.
You'll be within it? Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. I think that's all the questions. So I'm going to go into item number 20, read the caption, as well as item number 21, and then we'll pass them all together. Item number 20 is a resolution authorizing a one-year supply agreement. Well, I just did that one, didn't I? No, it's the same, okay. Resolution authorizing a one-year supply agreement with one option with Chemtrade Chemicals US LLC of Parsippany, New Jersey for the purchase of liquid ammonium sulfate for Corpus Christi water. And then item number 21 is a motion authorizing a one-year supply agreement with Univar Solutions USA, Inc. of Kent, Washington for hydrofluorocyclic acid to be utilized by Corpus Christi water. So on all three of these, I'd like to open public comment. Is there anyone here who would like to speak on item number 19, 20, or 21? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion on the floor. And do we have a second?
Second.
We do have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So item number 22 is an ordinance appointing Jacqueline Del Llano Chapa as presiding judge, Michael Anise as Division 1 judge, Juliana Siracusa Rivera as Division 2 judge, David Walsh as Division 3 judge, William Gregory Bill Bonilla as Division 4 judge, and George Pija as Division 5 judge of the Municipal Court, appointing Christopher E. Matt as part-time judge number 1, Douglas K. DeFreitas as part-time judge number 2, William Holt Feemster as part-time judge number 3, Mariana Garza as part-time judge number 4, Mario A. Olivares as part-time judge number 5, Callie Gutman as part-time judge number 6, Robert Reyna as part-time judge number 7, and Michael White as part-time judge number 8 of the Municipal Court, determining salary.
So moved.
Do we have a second? Okay, any further discussion? Let's see, I'll open public comment. Is anyone in the audience, would anyone in the audience like to make public comment on item number 22? There being no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay, the motion carries. So I believe, ladies and gentlemen, we have one executive session item left. And so we will go into executive session on item number 26. Texas Government Code Section 551.072.
No, 551.071 and 551.0.
Didn't we do that one earlier?
Yeah, but let's go ahead and say it again
Okay.
on this one, if you don't mind, Mayor, please.
Sure. Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.072.
Thank you, Mayor.
And we will return.
The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will get you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call.
We've all dealt with the hassles of traveling. Traffic, long lines, security, layovers. And what if there was a smarter way? When you fly out of Corpus Christi International Airport, you get all the modern amenities you love with the stress-free convenience of flying local. So you can skip the hassle and get right to the good parts, taking off and returning home. Fly smarter, not harder, at flyccia.com.
When emergencies strike, stay informed with Reverse Alert. Everything from incoming severe weather, traffic alerts, police and fire activity, industry alerts, and citywide information. Reverse Alert will provide you time-sensitive information to keep you safe. Signing up is a fast and easy process. Text BeReadyCCNC to 888-777 or visit cctexas.com/alert signup. Choose to receive notifications by phone call, text, or email. And with fully customizable options, you pick what notifications you want to receive. And you can designate what hours of the day that you don't want to be disturbed. Stay informed, stay aware, stay alert. Sign up for Reverse Alert today.
Beach to Bay is back. Join us Saturday, May 20th for the 46th annual Beach to Bay Relay Marathon. Participate with over 8,000 runners in a 26.2-mile six-leg event. Runners start in the sands of North Padre Island, cross the JFK Causeway, travel through Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, and finish along our scenic Shoreline Boulevard. For the first time, you can choose from 3 separate events to participate. Run as a team in the 6-person relay, split up the run with your partner in the 2-person relay, or challenge yourself and run the entire 26.2-mile marathon solo. Register online at beachtobayrelay.com. Beach to Bay starts at 7 a.m. on Saturday, May 20th. Come be a part of Corpus Christi's biggest relay marathon tradition. Join family, friends, and the community at Beach to Bay 2023.
Your safety is important at Corpus Christi beaches. A beach warning flag system is in place to let you know what weather conditions you can expect before getting into the water. There are 5 different beach warning flags. The main 3 are green, yellow, and red. Green means go. The water is calm and it is safe to swim. Just swim with care. Yellow means caution. The waves are getting bigger and there may be a small rip current. We recommend adult or lifeguard supervision while swimming. Red means stop. Danger is ahead. The surf is dangerous with strong winds, big waves, and strong rip currents. Do not enter the ocean in red flag conditions unless you are a very strong swimmer. And do not let your kids swim at all. The last 2 flags are purple and orange. Purple indicates the presence of harmful sea animals, jellyfish, sharks, or other venomous marine life have been spotted close to shore. And orange means there is an environmental hazard in the air or water quality. The conditions are not safe for your health. Make sure to check the weather and water conditions when heading out to the beach. Follow us on Facebook at Corpus Christi Beaches or visit cctexas.com/beaches for daily warning flag updates and surf conditions.
Many households in our community rely on natural gas. It's important to know how to detect a gas leak and how to report it. You can detect gas leaks through sight, smell, and sound. If you see dead vegetation near a pipeline, smell rotting eggs, or hear a hissing noise, there could be a leak nearby. Make sure to leave the area immediately. If you suspect a gas leak, call the gas department at 311. Do not light a match and avoid using any electrical switches so you don't create a spark that could start a fire. Also, avoid driving into the area. Your vehicle's engine may ignite the vapors. And do not attempt to extinguish any fire that might start. Natural gas is a part of the City of Corpus Christi's utility system, and keeping our residents safe is our top priority. For more information, visit cctexas.com/gas.
The City of Corpus Christi reminds you there are small, everyday ideas you can use to protect us from drought-related water shortages. Inside your home, install modernized plumbing, low-flow shower heads, and simply turn off the faucet when not in use. Outside your home, make smart landscaping choices, limit your watering, and don't water during the hottest part of the day. Simple choices that will save water for the community and save money on your utility bill. We can all drink to that.
The cost of repairing or replacing leaky or old gas lines could be too much for some residents of Corpus Christi. The City of Corpus Christi, in partnership with NextEra, is here to help you. The Plumbers to People program is dedicated to the safety and well-being of Corpus Christi residents by helping with repairs for their homes. We have partnered with multiple plumbers in the community to repair and replace old leaking gas lines free of charge to the consumer. The purpose of the program is to bring peace of mind to the community and offer support to those in need. To learn more, contact 826-CITY. The Plumbers to People program is here to help you.
Your public libraries are now accessible at your fingertips. From our free digital resources options, tap into discovery and read, listen, watch digital content all from the comfort of your home. Anytime and anywhere you go, you can now borrow ebooks, audiobooks, movies, music, magazines, and watch educational programs. Our digital resources offers thousands of titles to choose from, all from your computer, tablet, or phone. And did we mention? It's all free. Visit cctexas.com/library for more information on how to sign up.
Corpus Christi Water is here to demonstrate how to look at your water meter to spot potential water loss from leaky pipes. First, turn off all water fixtures, including faucets, hoses, ice makers, and irrigation systems. Next, locate your water meter. Corpus Christi water meters will always be in the utility easement, which may be in the front of your home or in your backyard. Remove the meter box lid. On the top of the meter, there is a register with numbers. These numbers show how much water is being used. Each meter will also have a flow indicator with a red line or possibly a small red triangle. A flow indicator that is not moving indicates that no water is going through your meter and you do not have a leak. If the flow indicator is moving, water is flowing through your system even though you turned off all fixtures. This means you may have a leak. Look for a leak in or around your home and repair it as soon as possible, or contact a certified plumber for help. If you have any issues with your water or wastewater, please dial 311.
Whether you're a homeowner planting a tree or a contractor working on a job site, always call 811 at least 2 days before you dig. It's free, it's easy, and it's the law. Call 811 to provide dig location and project information. A specialist will then come to your location and mark the underground line, allowing you to work safely without any delay. Your safety is our priority. Know what's below and call 811 before you dig.
Before you head out to the beach, make sure you grab your beach permit. For only $12, this permit provides access to explore and enjoy miles of our local beaches. Permits are required, so be sure to display the sticker on your vehicle.
We'll go ahead and reconvene the meeting, and there being no further business, the meeting is adjourned.